jìnnà sí wọn bí sọmọ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbin sọ kò fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kò lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó wọn dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ṣí mi lọ́nà o, mo tẹ́rí bá fàdà àgbà o, àgbà ẹ̀ foríjì ni, ojoojúmọ́ ni mo pọ́n wọn lé, mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o, mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé, ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́, torí omi kọ́ tó yọ̀ọ́lá ni, ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o, màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá gbẹ́ran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀ka gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Forí wórí kìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹni forí wórí yìí yóò ṣáàbà mọ́ àwa ò ní ṣáàbà mọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o àwa ò ní ṣáàbà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣáàbà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣáàbà mọ́ láyé dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o àwa ò ní ṣáàbà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣáàbà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣáàbà. Ṣòkòtò wọn múra wọn sáré kẹrù sọkọ o àyànmọ́ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí orí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣòkòtò ohun lẹ lágbo Ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò mo lórí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò orí mi gbé mi níjà o olórí làlá bàrò làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níjà o àmì nílé ayé wa ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn ṣọ́wa nínú àpá wọn kìnìún ejò olóró àkékè ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè mo máa sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa gbé wa níjà o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Bí wọ́n ti ro tiwa sí nínú ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó jẹ́ tiwọn lọ ijọ́ gbogbo. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ.
Muted. I shouldn't be muted. So there it is right there. Ṣòkòtò tí ò lókùn ó dà kìtìyàn. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine the depth of that language? Ṣòkòtò tí ò ní okùn ó di akitiyan. That is to say, do you know in Yoruba language, you know the native Yoruba up and down, Buba and Shokoto, you know we often tie it with a rope. So now what that song is telling us is that if the shokoto, which is the trouser end of the buba and shokoto, if the shokoto, if it doesn't have a rope to tie it, then it becomes a difficulty. You know, it's as simple and it is as it is profound. As simple as it is profound. Shokoto tí ò lókùn ó dà kitiyan. Can you imagine that? Just the depth of the wealth of the language. Shokoto tí ò ní okùn ó dà kitiyan. So all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. Good day to you. Excuse my shabby appearance. You know that's why I don't often have my cameras on because I stream in the dead of night and I can't not be fully dressed. So I'm just really ready for bed sort of. Maybe I should even have the cameras off. So that's probably better. Um, Shokoto tí ò lókun ó dà kitiyan and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company. Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day so far and hope that glory continues for spending time with one man went to mow. So one man went to mow, the eagle lands again. Eagle lands as it always lands, hoping that is meeting you in good health. So all that, still all Nigerian matters. But before we get uh to the cut and thrust of it, to the thrust and parry of it, before we get to the meat of it, before we get to uh, pardon me, before we get down and dirty, click on the like button if you would, please. Click on the like button. If you have not already clicked on like, then please click on it now. If you are not already subscribed, then please do that as well. So like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, come in via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll send it again. So it's the first line item then in the comment section. If you feel inclined to be part of the conversation, then come in via this hyperlink that says StreamYard right there. So like, share, and subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. You know the dollar sign at the bottom of the comment section is there not for decoration but for a purpose. If you click on it, then it will advise you on how to use it. So super chat towards the stream, and most importantly, say hello in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream, and most importantly, say hello in the comment section. Say hello in the comment section, as the example always first set by Agbadorian right there, who says hello one man. So hello to you, Agbadorian, and that is Zita right there saying hello. Good to see you there, Zita. Hopefully you come on board as the session progresses. So keep joining in the hellos and the pleasantries in the comment section, and I'll pause to acknowledge your presence. Say hello back. So of course, all matters Nigerian never changes, and Nigeria at the spotlight, at the epicenter of global focus at the moment, all wrapped around a myriad of things going on within that country, and we'll be trying to dissect all of it, at least some of it, not all of it, though. Nobody can dissect all of Nigeria's problems. And by the way, anytime I pause, I'm having a sip of water because I go through a lot of water in the course of these sessions. But so we'll be going through some of the matters afflicting the Nigerian state. So why don't we just start it off, kick it off? This is uh, PCH Ride right there. So good to see you, PCH Ride. Hope you are subscribed and everything. You'd have to be subscribed to make the comment anyway. So good to have you on board. That seems like a new name to the. At least that's first time I'm coming across your name. So all of that. Why don't we just get started? I always have this faltering start, quivering at the lips like a nervous teenager, quivering at the lips like a nervous teenager. So quivering at the lips like a nervous teenager, but somebody that you don't want quivering is probably your president. But it looks as though he's very much a quiver. But you see, I'm actually bringing you this headline because of all of the outcomes that the American attention on us at the moment could bring. Yes, let me put it like that. Of all of the outcomes that the American focus on us right now can bring, this is one of the better outcomes now. This is actually a positive outcome for all of the focus of Trump. Everybody, of course, especially the obedience base, in apprehension, anticipation that Trump is coming to bomb Nigeria. Is not coming to bomb Nigeria, but it's going to send you then the equipment to try and tackle the insurgency once and for all. This is the outcome that a lot of people are anticipated with this present American focus on the Nigerian space. Nigeria US agree on new cooperation framework. So that agreement then at the intelligence security level. So that is Nuhu Ribadu, of course, the unmistakable torso of our national security advisor. That's Nuhu Ribadu. And I'm making the assumption then that the person standing next to him is his American counterpart. So that's Nuhu Ribadu then, just try to see what we can get out of this American focus. Nigeria, United States, agree on new cooperation framework. So what shape does that take? The federal government yesterday said it is intensifying the integration of intelligence capabilities across the security architecture to confront rapidly changing threats. A statement by the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, said the Nigerian delegation had extensive engagement with the U.S. Congress, State Department, National Security Council, White House Faith Office, and the U.S. Department of War. So if we want to try to start to unbundle that, this looks like a security collaboration rather than an American strike. So the Nigerian delegation, so they had engagement with the U.S. Congress, of course, to get that buy-in. The State Department, which I think is the pivotal department within the American structures, but this is the important bit now that comes in. The National Security Council, which is the war sort of determination sort of space within the American paradigm, the White House Faith Office to give the assurance then and tackle that Christian genocide narrative. But unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, Nuhu Ribadu, who is steeped in the wool, dyed in the wool Muslim, is the person going to America to tell them that there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria. So that's just the unfortunate set of circumstances right there. Because of course he has to front lead that space, and I'm not quite sure the Americans are especially keen on hearing from a Muslim. A statement by the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, said the Nigerian delegation held extensive engagement with the U.S. Congress, State Department, National Security Council, White House Faith Office, that's FAITH Office, and the U.S. Department of War. So these last three bits right there are the important bits. So the National Security Council and the U.S. Department of War. So that U.S. Department of War is where then they can strategize on the best sort of assistance the United States can give us in terms of tackling this insurgency. The talks focused on boosting joint operations against terrorism, violent extremism, and cross-border criminal networks. Nigeria used the meeting to firmly reject allegations of genocide against Christians in parts of the country. It insisted that the violence in affected communities is neither one-sided nor targeted at any ethnic or religious group. So that is actually not true, because in the Benue province, in the Middle Belt province, the violence is especially targeted against a particular ethnicity, whatever the major ethnicity there, is. So the violence is targeted against them by the Fulanis, and the violence is also targeted against faith groups. the Christians there. So that's actually not true. In that particular axis, the Middle Belt, Benue Plateau, especially being the central focus, the violence is targeted both along religious and ethnic lines. It insisted that the violence in affected communities is neither one sided nor targeted at any ethnic or religious group. The delegation warned that the mischaracterization of the security situation could inflame tensions and undermine ongoing peace efforts. At the end of the engagement, the United States government pledged to expand cooperation in intelligence sharing, expedite Nigeria's request for defense equipment. So you see, this is the most important bit right there. If and Trump is known for being a man of action. Also, there is no reason for him not. Do you remember how long we've been chasing those Tucano jets since the days of Barack Obama? And it was only until and immediately Trump came in, he just signed it off that look, if you need the kids, have the kids, pay for it, and take it away. If you need it to defend your country, then sell it to them. So we actually only got that those Ducano Jets deals over the line under the American or under the Trump system. So Trump is very much a transactional sort of a person. So this paragraph right here is so important. At the end of the engagement, the United States government. So listen to what the United States government are offering rather than the bombs that the obedient are hoping that they will come and drop on Tinubu in Aso Rock. What the Americans are offering instead, at the end of the engagement, the United States government pledged to expand cooperation in one, intelligence sharing. So that's very, very important because there is nobody that has more astute and incisive intelligence than the Americans. They have a satellite bird's eye view of the whole world. And if they decide to focus on your space, very quickly they know what's going on there. So if they're going to be sharing intelligence with regards to where we should focus our efforts in the battle against insurgency, then all the better. So at the end of the engagement, the United States government pledged to expand cooperation in intelligence sharing. So now this second bit now is the most important of them all. Expedite Nigeria's request for defense equipment and consider supplying excess defense articles are subject to availability. So not only are they going to sell you the equipment you need to combat these people, they are actually even going to gift you equipment to combat these people. Boko Haram, your day is done. Washington also expressed readiness to increase humanitarian support to communities in the Middle Belt and assist with strengthening Nigeria's early warning and rapid response mechanisms. So all of this, you see, these two paragraphs right here, they're the best news yet that country has heard in the last 30 years. If they can push it to the point that is actioned, then this could well be this is singularly the best news that this country has yet heard in the last 30 years. At the end of the engagement, the United States government pledged to expand cooperation in intelligence sharing, expedite Nigeria's request for defense equipment, and consider supplying excess defense articles subject to availability. Washington also expressed readiness to increase humanitarian support to communities in the Middle Belt and assist with strengthening Nigeria's early warning and rapid response mechanisms. So if they are going to be strengthening your early warning mechanisms, then they will be giving you then equipment then that can anticipate where these strikes will take place. And if they are also going to be supporting you with your rapid response mechanisms, then that is the supplies of drones and helicopters. That's just there's no other interpretation other than that. So it's just a bounty that the Americans are offering, both countries agreed to activate a non-binding cooperation framework and set up a joint working group to implement agreed priorities. Nigeria, in return, reaffirmed its commitment to protecting civilians and vulnerable communities in conflict prone areas. Defense Minister Mohammed Bad, you see, this is where it falls apart when they start to put all these known terrorist sympathizers and sponsors as the delegations going to the Americans. Defense Minister Mohammed Badaru stated this in Abuja at the opening of the 2025 the Chief of Defense Intelligence Annual Conference. He reaffirmed President Bola Tinubu's commitment to building a modern, technology-driven national security system capable of anticipating and neutralizing emerging dangers. The conference, with the theme Multi-Source Intelligence Innovation in a Challenging National Security Ecosystem, brought together senior defense intelligence officers, Nigeria's defense attaches, and advisors posted to missions across the world, regional directors, etc., etc. So this is the outtake from Nuhu Ribadu's excursion to the United States, and it looks as though he has come back with a bag full of goodies. So a bag full of goodies. Still along those lines, Tinubu orders 24-hour aerial surveillance, tightens security cordon over Akwara and Kebbi Forest. So I'm not quite sure if this is something. If this is something that they should be ordering now. I think this is something that should be happening as a matter of routine. Do they not have the equipment or the resources? Because they need to be deploying surveillance regularly, just every single or every other day, if not every single day, every other day. Tinubu orders 24-hour aerial surveillance, tightens security cordon over Kwara and Kebbi Forest. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has issued fresh offensive directive to the let's do that again. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has issued fresh offensive directive to the armed forces, ordering a full security cordon over forests in Kwara, Kebbi, and parts of Niger State in response to recent spikes in kidnappings and terrorist activities in the affected areas. The special advisor to the President on Media and Communications, Chief Sunday Dare, disclosed the development on Tuesday in a message posted on his verified X handle, stating that the president had mandated the Nigerian Air Force to expand area surveillance across the innermost parts of the forest where criminal groups are believed to be hiding. Under the new directive, the Air Force is to maintain an uninterrupted 24-hour aerial watch over the troubled zones and synchronize operations with ground troops already deployed for rescue missions and counter-terrorism actions. The same operational intensity, Dare said, will be replicated along the Kebbi-Niger axis, where multiple rescue efforts are ongoing. The instruction comes amidst a worrying escalation in insecurity in the north central and northwest, including last week's mass abductions, etc., etc. So that's that. You'd have thought they would have been doing this as a matter of routine anyway. So what exactly have they been doing? What exactly? Because the main fault line of the Nigerian security structure, yes, good to let's say who's the main fault lines of the Nigerian security structure is that it is reactive rather than proactive. So it responds rather than go on the onslaught. That's one of the biggest criticisms. That's Samuel Adeleke right there. Good evening, one man. Greetings from Long Beach. Thank you, Samuel. And that is Lato Rich right there saying greetings. Keep saying hello in the comment section. Anytime I pause for breath, I'll say hello back. So that's Tinubu ordering aerial surveillance right there. So now this now the headline piece. If Nnamdi Kanu shows remorse, I will push for his amnesty. The other bandit leader, the other enemy of state, um, in terms of measure, you want to probably equal measure Sheikh Gumi with Nnamdi Kanu. They're both as dangerous as they are despicable. So Sheikh Gumi is the northern version of Nnamdi Kanu by my own reckoning. So maybe solidarity with his fellow terrorists. If Kanu shows remorse, I will push for his amnesty. This is Sheikh Gumi. Islamic. I wonder where this guy actually comes from historically. Because a bit like the Baba Ahmed family, they are from Mauritania until about 2 generations ago. Because the Dati Baba Ahmed family, their father is actually a migrant from Mauritania to Nigeria, but they were born in Kano, which might well qualify them to be Nigerians. But where is Gumi originally from? It doesn't have the physiology of a Nigerian. He has that mixed breed, that DNA, that admixture of somewhat, the Fulanis, they consider themselves part Arabs. This is why they don't want to be ruled by a full black person like Tinubu. So he has that sort of texture to his physiology as well. So I wonder where Sheikh Gumi is from originally. If Kanu shows remorse, I will push for his amnesty. The terror leader from the north, Sheikh Gumi. Islamic cleric Sheikh Gumi says he will support a pardon for the convicted leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB Nnamdi Kanu if Kanu shows remorse and publicly calls for peace. Gumi made the comment on Tuesday during an appearance on Channels Television's morning brief whilst speaking on the state of security in the country. Correspondents recall that Kanu was convicted by the Federal High Court in Abuja on 7 counts of terrorism, including inciting attacks on security personnel. This Kanu that was imprisoned for terrorism, for agitating that our soldiers should be killed, if this same Kanu will now show remorse and also call for peace, honestly, I will be in the forefront in calling for his pardon and amnesty for him. So, okay, let's see how he justifies this before we see what we're making of it. It says, look, Shagari, our president, we are from the same town. He gave amnesty to Ojuku. Look at Umar Yadua. He gave amnesty to the Niger Delta militants who have also committed acts of terrorism. So, this is how we are. So who is we exactly? And you are not in charge, by the way. So what exactly? Who's we? So the last time I checked, Tinubu wasn't an aboki. So who's we? Uh but no. Nnamdi Kanu has to show penance once. So he has to show penance one. He has to show contrition. But even having done that, I'm not still sure his crimes are so far-reaching and so devastating in its impact that it's impossible to pardon him. People are still agitated that his sentencing should be transmuted to capital punishment. So people are actually looking in the other direction, not in the direction of amnesty. But Sheikh Gumi, I think, is just saying this really to try and water down his public image in terms of being an aggressive sponsor of banditry in the north. So I'm not quite sure why he would make this statement if he knows the mood of the country. The mood of the country is that Nnamdi Kanu was not actually given sufficient enough punishment to meet his crime. So I'm not quite sure where that amnesty would come from. Um, Islamic cleric Sheikh Gumi says he will support a pardon for the convicted leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB Nnamdi Kanu if Kanu shows remorse and publicly calls for peace. Gumi, and by the way, can people please make sure you are liking and subscribing? Like and subscribe. You know, we need to get our numbers up all the way through. So if you are not already subscribed, please subscribe. If you've not clicked on the like button, please click on the like button. Islamic cleric Sheikh Gumi says he will support a pardon for the convicted leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB Nnamdi Kanu if Kanu shows remorse and publicly calls for peace. Gumi made the comment on Tuesday during an appearance on Channels Television's Morning Brief while speaking on the state of security in the country. I recall that correspondent reported Kanu was convicted by the Federal High Court in Abuja on 7 counts of terrorism, including inciting attacks on security personnel. This Kanu that was imprisoned for terrorism for agitating that our soldiers should be killed. If this same Kanu will now show remorse and also call for peace, honestly, I will be in the forefront in calling for his pardon and amnesty for him. So it's not even so much calling for peace. He has to publicly renounce Biafra in order then for any grounds to be created for his pardoning. Look at Shagari, our president. We are from the same town. Shagari gave amnesty to Ojoko. Look at Umar Yar'Adua. He gave amnesty to the Niger Delta militants who have also committed acts of terrorism. So this is how we are. Speaking further, Gumi reaffirmed his position that Nigeria must prioritize non-kinetic measures in addressing insecurity, particularly in the northern region. He argued that the country would be safer and more stable if the government embraces dialogue and reconciliation instead of relying heavily on force. We have people who are ready to put down their arms. Then why do you always decide it has to be kinetic? He said. Even America could not succeed in Afghanistan. Even Israel could not succeed in a small strip of land. Our soldiers are not designed for guerrilla. No army is designed for the kind of people we are showing now. No army is designed for it. Uh, if you have been following, the Fulani headsmen have been calling for peace. When you call them for peace, they will come with their guns for many reasons. Can you call IPOP for peace? Can you call Boko Haram? I think the former president has called for peace and they came. But now it is difficult to call for peace again. So, anybody who inclines to peace, I'm with him. I'm telling you. So that Sheikh Gumi now, not so much now the voice of the bandits, but the voice of the bandits now, as well as the voice of the Ipobians. Can you imagine that? Sheikh Gumi now is the public voice, is the advocate for the IPOB. Did you think the day would ever come when we are giving thoughts to that? Sheikh Gumi advocating for amnesty for Nnamdi Kanu. Can you imagine that? Unbelievable stuff. So we go on to the next one, but we're coming to the end also. If anybody wants to come in, come in. I am a peacemaker, not a spokesperson for armed groups. This is Sheikh Gumi still. I think this is still part of the outtakes from that interview that we're referencing. I am a peacemaker, not spokesman for armed groups. This is Sheikh Gumi. As calls for his arrest intensify amidst a fresh wave of kidnapping across northern Nigeria that has forced school closures and renewed security crackdowns by the federal government, an Islamic scholar, Sheikh Gumi, has denied supporting bandits, saying he is only involved in peace efforts. Gumi stated this during an interview on the current affairs program Frontline. This interview actually took place in Ijebu, Ogun State. So apparently, Sheikh Gumi is in Ijebu now in Ogun State. I wonder if Dakwa Abiodun, is it Abiodun? Dakwa Abiodun is aware of that. Gumi's comment came just days after a series of violent abductions in Kebbi, Niger, Kwara, and Borno states, targeting schools and churches, which prompted President Bola Tinubu to order the withdrawal of police personnel attached to VIPs and redeploy them to vulnerable areas, whilst uh, several federal government colleges and public schools across parts of Katsina, Niger, and Kebbi, and some local government areas in Kwara were shut due to security threats. Gumi rejected allegations that his engagement with armed groups amounted to an endorsement, saying his role was strictly humanitarian and conflict resolution based. I am absolutely a peacemaker. I don't want bloodshed. Nigerians forgot that our military men are dying too. We recently lost a brigadier general because of a stalemate with Boko Haram. These terrorists are supported by international interest groups who supply them with logistics, weapons, and intelligence. So, we are not fighting a ragtag group. We are fighting an international network, he said. He argued that many herders lacked channels to express grievances, forcing them into violent confrontations. He said, it's like a doctor explaining an illness. People accuse the doctor of supporting the sickness. Oh, okay, so I'm not quite sure what nonsense he's talking about, but that is uh, Sheikh Gumi somewhat trying to plead his innocence. What I wanted to do to Obasanjo over remarks during birthday. This is not Sheyo, but Ayo Fayoshe are still fuming over his encounter with Obasanjo at his birthday. Former governor of Ekiti State Ayodele Fayoshe said he felt like hitting former President Olusegun Obasanjo's head with a microphone during his 65th birthday. So, anyway, speaking during yes, it says correspondence reports that Obasanjo threw a jibe at Fayoshe and his wife during the celebration. Speaking during his closing remarks, Obasanjo said, "You are not the best of my political children, you are not, but you have made achievements that cannot be ignored." So they take us through what uh anyway, that's Fayoshe telling us that he wants to slap it. Let's. I think he actually speaks here. Let's see if we can. No, it's a 45-minute interaction, so we're not listening to 45 minutes of a file share, but the headline would suffice. Uh, what I wanted to do to Obasanjo over remarks during his birthday, and he told us then further that he would have loved to hit Obasanjo over the head with a microphone. So that's that. There's just one more. This one is on a lighter note. It says, man sells his house in Lagos for 60 million naira, relocates to the United Kingdom where he lives in a one-bedroom apartment with his two children. So I'm not quite sure how these things work. You see, this Jackpot experiences is costing too many people important periods of their lives. You know, the Jackpot, and then in instances the Jackpot doesn't work, but then they would have lost a good 5 years thereabouts to that Jackpot, which ages them out of whichever demography they were in before. A Nigerian man, Prince Olusegun Eletu Ali, has revealed that a friend sold his house for 60 million naira and relocated to the United Kingdom, where he now lives in a one-bedroom apartment with his two children. According to him, the friend pays a monthly rent of £750 for the one-bedroom apartment. That sounds quite expensive, actually. How much is that in it's about 2,000 to one. It's about 1,900 about to the naira. So it will be paying. That will be what? It's paying about, let's say, 1.3 million naira a month. for his one bedroom apartment in London, and then he's sold his house for 60 million naira. So you can see how quickly that money would go. Uh, a friend has just sold his house in Lagos for 60 million naira, relocated to London as a student with two children, living in a one room, £700 a month. So anyway, I don't know about that, but that sounds a bit daft to me. That in fact that sounds more than a little bit daft. That sounds quite daft to me. But what do you do anyway? It's like it's like being caught between a rock and a hard place. The Nigerian narrative, the Nigerian life is so grueling and unrelenting. Everybody just wants to escape. But then that escape, it doesn't offer you the succor that you think it offers you either. It's the escape is also grueling and unrelenting. So there's just no escape. Other items in the news, by the way, article defects to the ADC. Finally, he completes his registration. He's now registered and now threatening that he's going to unseat Tinubu. So good luck to him with that. Who is actually going to unseat Tinubu is the wider question. Who is going to unseat Tinubu in hold on, let me send the link in. I'm not seeing anybody here. Let me send the link in again. If anybody wants to come in, let's drop the link. Yes, let's drop the link. Yes. So who is going to unseat Tinubu in 2027? That's of all of the questions being asked within the Nigerian space, the biggest question is who is going to unseat Tinubu in 2027, and how is that person going to do it? So the North are playing this insecurity card now, but then will that last with the momentum of the insecurity cards that the Northerners are playing? Will it last all the way to 2027? Will the gamble that Peter Obi is playing in America will it carry through till 2027? 2027 February is at least a good how many months is that? We've got yes. So we've got December. So that's 13, 14, that's we still got a good 15 months for a lot of things happens within that space. So we see how all of that pans out and plays out. But next year is going to be the mother of all political years. It's going to be wild next year. So that's just what that is. Let me see. Is there anything else that I want to bring to your attention? We discussed in the last session, then Peter will be telling us that he would not have arrested Nnamdi Kanu. Business owners are okay. Somebody's sending me some data, so I'm just making sure we've got everything covered before we play the Kegite music. What else have we got? There was this story that broke, but it was subsequently debunked very quickly by the federal government. It says federal government has banned open grazing by cattle rearers as part of efforts to curb the persistent farmer header conflicts across the country. So they've never even banned. The only window of opportunity to ban open grazing was under Buhari. There is nobody in Nigeria outside of Buhari that can ban open grazing in that country. It's just not only will you not succeed, you probably not be alive within the next couple of days of doing that. So nobody can ban open grazing in that country. You can forget all that. What else do we have? Oshiomhole comes out to tell us that Tinubu is impacting on the insecurity, even though there might be a spike at the moment, which is roughly where I am as well, in terms of what the current state of play is. So I'm somewhat on board with Oshiomhole on that. That Tinubu he has significantly actually degraded insecurity until now. This recent spike that we're seeing. So and this recent spike, by the way, is giving us a false reading. This is not the state of play as things stand. But that's that. All right. let me play you a couple of clips and then we see if anybody turns up. Let me start you with this. It looks as though Nnamdi Kanu is settling in well at our Sokoto prison. So we're getting reports that Nnamdi Kanu is settling in well at Sokoto prison, behaving himself and not causing trouble there. So here is what's coming out. Um, the first public outpost of Nnamdi Kanu's presence at Sokoto prison. There he is right there, gearing up to call them Jam Jaweeds, no doubt. What's the next clip? Oh, all right. So, Aregbesola also defects to ADC, and it looks as though now he's about to deliver Osun State to them. At least this is what this clip seems to be telling us. I'm not quite sure that one single person acknowledged him. That is him at the epicenter of his political heartbeat. That was Aregbesola, who stands up through the sunroof of his car to acknowledge his adoring public, but his adoring public don't apparently seem to adore him. So that's Aregbesola right there, just telling us what political potency he has in Osun State. So let's go on from that to another one.
Live at touch your law.
So this is what life. I'm not sure if we've played this already, but this is what life looks like in Nigeria right now.
Live at touch your law pàṣẹ. Ẹ̀rù màálù lè pọ̀. Àwọn lè dá tráfíkì lẹ́ẹ̀rí o. Ẹ̀yin kẹ̀. Abẹ́ẹ̀rí tráfíkì ní touch me. This is happening live. The touch roundabout. No movement. Ọlọ́sẹ̀. No movement. No movement. They don't go now. I beg you. Ẹ̀yin kẹ̀ ẹ̀ ní dúró wò. Màálù rẹpẹtẹ. Ẹ gbà mí. Mi ò rí eléyìí o.
So the greatest mistake that Nigeria made was the appointment or election, if you want to call it an election, of Buhari as president. These are the offshoots of the Buhari presidency. What we're going through now, and what we witnessed in that clip as well, those are all offshoots of the Buhari presidency. If we are ever going to recover from it, it's in the hands of God one, and in the hands of the Americans too. So what you just saw there is the offshoots of the Buhari presidency. Right. So we are in the throes of it at the moment, and the Yorubas, they've developed a system now, a fail-proof system to tackle this Fulani insurgency in Yoruba land once and for all. They've developed this now, a very impressive system, I have to say. They've developed this fail-safe system to tackle Fulani insurgency in Yoruba land. Here is them cameoing, test running that system. So this is how the Yorubas are intending to tackle Fulani insurgency in Yoruba land.
Afana. I will sell. Mogani jet out of Kajan beauty window. Boy. So I just move quacker where down the way. My business of work. May say no one. Any quarter tell a walk or team I mean. Quarter to buy mini. You walk on mine, I walk in ya do go there. Was or in ya. Me all like way beyond, or double that means to see you. so ẹnìkan lọ́wọ́ sọ pé àwọn rí àwọn ìmọ̀ kó ń wò mí jọ́nà wọ́n bínú sọgbọ́ àtijọ́ ta wá lé ọ ní ìjọ́ tí wọ́n á lé ọ ní kíní bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí mo fi gba igbó ọwọ́ rẹ̀ dànù wọ́n bínú sọgbọ́ ọ̀rẹ́ jọ ni wá sórí èmi mi sọ wọn àlà.
kò sí ẹnu torí tẹ́lẹ̀ ìwọ kò máa mi náà ni.
ọmọ bóyá ṣé ọmọ Maiduguri náà ni àbí Borno. Kano. Má bínú sọgbọ́ má bínú sọgbọ́ wọ́dà kí ló kọ́ ọ sẹ́ Aliu we are ọ̀kan ni wa we are friend. Now.
So there it is right there. Unbelievable stuff. So that was the Yoruba man right there begging a Fulani man from Kano for trying to stop him from destroying his farm. So he's apologizing to the Fulani guy for him trying to stop the Fulani guy from destroying his own farm. The Yoruba man in Yoruba land is apologizing to a Fulani man for him in a previous incident stopping that Fulani man from destroying both his farm and his brother's farm. So that is the Yoruba strategy now of battling Fulani insurgency. Begging. I'm surprised, and this clip will come out when he will prostrate to that guy eventually. So that's the Yoruba strategy then for battling Fulani insurgency. Emma Benosa, I beg you, sir. Look at that. You know, it's finally over for us. We are finished. It is finally over for us. We are finished. We play the Kegite music, see who turns up.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbese, may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, the excellent Zita. That's Zita right there. Patoski in the house as well. Good to have you, Patoski. So that's what we have so far. Others to join when they're ready. If you feel like joining, please hop on. We start the conversation off. Kick it off with Zita, who was here all the way through. So Zita, good to have you. So now this deal that
Patoski should speak.
All right. Patoski, then this deal that
I don't know what's the topic now.
all right. So somebody has to speak now. So who wants to speak?
I just joined now.
Yes. So do you want to kick it off, Zita, or what are we doing?
He's not speaking.
He said he's just coming into the session, so he doesn't know the. All right. Hopefully you followed a bit longer than Patoski. These are deals that Ribado has struck with the Americans, and it looks as though instead of the Americans coming to drop bombs, they'll be sending the bombs via Ribado. So, what are you making of these deals that is going to give Nigeria a bountiful harvest from the United States?
Who said he's going to give them a bountiful harvest?
That's what the Americans are saying now. They
I
said
don't
they
know
will.
where you got that one from.
I'm getting it from the Americans.
No wahala now. Let's see. But that's not the deal. They're not going to give. Anyway, let me shut up my mouth.
They're not.
Do you
They're
have
not.
another topic?
No, no, no. Well, that's an important.
Because you see, woman, as I said before, the insecurity in Nigeria is much more than what the eyes can see. You see, when somebody said he's going to fight the insurgents, and he says, I'm fighting the insurgency, and you are fighting the people carrying the guns, then you are not serious. You are fighting the action, you are not fighting the root. Anybody who is fighting the actions of those insurgencies in Nigeria is not serious. It's either he's pretending, or he's not serious, or he's trying to deceive Nigerians, or he's clueless. Because the insurgency in Nigeria has reached to the level that doesn't actually need ammunition. Tinubu will not tell me that he doesn't know those who sponsor those people. At least to some extent. Forget about those that are joining them from Sahel. Tinubu will not tell me. I don't even want anybody to say that. They know who they are. Even some of those people carrying out those actions, the DSS know them. They know their houses. They know their family. The military know them. They are not the problem. The problem is the root. And until you uproot the root, if you kill...
The problem, Zeta, is that the root is hydra-headed. The root it rests in criminality, it rests in religion, it rests in ethnicity, and all of these are there's a whole bunch of them that are just criminals out for
No,
ransom.
you
There
are
are expansionists amongst them, there are ethnic jingoists amongst them, and all of these pockets have structures around it.
these things you are saying is the head reasons why those things are happening. Those are the reasons that's not the root I'm talking about. The root I'm talking about is these sponsors. Because even if you kill 10,000 of those boys, those sponsors will get boys. So it's not all about sending Nigerian military for them to go on combat. They kill them, they kill them, they kill them, they buy them, they buy them, they buy them, they buy them. That is not the level Nigeria insecurity is on now. It has passed that stage. The root now is the sponsors. And until those sponsors are either paid, warned seriously, or heavily threatened, that incident will not stop. Now, woman, look at it. Since let's not go further than 2002. Okay, let's come down to 2007, right? Is it not 2007 when Yaradua won the election, right? Let's come down to that. Between that 2007 till date, do you know how many militias that has been paid? That's a lot. And the military men that lost their life too. So why is this still continuing? Why is somebody concentrating on those people when you know they can be replaced? So what is all this shenanigan of fighting insurgency in Nigeria by running helter-skelter, chasing these armed boys with the Western our military and giving military. What was that?
They call it kinetic, non-kinetic, which is a carrot and stick approach. You have to first regain the grounds that these people have gained, and then you have to show the Americans often say it, that you have to demonstrate overwhelming military power in order to subdue these sort of spaces. So
Woman,
you have to
you are trying to
first
pretend that you don't
demonstrate.
understand what I'm saying.
I understand. I understand that you go. What is it? What's that saying? Take off the head and the body will follow. That's essentially what you're saying. Take off the head and the body will follow. But before you are able to get to that head, you have to decimate the body. It's a bit like boxing, isn't it? You work on the body before you apply the knockout punch. What are you saying? That they shouldn't go after these foot soldiers that are nested all over the forestry of Nigeria? They shouldn't go and savage them and ravage them.
Woman, what is wrong in doing both at the same time?
Yeah, that's exactly what they should be doing. Yeah, so I agree with you on that. But they need kits. They need superior firepower, and they need to demonstrate that superiority in firepower, and that is what the Americans are offering.
No, woman, that is not what they're offering. Americans are not offering for you to be giving arms to begin to run helter-skelter. They have told them what they want. Nigerian government,
hold
forget
on.
what you are seeing in the paper. Nigerian government
no, this is the agreement they have with the Americans now. What do you mean forget what I'm seeing with the paper?
Okay, talk rubbish.
Let me give you this. It says at the end of the engagement, the Americans pledged to expand cooperation in intelligence sharing. That's one. Expedite Nigeria's request for defense equipment and consider supplying excess defense articles subject to availability. So those are kits right there. Those are necessary kits. It goes on to say, Washington also expressed readiness to increase humanitarian support to communities in the Middle Belt and assist with strengthening Nigeria's early warning and rapid response mechanisms. So those are the actual punch. That's the actual punch that the country needs in order to assert its sovereignty.
Okay. Woman, you see this thing you said they got for you because they can't get this for me. If in the next 2 weeks, Donald Trump do not tweet one ridiculous thing about Nigeria, then this thing stands. But all I can tell you is that this is not, anyway, never mind. Let me continue with what I'm saying. Woman, they know who is sponsoring them. Those guns have to run dry. Period. You see those bullets? It has to run dry if they have to achieve their end. But as long as those funnel is still flowing heavily, if you like, send 102 million military men to take territory. They're not going to take any territory anyway. So I don't know. They know that they can't. Because number one, they're already infiltrated. So they know they cannot. So why don't you deal with the tunnel and then people who are profiteering from it, so that the strength will reduce? Then you hammer them. Give them the Israeli action. If you are too strong, what Israel does is to block all your routes of your weaponry. The moment they block it, they deal with you mercilessly. Because by the time you do the first one, do the second one, do the third time, they do you 5 times. You don't say you don't get any other thing to fight. But as long as that tunnel is booming. By the way, woman, let me use your medium to say this. Please, you people should tell Nigerian government and top military men to stop sending those young, prosperous military guys into that war front to be died. I beg them in the name of God. Because if they continue like this, we're gonna run out of military. I beg them. They should stop this kangaroo gist. Even before Roberto become the NSA, he knows them. He knows who is doing that. They know them. They're not telling me they don't. Yeah, maybe the number US added. Well, there are some names they must have seen there that are surprising to them. But they know them. They know who they are. Those boys are not getting those arms for free, for with their money.
You're giving the Nigerian security structures a lot of credit to say they know who they are. They only go there to drink tuwo now. They go to the office to drink tuwo and harass everyday people.
No, don't say that about our security men and women. They're well trained.
Why can't I say that? They've been fighting insurgency for 30 years. They've not delivered one big fish in 30 years that this thing has been going on.
You see, one man, you are speaking out of law enforcement. There are times in combat or in situations that it doesn't actually need power any longer. It needs intelligence. The situation in Nigeria doesn't need power. That's what I'm saying. They should stop sending those men and women.
Okay, if you are saying that, then they will know that as well. Because as clever as you are, well, they are not also stupid, at least in that echelon of our structures. So if you are saying that, why has it not happened? Why have they not delivered a big fish in terms of the brains behind the insurgency in Nigeria? You said take the head off, the body will follow. They are military people. They know that if they cut off the source, then it stands them in better stead. So why has that not happened?
Why have not happened? Because they're working hand in hand.
The Nigerian government is in hands with the bandits to slaughter Nigerians.
No. You don't understand what I'm saying. The people who are the sponsors are working hand in hand with top military officers. I'm saying this in your global platform. Is anybody going to slap me? If you call me tomorrow, I will still say the same thing. Even if Nigerian government call me and say, hey, girl, what did you say? I said, you heard me.
Zita, can I chip in something?
Yeah, go ahead.
The point where I even wanted to cut in was when you say they know them. Just like one man said, I think we are giving our security credit for something, too much credit. They don't have the structure to gather the intelligence that they need. That's why they are shouting to America and everything. Look at how long it's taking them to even know how many children were in that school. They had to depend on this principal. And when the man was not coming forward, Bayo Onanuga was saying, look, I don't know why they are not cooperating. We don't have the kind of systems to be able to gather intelligence in that local community. You don't even know how many people are there. So you won't know who is missing, who is not there today. You need to depend on the local. And the locals are not giving you, when they are not giving you the kind of information that you need, it becomes difficult. So the intelligence is the issue. Everybody knows that. But we don't have the system and structure to gather. I'll give you another example.
Patoski, hold on.
Who told you that they don't know the number?
Hold on, Zita. Patoski, your system is very, very quick. It has been over the last few sessions. Maybe you're able to correct something there. But also, what Patoski is saying, Zita, it's very difficult to accept because it's not a new phenomenon that we're going through. Obasanjo was battling the same insurgency. Goodluck Jonathan battled the same insurgency. Yar'Adua battled the same insurgency. Buhari, well, he didn't really battle it. He enhanced it. But this same insurgency in whichever mutation. Yes, it's slightly better now. This same insurgency in whichever mutation has been ongoing since the start of the Fourth Republic, virtually since 1999, we've been combating this thing, and the intelligence, the security structures, they've not delivered one big name to say this is a big name that is a sponsor, a brain behind this thing, not a commander in the field, or like Shekera or something or the other, not some random Bello Toji or whatever, but an actual seismic name. They've not even identified, never mind deliver. And we have defense intelligence, we have the DSS, we have army intelligence, we have so many parastatals and agencies, all of them on big budget, not a single person delivered.
Okay, can I answer you? All the president of Nigeria you called during this time of insurgency, they did not battle it. They instructed. There are two different things. You are instructing the same people who are doing the same shenanigan to go help you sort out this shenanigan. So that's what the president of Nigeria have been doing. All the presidents. The days any of them take a different dimension, you won't believe what will happen. But as long as you gather these people, put them in high positions in the military, and keep instructing them on what to do, you will never get result, period. But let me say this, and I want to put my voice to it. I have said, and I repeat myself again, they should stop this lot of our military men and women. That is one. Secondly, the day you guys will hear that this thing has been reduced to zero or to the lowest minimum or zero, is the day a president will take a different dimension to it, not instructing the people that is doing the shenanigan, profiting from the shenanigan, to go stop the shenanigan.
No,
I think
okay.
I've done justice to that area. Can you give me another?
No. You're still a bit vague in what you're saying, and maybe others want to come
What
in as
is
well.
fake about what I said?
No, because you are saying until the president has to appoint the overseers of these agencies from what is existing already, and what is existing already is already a corrupted system and is bastardized, infiltrated, and all of that.
So,
How does it pivot? Where does it pivot to?
okay, hold on.
Is it
You
not
said
still
what I
within this
said
thing?
was vague.
Yes. You are
What do you
saying
mean by vague?
you said he
Vague
has to take a
in
different
this
direction. In what direction will he
woman.
go?
Let's
Yes.
have a conversation.
No,
You
now
said
I want
something.
you
I
to be a
want
bit
you to
more.
explain to me. What you said, what I said was vague.
Yes.
How was it vague? If I understand the meaning of the word vague.
It's ambiguous and vague as well, because
Okay.
you've described
Do
you've
you know why
described.
you said it's ambiguous?
Yes.
Because probably we didn't understand ourselves.
Right.
Okay. When Obasanjo wanted to stop military coup in Nigeria, what did he do? You said it's the same system that is corrupt. When Obasanjo wanted to stop that same system that is fond of overthrowing every elected official, not only that, they even go as far as overthrowing themselves. Because most times the queue in Nigeria is not queue civilian versus military. Most times it's military versus military. When he wanted to stop it, he retired and retired and retired and retired and ended it with the very young ones that doesn't have such ambition, doesn't even know how those things work. Let me repeat myself again. Since you said I'm vague, the day a Nigerian president decides to do something different, you see this drama that is happening, it's either they see Sheikh Dambroba or they run away. But as long as Nigerian presidents keep instructing the people that do the shenanigans to continue doing, telling them to stop the shenanigans that they are doing, that they profit from, are the engineers, it will never stop. But I'm just scared at the rate as this is spreading. Let me continue being vague. If I have time, you can move me to another topic.
Zita, let me quickly bring it in so maybe you can discuss it. I think one of the reasons why one man said you were vague was because you said that the president would not just give order. So I was wondering, okay, will he go into the combat? Because one of the things that the president needs for decision making is information. You'll be surprised.
I
He
explained
does,
myself when I
they don't
said
have they
those
don't have
president has been ordering. And I explained that they order the
yeah
people that do the
outside the
shenanigan,
order
that handle the
outside the
shenanigan. I didn't just say the order.
yes outside the order. What the president needs to do is if they want to take to another thing, they need information to take decision. And I'll give you examples. Now, some of these terrorism, they are either having foreign financing system, that they have a parallel financing system that is different from what our banking system captures. No terrorist will take his money and go and put in the bank. And when terrorists want to get paid, they don't get paid through bank transfers and all those stuff. So the people that are funding them, they are not going to fund them using Nigeria banking system. They're probably going to fund them using money from their own black market. We all know that the North is a cash driven society. We have people who have every cash in the house. We have people who have every cash in the this thing. If if we have those people, so it's a bit difficult to say, okay, these are the people that are funding them, being able to trail the transactions. If not, you will just be targeting innocent people, and you might just even just buy innocent person for nothing. So the kind of information that they need within foreign support, to me, one of the decisions that we need to take, which I think Buhari took.
Patoski,
Let me just
Patoski.
land this.
Hold on,
One of the
let me
things
say
that
this
they need
before
to
you
take.
land.
Sorry, let me land this one. One of the decisions that they needed to take, which I thought Buhari took at the wrong time, and Emefiele squandered it, was to reduce the amount of cash in circulation, either by currency redenomination or not even currency, by changing the currency. That other guy just bungled it. Those people have cash, a lot of cash, and then de-dollarize Nigerian economy, de-dollarize it. When you de-dollarize it, when you
Okay.
change currency,
Can I say
it
something
has
now?
weakened them financially a little. It's not really going to achieve it so much, but at least you have put a smash on one of the dimension to it, and try to get foreign uh, intelligence. I'll give you another example. Just area picture, the area photo, there's the satellite image of Sambisa. Zoom in satellite image of Sambisa. You need to talk to people like X, that need to talk to people like Elon, need to talk to people like Larry Page and his people in Google and the rest. And those are national security issues. And they need the American government for those companies to even support you as a defense partner. You understand? You need SpaceX, and SpaceX will not say, oh, I'm signing an agreement with Nigeria. You need Donald Trump to give them go ahead to sign such agreement with Nigeria. And that's what this thing can do. People move around that forest now. Don't you
You
know that
see,
just
Oh,
Elon
oh, oh,
satellite
oh,
image camera can pick
let
it?
me respond to you.
all right. Make that response, and then we want to bring talk now, AI, and then Mike into the conversation because the room starts
Uh,
to fill. Yeah.
Patoski, you said something to buttress what I said, but it's like two of us did not understand ourselves. You said they have money, they keep it in the house. And I will ask you this. If you have money to go and act, money to go message for you, let me put it that way. Let me not use the word buy. And you don't get information on how to go and buy that thing. Will that your money work for you? As I said before, a president of Nigeria have to take a different dimension. Number one, their information, their root of information have to be seized. And how do you see it? Fire all these people. Start with the very young military men. That's what Obasanjo did. Fire all of them. Reduce them to nothing. And make sure when you sack them, you put a mpo inside their mouth. That information has to cease. And until that channel of bullet is moving and that information is moving, there is nothing you people are saying here that will work. I rest my case.
All right, brilliant. Let's bring let's bring talk now into the conversation. AI and then Mike joins us as well. So talk now. We even have a whole a bunch of topics, but this particular one it portends good news that the Americans are looking to kit up Nigeria to fight insurgency.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, it's a very good thing. I mean, they've agreed the framework, but when you look at it, it's a non-committal framework. If you read the details of it, so what that means is that it's not a 100% commitment. It's not a binding commitment. So it's a floating agreement in that sense. So if you check the next paragraph, you will see further details of that. So this has always been happening when it comes to agreements, but this one looks like we are returning back the intelligence sharing. I think they stopped sharing intelligence during the Chibok period. There was some form of, I think, intelligent leakage between Nigeria and the United States, and that kind of breached the agreement that they had. So I think the United States stopped that way earlier. It's a very good thing for them to come back. And I heard, I think the earlier speaker talking about the government exactly knowing the people. To a reasonable extent, I'm not sure they really know the people. The problem with Nigeria is we run a borderless northern, our northern border is open. Within the is it Lake Chad Basin, you will see different villages. If you go to the farm there, close to that place, you're already in Niger, or you're already in Chad. Come to this other side, you have villages. So you have villages. A village can be divided between Niger or Chad and Nigeria. So it's almost borderless. So, and it's a wide area. So that is one of the key challenges of Nigeria. That's why you see people, different people pouring in, different ammunitions pouring in. There's no control. So I think at this point, the intelligence sharing is key. That is very good. But I know that they had 3 different agreements. The second one is the equipment one. That will take a while. We are not talking about a year plus, but that will take a while. So the third one will most likely, they want to talk about article training and stuff. Those are just normal processes. So hopefully this brings out the results, but it's not cast in stone. It's not binding on the 2 countries. It's kind of floating at this point based on this news that we see here. Right now, I'm still disappointed that the president has not appointed an ambassador yet. I mean, it's really disappointing. I don't know what strategy they are using. Clearly, their strategy is not exactly working at the moment. There's a lot of complacency. There's a lot of loopholes all over the place. It's looking as if they are not properly structured, and it's unfortunate. There are certain things that they should have done by now. Let's even assume it was a fundamental mistake not appointing ambassador.
We're not even seeing any sense of urgency in terms of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean,
The fact that Tinubu has not made a national broadcast, it still continues to rankle me.
I'm not really concerned about the national broadcast. Maybe talking to Nigerians, question and answer, that's fine. Broadcast, I'm not exactly sure. We are not at war yet. But we've been exposed. Like, look at the House of Assembly, a House of Rep member discussing Nigeria, exposing us. I don't know how we look at it. I mean, on a good day, the ambassador is the chief lobbyist for that country, is the representative of the president for that place. I don't know what they are doing. I don't know what strategy they are using, but right now, they are not doing too well. NSA is meeting pit exit between NSA of United States, NSA of Nigeria. Those are they are still lower levels. Those are the, military kinetic discussions. Those are still lower levels. There are some high power level that still needs to be agreed. There will be economic discussion that will come in between this. So it's still looking kind of flat. It's not exactly concrete. Well, a walk of 1,000 miles begins with a step. It's a good move. They are making moves, which is fine. But I think they are slow. I think they are not strategic. I'm not sure. Maybe I might be wrong, but I don't think they are strategic. I don't think they are clear, and it seems
they have not given us anything to invest confidence in the Nigerian government.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Both in action or in language, they've not shown us that they have any plans, any concept of how to get to grips with. There's nothing that we can say. This is what they are doing, and this is there's all we hear are incidents after incident, and then they'll tell us that they've rescued people, not made arrests. It's just ludicrous and it's just pathetic.
The challenge is, it seems you are not learning. Someone gave an analogy that this happened to Goodluck Jonathan. So what have we learned? That's the question. What have we learned? I mean, they are talking about state policing and things like that. How has the House of Assembly, how has he expedited these issues? What are the discussions having in the House of Assembly? Have they even called the Chief of Army Staff in the House of Assembly discussing some of these matters? Some things are just there. There's no clear direction. Now, I'm over here.
And there's nobody that you can invest confidence in the system as well. Talk now. Tinubu doesn't look as though he has a clue. Nuhu Ribadu looks even more clueless than Tinubu. The army general, he's not even saying anything. In fact, I was even hearing him saying they want to start conscripting young Nigerians into the army. Nobody wants to join the army. It's just they are ill-equipped, bereft of idea, just rudderless, clueless, just blundering all the way through. It's quite scary when you pause to reflect on it. It's quite dangerous.
Yeah, but maybe they know what they're doing, but it's just that it's not reflecting in the news we are hearing and what we are hearing. The only thing I saw as good news later this evening was they have stopped this mobility of cows all over the place. I think they said they put a stop to that. They just gave
No, they reversed that statement.
They reversed it. So
yes.
Here we are. So then another thing is, I think the Southwest governors meeting and having a discussion around security, and I think they came up with some updates around, I think, Ogun State governor. I don't know, that news was not clear to me. I think in the area of some Ijebu area, Remorse area, they said they had some Fulani, some people had some settlements that they need to dismantle those settlements, putting up structures and stuff like that. I think the Southwest is trying to put up something, but the North Central, nothing is going on there. So I think Tinubu needs to do more. I think they are overwhelmed. Now, I might be wrong. I think they are overwhelmed. I think we need more concrete agreements. what we read in that news is not, it's just a framework, but it is not binding on the two countries. They need to come up with something concrete, something that citizens will be excited about, something that makes a difference. As of now, it's just looking flat at the moment.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. I want to hear from you on Sheikh Gumi as well. But before we get to Sheikh Gumi, we've still got AI waiting. Mike as well. Mike, check the private chat as AI speaks, and then we'll make our way to you. So AI, it's just the Nigerian question. There's nothing that indicates that we're anywhere near out of the woods anytime soon. AI.
Yeah, I just think this is all grammar. That's what it is. Doesn't really mean anything. What does it mean that they have agreed on a cooperation and a framework? It doesn't really. For me, it's just grammar. I don't see anything. I don't make anything out of the news. It's just they just dress the language to say, oh, we're still in discussions. We've come to some sort of memorandum of understanding. Like someone said, it's non-binding. Like I don't see anything. Like Madam Zita mentioned, the truth is that the government does know who the sponsors are, but for some reason they don't want. I don't know. For some reason, I don't know why. They just don't want to take the necessary actions.
Do you want to
Especially from
speculate as to what those reasons might be? Do you think they might find those people too powerful to take on?
I'm thinking I can't really speculate as to why. It might be for political reasons. It might be for political reasons. That's the only thing I could think of. Apart from that, I don't know why else they would want to say, because when you look at it, Jonathan, when he was president, mentioned that sponsors of Boko Haram were amongst the government, the what's it called, the state apparatus, basically. So, executive, judiciary, legislative, that sponsors were across. Buhari himself, he had. I remember at the time, his AG, I forgot what's his name, Attorney General of Federation, I think it's Malami, came out on TV and said that they have the name of the Boko Haram sponsors, but they don't want to release it. And they don't want to. So they knew that. Even I think it was about a few years ago in the UAE. The UAE arrested, and I think they charged, even the UAE in collaboration with the US charged like 6 Nigerian individuals for terrorism financing. Those people definitely know who the sponsors are, and they actually, some of them, I think a few of them are actually 7 life imprisonment in UAE, and then one of them, I think 2 of them got 10 years in prison, and then they got deported back to Nigeria. So they're going to be deported back to Nigeria after their sentence, basically. So the names are there, I just don't know what Tinubu is doing, and I don't know why I don't know if they're afraid, and that's why I agree with Madam Zita. I think this requires an unconventional approach. I don't know whether it's going to be something like a Gestapo where you have to create like your own specific intelligence units, where it's like just only a few people that you can really trust to disseminate information, and just, in the middle of the night, go and capture all these sponsors, especially those that are within government or within the either legislative, executive, or judiciary arm of government. I think that's the best approach to start off with, because those sponsors are the ones that are bankrolling these terrorists. They're the ones that are keeping the lights on for this terrorist, because terrorists, they need money in order to do this. So once you're able to cut off that supply of money, then it becomes the issue of, okay, how do you take care of the other things like the logistics that fall into place, and how do you attack from? I think it has to be a multi-directional attack, but I just don't know what the government is thinking. I just don't know. Like for me, it's not making sense.
Do you have any confidence that the government is able to resolve this anytime, even in the medium or long term? Never mind in the immediate. Is there
Actually,
anything?
something I
Is
haven't
there?
thought about
Yeah.
as well. Given what's going on across West Africa, I don't know why the West African countries haven't come together to solve the insurgency crisis across, because there can be an intelligence share, because these terrorists, they migrate between countries, right? Between Nigeria, between Mali, between Burkina Faso, they migrate. So there's definitely some sort of relationship between. So I would expect, those countries, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Nigeria, to collaborate, similar to what happened with ECOMOG when they took over, when they went to Liberia and I think Sierra Leone, or it was just Liberia. I'm expecting to see that level of cooperation, because I think once they come together and they kind of, I feel like they can solve this insurgency issue working together, as opposed to working individually in the different countries, because you could see that it's not working individually. No one country has been successful in tackling insurgency. So I think it's high time the Nigerian government, but then I understand, because the Sahel states, alliance, they probably have a frosty diplomatic relationship with the Nigerian government, given what happened with ECOWAS and how, they did that. Tinubu actually allowed for an economic blockade, basically. So that's a challenge, But I think there should be some sort of cooperation within the states.
Oh, all right, brilliant. I have to say I agree with you with pretty much most of what you're saying. But like you said, it's all grammar. Still, tomorrow we'll still hear news of something similar again. Hopefully not. But Mike, what are you making of the state of play? Tinubu not showing any competency to handle these matters.
Tinubu has shown that the guy really disappointed me. All of them. I'm talking. I'm on the show. Well, there's a saying. They say if you want to hide anything from a black man, you just put it inside of a book. Inside book. It's like all these things that's going on. The solutions are they're in so many books. And all these years, no Nigerian, none of them, all the leaders have read any book to see solution. Just the past few months, few books I've read, the kind of things I'm like, wow. Because there's so many things, there's nothing that's happened that hasn't happened somewhere in the past or in places. Even I read a book about 200 years ago when the American Revolution. So many books I read, and I'm seeing solutions to Nigeria. I'm like, dude, there are solutions here. People, they'll show you what happened, how they're able to solve it, strategy they use, they break the psychological warfare. There's so many books out there. And our leaders don't read them because obviously they haven't even have a clue. They haven't made any inch of progress. That means they haven't been reading any books. Even the soldiers, the generals, they don't read books. They just go to the NDA. That's the last education they receive. The same way Nigerian, once they get their bachelor's degree, they don't read further about their discipline. They don't read anymore. They don't collect degree and they read again. So that's what I think is going on. Like, I look at this thing that's going on. I'm like, wow, there's so many. Okay, first of all, 50% of warfare is psychological. You understand? Now, there's a saying that problems equals opportunity, right? So you have a security problem. Why don't you use it as opportunity for Nigerians to become rich or make money? If the bandit can think and use that strategy, your government cannot use that strategy. The bandits are giving poor Nigerians opportunity to join them and come and be rich. Why don't you create opportunity for Nigerians to be part of the solution and be rich or make money? All you have to do is, hey, if you can contribute to the solution of the problem, there's financial reward, money reward. If you can even produce weapon, or if you can produce anything, or if you can produce intelligence, if you can draw idea of how to do this, there's money. Put a bid out there, work with the people. That's called using the immune system to solve the problem. The immune, like in your body, when you want to solve disease in your body, you work with your immune system, right? You boost your immune system to kill that problem. The Nigerian population are the immune system of the Nigerian states. Those are the people you need to work with, your people, to solve the problem. You don't ignore talking to your people and you're going to be talking to Americans. It's like a sick man giving medicine to another man to cure the disease out of his body. It's the Nigerian population that will wipe the problem out. Everybody, from the psychologists to the sociologists to the individuals to the tailor to everybody. You work with your population to solve your internal problem and use it as opportunities to make money. If you have any solution, come and get paid. If any solution, whether it's snitching, telling, whether it's a strategy, what anything, put money, put a bid out there for Nigerian people to make money. If you can solve any of this, if you have any way you can contribute to the solution, you get paid. That's the step the Nigerian state should have been doing all this while. Someone like me has been reading books about all these things. I don't go Nigeria and say, come, look, this is what you need to do. Stop, don't spend 200 million on to Kanu jet. That 200 million can buy 100,000 50 caliber rifle and Pantone zoom cameras and set it up in secret spots in every perimeter of every local government, where you know that if someone is going to come into this community, they have to try through this road and set up secret Pantone camera there and the 750 caliber rifle and have people secretly mounting them. So whenever this happens, no one is escaped. There's so many solutions, so many ideas. But you know, they just like Mumu. They go to fire generals. They replace them with another dumb general. Those ones are just there to collect salary. I'm like, guy, go and look for people that have brain, that know something. People that like to read books, they have idea, they have sense. So come and solve your problem. Your problem. They believe so the only solution to solving violent problem is using violent only, meaning sending army to go and shoot. You sending army to go and be chasing shadow all this while. No, use the brain. 90% of the solution right now is with brain, not with guns. It's the brain that will solve it. Call people that have brains, people that read books that know something, or task people to go and read books, or hire some people to read a bunch of books and they'll be drawing solutions for you. Your leaders are not serious, man. These guys are morons. They don't read books. The black man does not read book. That's the problem. Solutions are in books, but they are hiding. They can't find it.
Mike, you may be surprised that a lot of them might well be well read. They
have degrees. They have degrees. Well, Nigeria was this phone is more read. So you have degree in economic, or you have degree in medicine, and you start reading and you're talking good. And, I'm smart. I'm read. No, you're not read. A read person read books all his life.
Yes, and I think they do as well. In fact, that's probably one of the requirements of medicine, that you have to continuously update. And I think it's part of the requirement. They are constantly on trainings. India, everywhere, Israel, they're all over the place being trained all the time. Especially the decision-making echelons. Yeah.
There's a difference between only reading about discipline and just generally a reader. You understand? Generally a reader, like literally, like me, when I see something about society, what first thing I do is go and dig for books about that relate to that problem. You understand? That's what you call a reader. I don't just only read books about my discipline. When I want curious about what's going on about something and I want to see what I can do about it, the first thing I do is go and dig for books that relates to it, or dig sometime in history or places where the thing has happened before and it was solved, and the people that solved the problem wrote books about how they solved it. And then you go and read their book and you begin to see something there. Those are who you call readers. You know, you can't tell me that because someone is still reading book about his discipline. Tinubu is probably still reading book about what's it called, accounting, instead of right. And he said, no, right now as a president, you're supposed to be digging books and then find those books and then get some people and say, guys, read all these books and tell me what you can find inside it that relates to solving this problem. That's what you're supposed to be doing. That's what you call a leader. You don't have to do the reading. Just hire people to do the reading and tell you what they find from it. And I don't think our leaders have been doing that at all. They haven't been doing that because all these years haven't make an inch of it's the same thing. They just say, call the security chief, say, okay, go and solve it and come back. And then everybody just repeat the same thing. Even all these Nigerians on platform, they don't read books because all of them are saying the same thing for the past 5 years. Fulani, is this thing, they're just repeating the same thing. If you've been reading book, you'll be saying something different at least by now.
Well, if the problem really remains the same, I'm not quite sure that people will say something different. I was going to say something today. Yes, what we usually get, we saw this a lot under Buhari, is that when you have some incident, they'll say, oh, the president was met with the security chiefs and he gave them their marching orders.
Marching orders.
So, and then another round of incidents will happen, and then the news again is almost as though they just lift it from the last one and paste it in the next one. They say, "Oh, the government." Then they will show you photos of Tinubu sitting on a round table with all these fat generals, and then they will tell you that he has given them their marching orders. Only for next week, the same incident will happen again. So enough of the marching orders. Maybe they should start marching now. It's just
Mr. One
You
Man.
that want to give order, you yourself supposed to know what you want to order them to go and do. You
Mr.
understand?
One Man, do you know what I just thought of? I think a solution to, well, not a solution, but
so sorry, Mike, check the DM now. So carry on. Sorry.
yeah, I think something that Tinubu might want to consider would be to call a state of emergency in all northern states, basically. And this might be very controversial, but he should probably put an economic blockade or embargo on all northern states. Like basically all the borders of the north from non-middle belt, above middle belt, all the way to further north, all those borders should be blocked, basically. I think he should create an environment such that it will lead to northerners within to turn against their fellow northerners, to out those people that are in the communities who support these bandits and terrorists. Because once you contain, it's kind of similar to what's going on. I don't like what's going on in Palestine, but it's kind of similar to what's going on. Obviously, I wouldn't want innocent people to be harmed in this, but I think once you create a very stifling environment such that it makes people turn, especially the community, turn against themselves and out those people, I think maybe the military or the powers that be would have more success in quenching this insurgency.
All right. All right. I'm not sure we've heard from Patoski yet, although he was interjecting. Zita, Pato, are you there? All right. If we don't have Patoski, so check your email, Mike. If we don't have Patoski, maybe we want to pivot to Sheikh Gumi, who is now the spokesperson now. Actually, before we pivot to Sheikh Gumi, Tinubu is also ordering 24-hour area surveillance of the hotspots of the insurgency at the moment, Kwara, Kebbi, and a little bit of Niger State. So he wants those spaces under constant monitoring. You wonder why that's not been the case all the way through. If Nnamdi Kanu shows remorse, I will push for his amnesty. So now the new spokesperson of the IPOB space, no less a figure, Sheikh Gumi. Who wants to take that on? Sheikh Gumi advocating on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu.
I don't know why they have not jailed that. They have not captured that man yet.
I don't know why they've not captured him either. You know,
they're supposed to arrest that man a long time ago and put him behind bars. Maybe him and Nnamdi Kanu should be sharing room together.
Is that not what we were just talking about? That there are certain characters that seem to be above the law in that country, and that Sheikh Gumi certainly one of them. He seems to be above the law. He's right there rubbing our faces in it, and nobody is either showing any willingness or capacity to do anything.
Maybe it's because that they feel that if they capture him, he will expose all the sponsors. Maybe he has all the information, like Epstein, of who all the sponsors are, who are all the major people in the Nigerian society that are sponsoring terrorism. Maybe that's why they haven't captured him yet.
Or maybe they're just afraid of him. That's probably more. You don't have the sense that they're afraid of him.
Afraid of him?
He's a powerful sheikh now that commands a lot of Islamic followership.
Yeah, he does.
And he also has deep connections within banditry and insurgency.
He was in the military before, right?
He was once upon a time. Somebody actually brought out a black and white photo of him in the military.
No wonder. Man, I don't know what to say. I just, for me, one of the questions I ask myself is, what discussions are the Emirates having within themselves in the north when it comes to this insurgency problem? You know,
And why has the Sultan of Sokoto not come out?
so I've not heard anything. That Sultan of Sokoto is the disappointment. God rest his soul, the late Sultan, even before this one, the one that died in the air crash. What was the name of that?
Is it Macedo or something like that?
Yes, he spoke heavily against. He would have never left insurgency. He was like a fervent. He was against insurgency. You know, he was a very strong. He was completely against it. Even the late Emir of Kano, Ado Bayero as well. Both of them, they were both against insurgency, and they spoke fervently against it. So it's sad that I'm seeing this current Sultan of Sokoto and Sultan of Sokoto, and he's not saying anything. He's just quiet. You know, it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
Do you think it's complicit? Because all of my instinct tells me that a lot of this insurgency still traces to the Sultan of Sokoto. I think it may be a lot more involved than we know.
The Sultan of Sokoto is I think, is a descendant of Usman Danfodio.
Mm.
So, yeah, that's your.
It wants to complete grandpa's mission, Abi.
Mm-hmm.
Now, wow.
So that's the answer to your question regarding. But yeah, just curious. What is the Emir of Kano saying? What is the Sultan of Sokoto saying? What is the
The Emir of Kano is a lot more frontal. He is not also critical of that. That's Lamido Sanusi, former CBN. So he's not frontally critical of that area, but he does run commentaries sometimes, but is not frontally critical of that area. But this Sultan of Sokoto, anytime he makes a statement, it's just some banal, nondescript, difficult to pick anything out of sort of statement.
Even the other emirs, the Emir of Bichi, Emir of Rano, I haven't heard them say anything.
Even the Shehu of Borno,
Yeah.
which is at the epicenter of all these things. You know Boko Haram, they are Kanuri people, so even these people are involved.
Yeah. I heard that I think they released news that Tinubu met the Sultan of Sokoto, like I think that was about a few weeks ago. That he invited the Sultan of Sokoto to the villa.
No, I think the Sultan of Sokoto actually went. When the Americans first started saber rattling, the Sultan of Sokoto went to Aso Rock Villa. Maybe people suggested so much that that's to clear his name. We can see your comments, Anderson. There it is right there. So don't worry, your comments are showing. But you know, it's quite a thing, you know. We just seem to be looping round in circles. Nothing of meaning. It's just, my God, man. There is, you know, I'm afraid to go to Nigeria now. I'm not quite sure if I go to Nigeria. I will never step foot outside of Lagos.
I was supposed to go December, but I canceled my trip because I'm like, Nigeria.
And Dirty December is dead, by the way. They forget who is going to come and do Dirty December in Lagos.
The people are still saying they're going. I advised some of I told them, I beg, don't go. You guys don't know what is going on.
The Fulanis have a present for them. Oh God.
Somebody was telling me like, oh, Lagos is protected. I said Lagos is not protected from anything. If they can get to Kwara, if they can get to Ekiti State, before they will still gradually make their way to Ogun State. As soon as they reach Ogun State, that's when you know it's done for. Even in Abuja, there are some parts of Abuja, like outskirts of Abuja, like Gwari, Gwagwalada, like all those outskirts area, they're also there as well. So it's like, what do you want to do?
Wike says is beefing up security in. They will still touch Abuja in some form, you know, because they're now looking for high impact international news making, you know, incidents. So you know that's what we're seeing with all of these school children and all that. But you know, when we get closer to the elections, they will impact Abuja certainly, probably even impact Lagos too.
Yeah, I don't understand what is going on.
Yeah, it's okay for you not to understand, though, but it's not okay for Tinubu not to understand. But he's not showing any indication that he does understand.
That's what I was expecting. I was expecting him to take, like, for example, I keep harping on this. I don't know why, but
I think he doesn't know what he's doing. No, the
he's.
way things are.
I feel like
Yeah,
he doesn't trust that. He doesn't trust anybody
he
in his
doesn't know
administration.
what to do. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Did you hear that in Egbe that those people are now using chemical weapons?
Which
The
people are using
insurgents.
chemical weapons?
This
Insurgents.
yeah.
Chemical weapons from where?
Yes, they got chemicals together before they go and kidnap or whatever. They just spray the air and sedate the people
Ha.
in the
That
night
sounds a bit
without
far
noise.
fetched. So that sounds a bit
Yeah,
far
that's
fetched.
what that one. I don't know about that
Uh,
one. Though.
They say they
is
caught some of them
it not still the same Fulani bandits? So
that they just sedate the people and then no noise, no shooting, nothing, and they will just take them.
So, are you
What I'm
telling me
saying is that
that?
they are getting more sophisticated
So, I
every
have a
day,
question, one
and the
man. Are
government
you
seems
telling?
not to know what it's doing.
So, are you telling me as well that DMI is also compromised as well? The DMI, the military intelligence.
are we not safe in that assumption when we're not seeing any indication of function from
Because
We
them?
don't
DMI is
have
one of the most,
we
like,
don't
when it
have
comes to
what it
military
takes.
intelligence.
That's the problem. We don't have what it takes. You see, there are some in fact, you see negligence. When they tell people, say, make una do this, make them rule well, when they misbehave, they don't know. You see, negligence over time. Can you imagine somebody commits a crime in Nigeria today, in Sokoto? He can come to Lagos and join the police, and they won't know. That's the kind of thing that is happening. He can come to Lagos and join the police, and they won't know. So when they say build this infrastructure, build this one, do BVN, do this one, let us have national identity, let us have social security number.
It's
Those are
all
the
for the
kind of
south, it's not
things.
for the north.
It's all for the south, not for the north. So when somebody commits a crime, it becomes very difficult. Do you have a database to test fingerprint against? Assume you get to a crime scene now, like that church, and just try and gather some fingerprint samples or whatever and
Question I
test
ask.
it. You have a
Database.
database.
How do
Yeah,
you,
no.
how do
We
you
have a
tackle?
database now. We have a
How do
So how
you?
database
can't
now.
Yeah, we have a
how long
database.
is it going to take us to build those kind of things? Everything is politics. Everything. When you say we need to do electronic sensors, they will start saying, hey, they want to. That's I don't know what kind of people we have over
But
there, and
okay, you have to understand that Nigeria, the problem is that Nigeria has they've never been committed to nation building. It's like they're still trying to figure whether they are, what Nigeria should be Nigeria. They haven't sorted out. If most Nigerians, they are still stuck in 1960 something.
You know, the funny thing
They
about
haven't
that
got to the
nation
point where they
building.
accept that okay, we have a country to build, we have a nation to build.
The funny
Nation
thing about
building
that
has
nation
never
building.
been that in the mind of whether the leaders
That
or the
the funny thing
that's
about
why
that.
every time we talk, we are talking ethnic rubbish.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the funny thing about nation building, because I took the time to go back in history and to see like what went on between like the premiers and everything. So I ended up learning that Awolowo at the time, actually in the constitution, he wanted to put a clause for secession, basically, that if anything was to happen, the Southwest would be able to secede, or
yeah,
each
the
region.
leaders back they were committed to region building, not nation.
But
Not committed to
the
Nigeria.
person that blocked it from happening was actually Azikiwe, that blocked that from happening because he wanted Nigeria to be one indivisible unit, which is ironic.
No,
Which is very ironic.
playing games, man. What he says and his actions were completely opposites. Go and look at
Which
every
makes me
his entire
think that
move was
Awolowo
It
would have been
was
the best
also
president that Nigeria had.
AI. It was also Aguye Rossi that created this federal system, which expands the irony even more. If only Nnamdi Kanu was born earlier, or Ojukwu was there, but if only Nnamdi Kanu was able to explain to them that no, this is not what we want. We want our own country. But guys, I'm going to let you guys carry on the conversation. You've got Mike there. Patoski is there as well. So you guys just shut it down when you're done. Just talk amongst yourself. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. But yeah, I find that I feel like Awolowo would have probably been the best president Nigeria had, actually.
I don't know. Maybe, well, I don't. Maybe in some areas, but I'm not sure if that nation building thing was something any of those guys were committed to back then. Yeah. To me, I can't really look at those people and even look at Nigeria and say it's really. Because when I look at Yugoslavia, man, our situation was even. It's even like worse than Yugoslavia in
Yugoslavia.
terms of the ethnic composition and that were put together to be one. Because those ones couldn't handle it, man. Even though Yugoslavia was progressing, they still couldn't keep it together, man. They had to they couldn't commit to that nation building. They had to split into eight countries or six. So it's very difficult, man. When you bring different people of different big territory, big empires together, you take a time before they can commit to that idea
This
of that
thing, I
one.
just hope it's not going to be what will break up Nigeria. Because, okay, let's give ourselves some example now. America wants to help us. They get to a crime scene, blah, 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 blah. They wounded some soldiers, they connect DNA. They say, okay, we have gathered some information for you. This is their DNA samples. Can you try and get it? Where would that be effective? Nothing. They can't use it. So we need to just depend on locals. Oh, locals, yeah, Sukura where they sell bread. I could tell you, say, this person is here yesterday. He'll be one of those people. Where they go, if they follow these people. And when you take them to court, other than witness and other this thing, there are really no tangible evidence to convict them. So then, yeah, they don't know what then they do. They don't know what then they do. If you know if you govern, come out there. They know the same person. No, by force.
Nigerian system.
Come out there.
System is a system. You just say, okay, hey, if you want to become if you want to hold a political position or any position in government, just come and apply or just come in. Just come in. Anyone can come in. So everybody see that place as a place where Omo can just enter there. So everybody that wants to go there, they are going there to go and succeed. Meaning financial financial breakthrough. So become rich. That's it. That's how the Nigerian system is designed. That's what the system is basically. So it's just designed that hey, come in and win election and enter the air, and that's it. And that's all. You understand? So there's not really a platform. There's no nation building ideology. Your system is designed vision where you come in, you know that you are coming here and something you're supposed to do is already set. You understand? So you have no choice to get there and get to work.
But we never have any visionary leaders to even begin with. There's no visionary leaders. That era of visionary leaders is gone.
Even the people themselves, they don't have that committed mind to Nigeria nation building because everyone is just more of where I'm from. So when election comes, we are not thinking about we have to get people together to go up there and go and develop Nigeria. That's not the mindset of most Nigerians. Maybe there may be few ethnic group people that think like that from the minority area, but that's not the mindset of larger ethnic groups because it's more like we're in competition. Every election is more like a competition. My guy or your guy. Or everything that happens in Nigeria, where someone does up there, it's like we tie to an ethnic group. You understand? When a president rules, they will say, these people have ruled. That's where we talk. When, these people have ruled. As if it's the entire group that went there to rule. That's the way we talk. So it's like our mind is not really into, okay, we have a nation, we are trying to build it, we're trying to advance. That's not where we are. That's not where we are mentally. The people's mind is almost, we exist with some strangers and we are all here. We don't like each other. We don't trust each other. We are competing for, the thing we're even competing for is just ego, to be honest. Because when you are fighting for your tribe man to enter there, it's just for your ego, man. It's just to prove to the other guys, say, cool, you see my tribe, we don't defeat your tribe. That's what it is, man. It's not really like when your tribe man enter there, it's gonna, it's there to really change anything or anything. That's not the reason why we all support the politician we support. It's more like we are competing. So that's what Nigeria is. We are competing. We have historical event that we're still holding against each other. So it's really not, we are not there mentally, the people ourselves. So if you yourself, your mind is not in the right place, how can you put the right people there for you to rule you? So the leader can be just as good as the people. So to me, that we have a long way to go. At this point, I just think people, since you are so into your region, people should just focus on their territory and start organizing themselves there and figure a way to advance their territory. I think to me, that's the best thing people can be doing right now. Because the idea of saying you want to convince everybody else to be on the same page and let's focus on
But
building.
Mike,
You have a long
the
way to go,
limit,
man.
Mike, the constraint about that is that when one region now, when we say go to your region, when one region is trying to develop or trying to do something that to protect its people, and people from the other region are tying their hand. Look at Amoteco and other structure, for example. When they say the Southwest State Police, some northern states are the ones that are saying no. If the Southwest or the Southeast want state police, why should some other people now say no, you can't get it? If you
I don't
want to
believe.
be vulnerable, that's your problem.
Do you have evidence that other people are saying no? You can't.
Yeah, no, some northern governors are saying no. And mind you, this thing
Who
has
said
to
name
go
them?
to the state assemblies also.
I'll be honest with you, Patoski. To be honest with you, a lot of things we say we want, we are not serious about it. Because when we start to have the conversation about it, instead of talking about it, we'll be talking about other people. That's what we
So,
do.
so
Before we'll be
the
talking about other people. Before we even propose, we are already accusing other people or stopping it. All we care about is just to express disdain for other people. That's what it is, man. Because I used to think that thing. They would tell me, the reason we are not doing this here is because of the Hausas. They would tell me after a while, I started really looking at the facts and everything. I'm like, dude, these Hausas are not thinking about you. They are not holding your hand. They are not stopping you from advancing in your region. They are not stopping you from becoming funny scientific research in your region. They are not stopping you. They're really not. Even most of the things you say you want, you haven't even asked. You're already accusing them of stopping you.
no, Mike.
That's what we do. I'm telling you.
The issue with
Have you put the bill on the floor that
no,
the
they
Northern
did.
that they voted against?
Buhari, okay, during Buhari's time, they did. The
They
likes
put it
of
on the floor
El
for state
Rufai,
police. The Northern governor voted against it.
they voted against it. Yes, the likes of El Rufai voted against it. The Northern
There
governors.
was a vote that was cast.
So this is the
Hold
way.
on. Answer the question. There was a vote that was cast.
They cannot pass it to the House of Assembly if the governor does not support. You know the way it works.
Oh my God! So it takes governor to get anything. To get anything to the floor.
The governors' forum met about it. They voted on it. The Northern governor said a loud, unrepentant no to it.
No.
They could not move forward with it. Here's the process, so you understand it.
There's really no evidence. This thing you're telling me is something you heard from somebody else.
No, it was held. There was a meeting that was held about it.
They didn't have official vote.
No, they had a
conversation. Forum. And you were in the room with them when they had it. Or someone
it's in the news. That's not something.
Okay, Arise News, all those guys. Okay.
It's in the news. That's not.
We are not serious. If you really want something for your region, honestly, I've never seen any region that really when Southwest when Amoteco so bad, they got it at the end. Even if one or two guys from the north spoke rubbish, they still got it. If you want something so bad, you get it. If you want something so bad for your region, you will get it.
So here is the problem.
Nobody, no region, really, they're not serious.
Mike, sorry, Jare, talk now.
Let's stop blaming
Mike, sorry. The Amoteco that Southwest wanted is not what they got.
Yes, exactly. That's not what
that was not what they wanted.
What are you talking about, man?
It's a package one.
Mike, you not for Nigeria. You were not aware that time. It was
like to give excuses and
it was in the news. It was in the news.
Okay, Tinubu is there now. Tinubu is there now.
Was against everybody was.
Okay, wait. Tinubu is there now. Okay, give us the real Amoteco now. Give us. Okay, what's the excuse?
So
now?
they need Tinubu cannot just say go ahead.
They need to go to the National Assembly. Wait, hold on. Who did you?
There are procedures. For example,
calm down. Who did you need? Who did you need to get the fake Amoteco that you got? Who did you need?
To get Amoteco armed to get
Hold
Amotekun to
on
be able
now.
to
You're not answering
acquire
my question. You said
the kind of okay. Let's start from this. The kind of
who did you
Amotekun.
need to get the first Amotekun? Who
Hold
gave you
on,
their first
hold
Amotekun?
on, hold on, hold on.
No,
The kind of
just focus on what I'm asking you. Don't try to
Mike, wait now,
muddy it up.
wait. You are not prosecuting me now, so we are
I'm
having a
not.
discussion.
But the thing about you guys, you don't like to engage.
No,
You like
wait now,
go post.
wait.
Go ahead. Go
The
ahead.
Amotekun they wanted
Mm-hmm.
was like a standing force that
Mm-hmm.
will be almost as armed as the military, get proper military training and stuff like that. It was not going to go through. The Attorney General was against it. The Commander-in-Chief was against it. And for them to get that, they need to go through the National Assembly and go through the State Assembly. Even if they go through the National Assembly and they succeed, when it gets to the state assemblies in the north, it will crash because
Wait.
of
Okay, I get it now. So this
it would have
process.
crashed.
Wait. The
So
process would. But before you go
now
further,
the
let's.
RCC,
Okay, finish.
now the RCC, Tinubu is also in support. The House Southern governors, but the Northern governor, a large number of them are still not buying into it. That's the challenge.
Okay,
Look at what they
wait.
did with that tax bill.
Okay, you spoken now. Calm down. So the process for you to get the Amotekun you wanted, right, was for the Attorney General to agree, for the Commander-in-Chief to agree, and who else? For
It's going to be a major amendment too
okay,
in the
so
act.
calm down. Okay, so the first one you got, who approved it? How did you get it? Was he who approved it?
You don't need special approval for those ones now.
Who approved it now?
It's
Who?
like
Just tell who
vigilante
approved.
now.
Who?
You don't need special approval for those ones now.
You say?
You don't need special approval for those ones now. It's like
Okay,
vigilante.
which approval did you need to get that one?
You don't need special approval for you to
I'm
carry.
asking you, how did you get that
Hold
one? It's
on,
a simple
Mike.
question now.
You don't need a special approval. You can do that at your
What
state
is the special
and get.
approval?
Hold
Okay, what
on,
did you
hold
need? Which
on,
approval?
Mike. You can.
We are not
What they
serious. Let's
have
be honest.
now,
We are not serious. We are not
Mike.
serious as the people.
What
We
they
just
are
not.
you ready
The thing
to?
is, we blame. We like to
Oh,
point finger at another
okay.
man
You
for our
think they
problem.
are not? You think those governors don't want it to?
Listen,
When Rotimi Akeredolu
and
was
this thing is, I think, it's in a black man's head. It's not only in Nigeria when I'm having conversation, even with black Americans, when I'm having conversation with them about their problem, they find everything to blame white man. Oh, the white man will stop me. And the reason I can't do business in my neighborhood is because the white man will not give me the white man. I'm like,
not
dude,
not
this
that the white
excuses.
man will stop
It's the
me.
same thing in Nigeria.
They
Why can't you get
stopped
something done in
it.
your
Not that
region?
they
You
will
will
stop
say it's
it.
the
They
Hausa,
stopped it. They
the
stopped it.
Igbo will say
They
it's the
stopped
Yoruba,
it.
it's the Kini. People will just blame other people
Mike,
for why they can't perform, why they can't do
it's
things
not
for
as
themselves.
if they are going to stop. They stopped it. They stopped it already. They stopped it. Not that we anticipate that they will.
Okay.
After all, the governors took the step
Bro,
now.
let's just, bro. Listen, man. I don't think the reason Yoruba land is not advancing is because of another tribe. I just don't think it. I don't think it. I don't believe it. It's high time we stop it. If your region or your wherever you come from, things is not going on, it's just your people. It's you. We need to stop this thing, and that's why we are not moving forward. Since I was
Mike,
born,
I think
all my
you are
elders have been
just.
telling me that Yoruba we have problems
I
because of
think
Hausa.
Mike, I think you don't have information. So your analysis does not.
Then I'm asking
Yeah,
for information you can't even give me.
we are
You
talking.
just feel
But when we give you the information, it's either you
you're
don't.
not giving me
Either you
now.
are. We are
The
not
moment
giving you
you're trying to nail
the
the whole
information we
point, so
gave
you start
you,
shifting it, moving it,
Mike.
trying to
Mike,
gaslight me
listen,
to come
listen,
on, man.
listen now. Listen. The information we are giving you is not anticipatory. We are reporting what happened in the past.
You are
That
not giving me anything. You are not reporting anything. When I ask you a question about what you
now
are
I'm not
telling me,
reporting to you. Now I'm giving information to who am
you
I
are
to
not giving
report
me
to?
anything. But when I
Who
ask you
you be
something,
where
you
I
are
go
giving.
report to you. You be CC. We
I
dey
ask you
talk
simple
of
question.
wetin
How
dey
did you get
happen.
your first
If you
Amotekun? You say, oh,
because you no
you
read
moved the
news, now go and
goalpost.
read the news. Since
Hold
we
on.
giving you and you
The
don't
first thing
believe
you
me, go
told me
and read
was,
the news.
hold on. The first thing you
Go
told me was,
online.
yeah, they gave you fake Amotekun. That's the first thing you say. Oh. And then I said, how did you? Okay, who approved the fake Amotekun? If you just give me the answer. You know that they gave you. If they give you fake Amotekun, they should be able to point out the person that gave you the fake Amotekun. So I can tell you that, okay, like, let's go back to the person so we can get the real Amotekun this time. But you can't even answer that. You begin to shift the conversation to no. You didn't need. Come on, man. Let's stop this, man. At the end of the day, the only thing I want to get, the only
Let
thing
me
I'm
give
getting
you
from
one.
you is
Let me give you one example.
to
Come,
convince
let me
me
give you
that
one
I should just
example.
give up. Hausa
Let me
man
just give you
is the
one
reason I
example.
can't move forward. That's all.
Let me give you one example. The Amotekun they want to be able to carry not just shotgun. They want to be able to carry something like AK-47 and all that stuff like that. Now, for them to do that, they need to amend. They need to amend that.
Let's move on, man. We're not going to get anywhere. You're just
That
going to go
the
back to
Southwest governors cannot do alone. We are bringing fact to you now. Say, let's move on. The Southwest governors cannot do that alone. So that's what we are saying. We are not
because Buhari was the president, right?
Why are we going to be blaming? Who wants his own people to be fined?
You could okay. Let's understand why
these people are trying to.
You will say something, but we're trying to understand what you say. You won't want to go beyond that. You said they can. Okay, tell me why they can. They couldn't, right? Now, I'm assuming you're saying because you mentioned because Attorney General. Hold on. You mentioned it's because Attorney General was not the president was not
So, I said they stopped it. Did I say Attorney General was not president? You see, say something.
The people that stop. You don't want to go there. You already know that I will defeat you in that argument in that area. That's why I don't want to go there.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm not in the contest of argument.
Because what you guys are saying back there.
Hold on, wait. Of argument with you. If I am in a contest of argument with you, I will defeat you.
You can't hold argument.
You only know how to argue. You only know how to make noise.
Back then, what they were saying, because I remember you were one of them. Back then, you say the reason we can't have the Amotekun we have is because
loudly.
Fulani is the head of state, Attorney General.
When you speak something
today, Yoruba man is the Attorney General. Yoruba man is the head of state. You still can't get it.
Present the fact. We are telling you that there needs to be an amendment of the act that surrounds arms carrying. It was discussed here. Aro was here. We're discussing that thing with all of us. It was the major concern. You can't just go and buy AK-47 now. The state
so how many of your Southwest leaders have come out to say, okay, this is what we want now? How many of them have come out to say it?
Don't worry.
Okay, they are okay. Exactly. Okay, but it's Hausa you are blaming. You haven't asked your leaders, okay, we need to go out to the floor now and go and present it. It's the same thing with the one that telling me they want Biafra. I will ask them, how many of your leaders we say go to the floor to go and present the bill for it? But no, it's the Yoruba that don't want to give me Biafra. It's the Hausa that don't want to give me Biafra. It's the same thing Yorubas do. I can't have this. The Hausa that don't want to give me. Have your leaders gone out there to ask for it? So that's we're stuck in this perpetual.
You think, Mike?
Ethnic finger pointing.
Hold on.
The same way the black Americans stuck with this perpetual blaming the white man for not moving forward in their community. It's the same thing. We like to point. Why black man want to point finger at no one else was.
Let's say you have a council of Southwestern governors. Let's say they decided, whatever money that's allocated to the states, they decided to pull it up together and say, you know what? Out of this money that's allocated between the Southwestern states, we're going to use that money to deploy to create a fund that will go towards the setup of a new security unit that will monitor all activities in the Southwest region. Is that illegal for them to do that?
They can, but they cannot carry weapon. That's what they've done now. They created Amotekun, but that Amotekun cannot, for example, use like a weapon like AK-47. If the Fulani herdsman is coming with AK and you are carrying a shotgun, a double barrel or a shotgun, the range, the man will pick you from 100 meters. Your shotgun maybe in a 50 meter. I don't know you understand what I'm saying? So those are the kind of things that these people want. The state governors, as we speak today, are the ones that are even supporting the police in their state. But the only thing they can do is buy them car, buy them. So the state governor cannot apply to Chinese company to buy gun. If tomorrow Sanwo-Olu decide to apply to a Chinese company to buy gun, they can charge him for coup. They can charge him for coup. In short, they will not even buy it, sell to him. They will tell him that he needs this national president approval to get those things.
One thing I know for a fact is leaders in every region, I haven't seen when they come out to propose.
Somebody even tell me say that
they propose idea, the way forward, how to advance their region. I haven't seen them do it. I don't see it. They just don't. They don't come say, okay, our people here, since we are Nigerian, we are people of this region, this ethnic. How can we advance our people? I've never seen them come together to discuss that.
Let me tell you, the Southwest governors are coming together regularly to push Southwest forward, and that's why you can see difference between the Southwest and the other region. So let's acknowledge that. But we are saying in this area of security, they have been constrained. Even when they come together.
Name one thing the Southwest have come together to do for the Southwestern people. to advance the Southwestern
Don't
people.
you know that in the last they had a meeting? There was a time they had a meeting recently. Now they are
So
trying to
recently is
work
when they
around
start
to
doing
put.
it.
Hold on now. They've been doing that. They have done. They have a company called Dawn in Ibadan where they collaborate. How many times don't you see them meet regularly? Southwest governors.
They come to
Even this
draft
last insurgency,
the
they still
the
met in
future
Ibadan.
the
They
future
still met
of
in Ibadan last week or
the
this week.
Southwestern people. Come to draft the way forward, the future for the Southwestern people. Draft the idea, vision for the future.
If they no
They've
draft,
never
if
done
they
it.
no draft and the way you want, that's your own. When
No,
you
I
want,
don't
if you
know.
want to
It's not the way. I don't
go
know the
and
way I
become
want,
governor.
but they haven't. I don't
But
see it.
I'm
I
saying
don't
that
know.
the
I
Southwest
can't say this
governors
is the
are
future.
collaborating. The
What are they?
Southwest governors are
And what
collaborating
have they come out to tell us?
because when you want to hear, you will hear now. Do
It's
you
a
know
question
that?
I ask you now. Tell
Did
me
you
now.
know? Wait now. Did you know that they met last week? Did you know?
Mhm.
You don't know now.
All these years they just meeting last week. What have they?
Oh, so you
They
still say
what the
now
other
last
meet?
week
What
they,
have
they
they?
meet?
All these years, what have
Look
they?
at this.
We're not talking about what they are.
Obvious,
They won't do. What they don't
obviously,
do? Now
Mike, it
I
be like
ask
saying
you.
that one man be your news platform.
I
You
didn't
know they
ask you
listen
what they
to
want to
news.
do. I'm
Now one
asking you
man
what they
went
have
to
done.
Mo. Now one man went to Mo be your news platform. You know they listen to news. For you to say Southwest
I didn't
governors
ask you what
don't
they
meet.
won't do. I asked you what they don't do.
The Southwest
No, no,
governors
no.
know they meet. If there's any group that meets, okay. Let me just if I
Oh,
say
Now,
Kofi,
today
I
that
have
they
a
meet.
question for you. I have a
They
question for
I
you.
didn't ask you whether they meet. I
Mike,
asked you
I
what have
don't
they.
get
Okay, go ahead, my
information.
brother.
That's the problem.
So you said that the Amotekun, they can't carry, it will be considered treason. Okay, so I guess the question I have is how is then the Southeast, how is Soludo able to, because I saw some of the vigilante, the members, they have weapons. They have like AK-47, for example.
Those ones would probably be policemen. Plain clothes policemen.
But they are part
Those
of
ones will be.
vigilante group.
Those no, they are no. The vigilante does not work alone. No, they work with military people. Vigilante, that one they will not buy them finish now. They work with military people to even control them and discipline them. They need military. If not, those vigilante can also go rogue. I've seen pictures of priests on social media carrying gun. Some of those priests are soldiers, military priests. Go and check. A Catholic priest no go buy gun, they carry like that. That priest saying the mass with a rifle on his back, you'll be surprised that it's probably a captain, a major, a lieutenant colonel. Same mass in a Catholic parish somewhere. So you cannot just go and buy gun now. You can't go and buy gun. You cannot. This is not US now that you can go to pawn shop and buy gun or go to thrift store and buy fairly used gun. Nigeria is not it's not like that. So the governors need that. The Southwest governors, we need to appreciate them more. That we still have this level of safety in the Southwest. It's not because Southwest is foul. It's because the governors have been trying their best, trying to do everything to secure
It's
Southwest.
not the
And
governor, it's traditional rulers, man.
oh, okay, traditional ruler, don't kidnap. What is
It's
traditional
the
ruler?
traditional people, man. It's traditional people
Traditional
that's
people they use Orunmila.
it's the traditional people that are solving your problem. It's not the governors.
Why traditional people no prevent the Fulani herdsmen? Kí ló tí wọ́n ro ìlú yẹn
They are the
kan
one
lé
keeping the community safe. It's not your governor. I beg.
kí ló tí wọ́n lé ọ̀nà so that any Fulani herdsman wey cross go just e go dry up.
Nah, but they are the ones saying it's safe now. How do you know? Maybe that's what's stopping it.
Abeg go
You
and
are saying it's safe, and then you're asking question. Why they
why
not keeping it?
traditional ruler no use Ọ̀rúnmìlà to look say oh ẹ wo àwọn ọmọ tó gbé lọ wọn àbí bíbá ẹ ó yá go give intelligence to why tí wọ́n ṣe da
Now, they
ifá
ask question, you
kán
don't
wo
make sense.
ọpọ́n why dem no
Is there
da
any
ifá
logic in it?
délẹ̀
Is there any logic in what you're asking me?
na Ọ̀rúnmìlà na him dey help dem abeg leave that one Ọbàtálá why dem no use ọpọ́n when they do ọpọ́n fá the way they shoot in Nollywood say I can see them see the children here see the na 3 herdsmen dey there oya una go catch them gidigbo gidigbo hey abeg which traditional call leave that one. Nigerian government the Southwest governors give it to them. I'm telling you they are trying. Look at Southeast also trying to do something to secure their own people. If not, be say Southeast get their own internal problem. This killing, if you remove IPOB killing from Southwest, you see any full animal if you try Southwest. Why? Because they have their own whether or whatever, or ESN or whatever. They should, if Southwest eventually they are able to allow
You
these
mean
people to carry.
Southeast?
Yeah, now you don't see Fulani man go kill anybody for Southeast.
No.
They know now. They know say they go meet madness there too now. People where they kill their own people like that. You where you come foreigner, they don't show you sample how they kill their own person. You can't enter. How more you good. Now for Kwara, if they do all those things though, go try and for Abangwa, Abi about go try and for. They go show you now.
Or Bayelsa.
And for Southeast, it's easy to identify Fulani herdsman. For Southwest, it is okay, maybe now one Muslim Yoruba man. For Southeast, if you do allow Akuba, they will also say, oh, this one. Because they are 98 or almost 99% Christians. So they will just buy you straight. It's easy. So that place, if they're able to resolve that Nnamdi Kanu case, that place is going to be one of the most secured places in the country. Because it's easy. And people know to understand their language. So if you come, you try them, they will not say you be foreigner. Carry 10 Southeast now put together. Almost 9 over 10 of them if speak Igbo. If you carry Yoruba put together, you will know see some way we say now only English they will speak. So Southeast is gonna be safe if they sabi, if they know what to do to handle their own internal security. I'm telling you, it will be safe. But the Southwest governors are trying. There have been continuous effort. What are we saying? As far back as 10, 15 years ago, across party line, PDP governors notwithstanding. This last meeting they had, Makinde was there.
Mm-hmm.
That was like a PDP governor. It was even the one that hosted it.
In Oyo State.
And now, I beg, give it to them. Oh. Give it to them. Well, they even want to tell my those governors may join the Southwest governors. Now,
Is there only 3 people left?
No, we have people.
Huh?
Let me add.
Oh, there's one more person.
Oroyo has come in. Let's hear Oroyo. Oroyo. Okay, Farmer, I will bring you in. Oh, just come in. Try and come in. I'll bring you in now. Let me share the link.
I think it's the former that is you, or is it another person?
That is Oroyo.
Yeah, I think so.
So what have you people
Where's
been discussing since I
Let
left?
me bring you in now. Pastor, oh, yeah, come in. I've shared the link. Pastor is there.
Yeah.
Pastor, my friend.
Hello, Patoski.
Eh?
Yes, Oroyo.
Oroyo, speak. But Oroyo, hold on. Pastor, I've just sent the link. I want to hear you. It's been long ago. It's Patoski. I don't hear you since. Please come on. I'm the one moderating. Okay, Oroyo, please come in. You can take the floor.
Okay. What I just wanted to say, part of the insecurity we are having, the part of the problem of the insecurity we are having, about 50% of it, the governors are responsible for it. Because if they are doing what they are supposed to do, I don't think the problem will be that much. Because if you discover, when you check some states in the north, they don't have that much of insecurity compared to some other states. And when you go to that place, you will discover that those guys are not sleeping. But these other guys, they will just sit down and will be giving you excuse that the problem of insecurity, I'm not the commander-in-chief. Security is not in our... It's not in my position to give commands to army general. So all those kind of stuff, they are not doing what they are supposed to do. Ordinarily, even the local government as well, All of them, they have roles to play. Like when you talk about insecurity, before somebody can come and commit a crime in any locality, if he does not have idea about the place, he cannot do anything. Just like I heard of one incident that happened in Katsina also recently. This one was a recent incident that they kidnapped some set of people. Then they were demanding for 50 million naira. You know what the people did? They went and kidnapped the family of the people who did the kidnapping. So when they called for kidnapping, they told them that we already kidnapped your people too. So at the end of the day, they have to release those other people before they release their home for them. So you see that of everybody in the locality, they know who these people are. But most of the times we just keep quiet. They are our brothers, all those kind of stuff. And I think that's one of the major reasons why the thing is even very difficult to handle. Because some of these people, they are even more comfortable with the bandits than the military. Like for instance, when this other group first came into Nigeria, the Lakarawa group also, when they came in, they were fighting the bandit for the community people. So they were kind of securing the community for the community people. So they started killing the community people. That is when the people started raising alarm. But at the first time, they will come as if they are their savior. So I think if the governor can put their feet on ground, the local government, even the citizen, I think we should be able to address part of this problem. But of a truth, I give it to the Southwest governors, most especially Sanwo-Olu. I give it to him because with the population of Lagos State,
They will soon run him over.
They will soon run him over.
Run who over?
Let's
remember today that I said they will soon run Lagos over. Remember.
okay. Let's wait till that time.
Hey, sorry guys.
So most of the governors, they have. Yes, tell me.
Oh, you're still having your analysis. There's something I want to throw out there. In the course of me trying to, dig deeper about the Nnamdi Kanu's case, about the selective prosecution argument people put out there. You guys remember this guy that was arrested in Kano one time? I'm sorry, not in Kano, in Cairo. One of the publisher who had a link with GUMI and the terrorists, who was more like the negotiator. You guys remember his name? Something Toko, something. I forgot his name. He's a big guy like this. Hello?
Is not a woman?
No, not a woman. He was a guy. It's one alpha like that. He was, as a matter of fact, I found out that his trial is still ongoing. He's still in custody. He was arrested in Kano, rendition to Nigeria. Then, according to the court report, he, on his phone there was a voice note that was found on his note where the terrorists were heard telling him to pocket 50 million out of the ransom that was paid, to them, and they were praising him. As a matter of fact, the court record detail how it was more or less like their collaborator instead of just being
Oh,
a negotiator. You guys
what's his
remember
name?
that case?
I know you're talking about. His name is Tokor Mamu. Yeah, that's his name.
Pakomam, yeah. So in my head, I was like, so they have someone like him in custody who ordinarily would have provided a good intel to the federal government, but that his case is not being discussed in the public. If you hardly even read about it in the dailies these days. And the case is still ongoing. As a matter of fact, most of the evidence that were found on his phone are so much that there's no way. If the federal government let that guy go, to be honest, I wouldn't mind protesting for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. It was so overwhelming. In fact, most of the conversations were recorded in Hausa, was translated and shown in the courts. This guy is more than being a translator. That guy or interpreter. That guy was like, this is like an enterprise. Him being the mercenary linking those guys, and then you have the politician also exploiting them as well. I mean, and I'm also glad that Tinubu decided to use police for what their job supposed to be in the first place. And there was also an intel one time, if you guys recall, that retired military officers were also behind some of these atrocities being committed by the bandits. That mostly they are the one giving them intel on where and how government is going to, move.
That's what Madam Zita has been saying since now.
Oh, really? I wasn't. I
Yeah,
just tell
been
you
saying
guys.
that since.
And now that the police are going to replace, I mean, if you take somebody from, let's say, somebody from Southwest, somebody from South, post them to, let's say, in Borno, I mean, yes, you expect them to
It
do
won't
their job.
work.
To some extent, it will. It might be, but I don't expect them to be like being used to, uh, the way military has been carrying weapon chasing up at that. I want them to use more intel, more than them being in the war front shooting, and because repelling those people will just continue to. I don't see that happening. Happy, but if they use intel to curtail, to arrest,
Is that not the
I,
same thing I said?
I didn't join the show. I just
Yeah, that's what
joined
she
now.
said earlier in
I
the morning.
just
Go
joined
ahead, go
now.
ahead. You guys are on the same
you
page.
know with that it will help to curtail, and then be you're just going to be in advance, having those information in advance before the strike. Then it will help, because it seems that every time federal government plans something, they are one step ahead.
But the problem is making sure that the information does not leak.
Well, you see, there's a way people we do military do it, or should I say intelligence circle does it. Now, you have information that is top secret, that you have selected people that are privy to it. Now, if the information leak, as a matter of fact, sometimes the people that will carry out that assignment may not even know until the wee hour, the 11th.
Adewale, what I'm telling you, you might find out, is that we don't even have infrastructure for carrying out those gatherings or tele. I'll give you a good example. Do you know that Niger
Where
SIM
did you
card?
get that we
Do you
don't
know?
have the
Go down
infrastructure?
now.
I wanted to argue
Niger,
that we
may
do,
I tell
but
you
I want to
something?
hear his argument.
Niger SIM card will be working in Nigeria. You'll be surprised. Because I know when I was in Abeokuta, Ogun State, I know Cotonou SIM card used to work in Idiroko and some other of those places. So how do you link it? How do you track them? If they come to Sokoto Zamfara and they are using Niger SIM card. You know those kind of so many
As,
things. Nigeria is not ready.
no, no,
So
no,
we
no.
have
You
to
see,
depend on the
you
local,
will
we
be
have to depend on
surprised. Patoski, you'll be surprised that we have capable intelligence officer that can unravel these things. But
we don't have
sometimes,
infrastructures.
well, I want to
Develop our
agree with you on that
intelligence
one, but at the
infrastructure.
same time,
We
we
are
can
heavily
go with,
dependent on the foreign on the foreign support, and that's why.
yeah, because their foreign dependence is barely for surveillance.
Yeah.
But
Yes, we need
they can't
surveillance.
depend on that alone. Look, the way they do this thing in the olden days, they use the local, those who are on the ground, who, well, you can say that by virtue of training, they can weed out those who will probably in the long run compromise. But for the shortest time to do this thing, they can still make use of the local. What do they have to do? You among the local, you're trying to identify those who are truly more like a dissent and not really align with some of the things happening around them. And then you begins to use them to gather information. All those, little information here and there, people's movement. As a matter of fact, they could even be fine. But the way we are in Nigeria, I don't want to say we don't have intelligence officer. We do, but the way we do things, we allow our cultural belief to interfere in some of the things that we do. People can't keep their mouth shut, and everybody want to show that. You remember that intelligence officer that came on television and I was talking, because now
That
it was
thing pained me. When
huh?
I saw that thing, I was so irritated when I saw
It
that.
was out of service, and yet Abradley is supposed to have been cleared for you to even
Reveal
give.
such information.
Okay,
Yeah,
that they will me happy.
yes. If you are not
People,
clear, even though you are
it
retired.
was like a popularity contest.
Yes,
Because
that's the
No,
since
no,
problem.
no,
now,
no. Sometimes
it's not frustration. It's not frustration.
frustration, you see
I know that
people,
that officer, I
and
have somebody who knows him very well.
yeah.
In short, I'm happy that I brought it up. I was very disappointed.
I mean, people hail him as being patriotic,
And
but
now people
that is
don't know
not a.
anything.
That's
That
not
is
true.
not.
That's not true patriotism, in my opinion.
I
In
mean,
short,
you.
to tell me he's an intelligent officer. When I was asking my friend, said, that he went to their training school.
And I
I have
have
somebody.
and I have and I have a bone to pick with the Nigerian media. They just any small thing, any small information, they release it. They don't know if that information. They don't even know. For example, that coup that happened. I don't know why they released the information of that coup. Who knows? Maybe the people that are perpetrating the coup, they're still alive. They're still watching. They're still trying to see what's going on. Even when they release all this information, I'm like, you guys, you can't just be releasing news for the sake of releasing news. There's something called journalistic integrity. It's not every news you're supposed to release. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't know why the Nigerian news is like
Talk
that.
now. And look at that officer that was spied.
Yes,
Even
that
though
one.
they released that one, they don't know whether they have told his family. They don't. Maybe the children will just see social media and see their father.
No, I think the terrorists themselves were the one that
But
find a way.
when major media houses are now confirming it,
But
you have to allow the military to know how to communicate with
but you should
widely.
also know, Patoski, that the traditional media um outfit, they were also gagged in a way that in fact some of the investigative journalism that should have done, they were not allowed to, because when it comes to terrorism, there are some certain red tape they cannot cross, because there's some information or some story that they have to run through the NSA and other agency, and in a way they are unable to, you know, uh, um, run some stories. Not that they don't have those information with them. When I watched the those people that were released by the bandit yesterday or day before yesterday, and the way they were giving account of how what happens and where they took them to, my mouth was wide open. Honestly, a country that is serious, I don't expect any of those people to start talking in the public. One, the moment they release them, you isolate them. The only people that they can see, maybe one or two family member, and this will happen within 1 or 2 days. And what do you do for every intelligence community? They are supposed to ask them, is in fact there's no details about the ordeal that is not crucial. Every detail is important. Number one, what do you remember? Where were you taken? Do you exactly where you taken? By the time you run story among 23 people, you should be able to have some clear uh, uh, lead or information that you can pursue. But government, no, I mean, you can't tell me the way those people were released doesn't have much like a bribery, or should I say paying ransom or something. So that's why I think everything is just, I don't know. To me, I expect that a serious security conscious country would have done so, at least isolate people. Wherever you going to visit them, they will have not allowed them to have access to their phone. So isolate, debrief, and then you release. And then you tell them what they cannot share, what they can share. Then you take it off from there. But unfortunately, The way we are, everybody, once you have a cell phone, you're already a journalist in your own right. Then you start asking questions, people. To me, it's just. But I still believe that with this policing, somebody argued with me on this show before. I think it was not one man, two Niger, that this is what military is made for. I said no, military fight external aggression, but when you have the security apparatus that is under staff, and then you can bring in military, but then you have to also define their clear function. They can't just put them on the battlefront and say, go and be shooting. And that is why it's a little bit dicey when you have to defend internally. Now you have military performing the job of what uh, police should have done. I think it was during the Babangida era when he established this office of, I think he was the one that established NSA, and then the DSS as well. And the intelligence officer, he was the one that shall separate everybody to have a clear and distinct job function. So, in a way, but you also have some of their job function running across each other, and sometimes you have duplicity one way or the other. But I expect at least the government should have put their hairs on the ground. Did you guys watch that BBC documentary about some of these folks? They know their hideout
Look
and
at
they're already integrated into some community.
that one,
And
don't
some of those
show.
community are powerless,
Just
you
6 months ago, they said bandits invade two Kanu villages and kidnapped 20 women.
It's a business.
Just 6 seconds ago, they just released this one.
6 seconds. He said, the funniest thing, Atiku did never suspend his political participation. As a matter of fact, he declared this week, just yesterday, that
Yes, he's coming out live.
So what does that tell us? This thing is interwoven in a way. I mean, come to think of it, what will it cost him or take him to suspend whatever political activities they engage in? Postpone it. As a matter of fact, KB's governor supposed to have, it was this week, that they intend to declare and decamp to APC fully, but he has to suspend it. Tinubu supposed to travel to Addis Ababa and South Africa. He had to cancel it. So what is it that Atiku and he came? This guy. I'm not insinuating anything, but just that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't come out right. So you get. I mean, yes, it's not the president. It doesn't happen on his watch. I mean, Obi is not the one doing any political campaign. He released statement, but come to think of it, look at. I mean, I don't expect that from him. But yet, he picked the wrong time to pick the card because now this opposition have just started. What does that mean? The same game plan during the election in 2023, where Naira was scarce and they didn't care. They didn't care about Nigerians, whether there was no money in circulation or not. As long as it impact and make way for them to be able to win the election, that's what they care about. It speaks volume, gentlemen. It actually speaks volume, to be honest with you. Hello, anybody still there?
We are here when we are ready.
We're here.
Oh, okay. I stopped talking because I didn't hear no response.
No, we
I
didn't
mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm the one thinking loud. Maybe I'm wrong. Or, in a way, I just felt that it was wrong for him to have picked this week to, declare his party affiliation.
He's a selfish man now, so I don't expect anything from him. I don't have any expectations of him. He does what was in his interest.
Let's hear Laja. I think I just brought Laja in.
Yeah.
Remy is also here too.
Good evening, everyone.
I brought Remy in, but let's hear Laja first.
Good evening to everyone. Pato, the host of the show. I'm so happy. Your camera, your mic actually sounds better today.
Bang.
The Karaleni. That's good.
Maori.
That's good. So, congrats to the Southwest for their move and their new security policy, especially to Ogun State.
Oh,
Ogun State just revoked
please,
the
can you talk about that? I don't even know what that was about. So please,
yes.
share.
So they met and discussed security in the southwest. I've heard from many Yorubas that why weren't Kogi and Kwara invited to the summit? So my response to that was, "Ọmọ tí ó bá náwó ni àgbà máa gbé, àbí? If you don't put your hands out there, we cannot force you to join." So is to look at the Amotekun structure and to see how they can change the policy at the federal level, and also increase security in the forest. So looking at the forest guards, in particular, Ogun State has not gone further. It's now revoking all these settlements. Example, they revoked the Sampa settlement for Fulanis in the Remorse area, so they have to leave now. So Ogun does not want any Fulani settlement anymore. We don't want any Fulani settlement anymore. Number two, if you are a non Yoruba speaking or not, if you cannot speak any Nigerian language, you have to justify the reason why you are in our state. That means you must go through a Bale or KBSC to register with them in that community for them to allow you to stay, to do whatever, rare animals or whatever it is. That is the new Ogun policy now. So Ogun is being proactive. People might say that it's too radical, but we live in a different time now.
It's better than nothing.
Yeah, you have to be proactive. So if you don't know who you are, the community, the ballet, the KBC has to approve you, and they have to keep an eye on you. That is the new Ogun policy now. So what they are doing is community policing, civil defense, with no more Fulani settlements. They need to revoke all these things from Remorse to the Ibalakpa area to the Ifo site. We don't want them just hanging around in the forest somewhere, all in the name of livestock or farming, whatever they call it. So I am proud that Ogun is doing that. They've met, so each state is now implementing their own policies. But I'm here to hear from Ekiti as well, Ekiti and Oyo. Let's see what they come out with in the next few days. Lagos is relatively safe. But their governor is the chairman of the Southwest Forum. So each state we bring up their own policy in the next few days. So, but I am proud that Ogun actually is being proactive and is making move in the right direction. So let's see what they also add in terms of state security.
How they ensuring that their policies are cross operational, like operational between each state, such that there isn't any loopholes?
Yeah, but they need what is now stopping them is they need that state police, because you can make all the laws all you want. Somebody has to enforce it, right? AI. Somebody has to enforce that law. So they are looking into what is on the books right now, and to also see what they can work together as a region. I think the Yorubas want to attack the security issue as a region, not as individual states. So you can have your own peculiar policies based on whatever you have going on, but we want to work together as a region. So I think we are championing regional security more than having individual states putting themselves. That is what I think that we are getting towards in the Southwest. And it's quite unfortunate that that when it came to sharing money or tax bill, some of these regions they met quickly, right? If you remember, they met during the tax
That
bill.
was so sad.
But when it comes to security, apart from the
They kept
Southwest,
quiet.
have you heard from any other region yet? They're not meeting. And we are relatively peaceful in our own region, and we are being proactive now. So where is the southeast? Where is the south? Where is the north central? Where is the southwest, northwest, northeast? Where is their own governors forum? When it comes to sharing money and marrying girls, that you see them up there having all this forum. But when it comes to security of people, you don't see them anywhere. But because I cannot come here and tell you, oh, we are safe in the southwest, damn everybody. This involves everyone. As a matter of fact, AI, I want us to also bring Kwara and Kogi in, but not right now. Because don't let me say it in English. They need some cleansing in that area, maybe in the River Ogun or River Oshun, before they come back in. Or not in yeah, probably yet. You know what I mean. That radical Islam that they have, we need to cleanse them of that madness first before we bring them back.
Come on, look, body.
Exactly. Thank you. So we must be careful. I know you're my brother, but I don't know what is going on
in your
upstairs.
state, yeah.
Your mental state is kind of screwed up a little bit right now. So so that would be the next step. So once we are as a region kind of come up with something that is solid and formidable, then we can think about also working with Kogi and Kwara. But for now, I don't think we should work with them. The Yoruba people, they are wonderful people, but not right now.
Kogi is even easier to work with Kogi than Kwara.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned.
Kogi is young.
Apparently, with the government
here. Now Kogi is better. In short, Kogi will be more useful because they are also very
diverse.
militant.
Yeah.
They are more militant than typical
Kwara.
Southwest Yoruba.
I love the stance. You know, I came here a few days ago, Pato, lamenting about what happened in Abeokuta.
Hey,
I was because I was annoyed.
Another person sent it to me and said, "See your Abeokuta."
I could not believe
I know that place, so that place don't go.
It's a busy place. It's a very busy.
Then now,
how can you shut down the host because somebody is in the state capital?
That's what they do. That's what they do. Is a number.
and that is their hideout now. They use that. Oh, it's about when Buhari met Trump now and Trump said, why are you killing Christians? And Buhari's response was, oh, they don't go around with guns, just sticks. This moron was defending this crazy people in the White House.
But Babati, the major thing that anybody governor that is sensible needs to do is to openly ban open grazing and work down. Tell them. I saw some Hausa boys or Middle Beltern boys say, look here, once you plant and you finish harvesting, you should burn the bush. The guy was so angry. He said, once you finish your harvest, just burn the bush. And then let's see what they will graze on.
Okay. Let's even say that's their policy. So where is
that's their own, that's those boys' policy.
Pato, where is the North Central Governors Forum? Have you heard anything from them?
No, they're in disarray. They are still trying to figure things out.
No, but you see, those people that you say North Central, they have the commonality is not like what you have in Southwest or Southeast, because they are diverse. It's just like South. It's just that South has been able to manage its own diversity better.
South is very united in diversity.
South is the most diverse geopolitical zone. But currently, you might say, oh, their leaders are clinical, but they have leaders that enables them to really still manage their diversity. If not, what does an Oroma have in common with an Orama in Edo State?
Hey,
with an Islam man.
Patowski.
Yeah?
I think I've read that the federal government now finally banned the open grazing stuff.
Yeah, when? I don't know.
I read it in the paper yesterday. The Minister of Livestock, who happens to be from, I think, Kanu too, actually the one that read that communique, said open grazing is now outlawed, then ranching will now be embraced. Then all the livestock association or whatever from the north will now laugh with the government because they identify that it's causing more.
Yes. What we are saying in Ogun is that even when it comes to ranching, we don't want their settlements in our state. That's our policy now.
No. I mean, if they started doing ranching, they are going to be confined in a one particular location, not
But still,
just
that
the way
causes problem.
Don't want them down south is my point.
they still need the south because some of their
Not Ogun. It's not.
He said no, Ogun State.
Maybe
if you look at the northern north,
it will be a good place to put a ranch.
What about look at Obudu Ranch? Actually, no, Obudu Ranch. No, please.
There's no way. This thing is a little bit complex, but it's solvable. Majority those who consume their livestock the most are people from the south, and for them to be able to reduce the cost of their
transportation,
that's why they bring it down to the south. And instead of them to be roaming around in the street, I think it's better they have that ranch, earmarked for them, and then contain them in one area so that they won't have to be going out.
Create like a Sabongiri for them.
No. AI, Mike, who escape? They will be more specific. Where give us locations that they should put the ranch.
Ogun State will be better off now.
Oh, serious? Hey!
It's in the center of the southwest.
Ogun State, no.
This is what I'm saying now. That's what. No.
Ogun State is too risky for that.
Yeah, we don't want them in Ogun, please, because they also have that. We have this hot spot in Ogun State. All this.
And Ogun State now, even safe. A lot of investment is entering Ogun State now.
Yes, not right now. We are leading.
They are planning to. Yeah, they are going to be planning to. This guy, I remember when this guy came, Adebayo Gulesi. He came to Ogun State. He came to look at the airport, cargo airport, and then he also came to meet the governor. He's come to a couple of, and they've been discussions of certain investment. They are going to invest in Ogun State. So Ogun State, they're going to be swimming in money very soon.
So not right now. That part of Ogun.
But you're going to start doing livestock animal farming or what?
You know what? I'm a big guy now. I'm a vegetarian.
When did you see a Yoruba man rearing cow?
It's not impossible.
It's not impossible, but it's not something that the kind of trade that we are so used to. So that's why we must stay accommodate them. But this time around,
the Brazilians are going to do this by next year. Didn't you?
Yes, I saw that.
What I'm saying. By next year, the Brazilians will be doing all this in Ogun State. If you just follow the money, they'll be doing
That's why I said Ogun State. They are going to be swimming in money in the next couple of years.
So we don't need them to come and do this. We don't need some Fulani to come out. We don't need them there. We have Brazilians coming to do this by next year. They will bring it up too. So we are fine. We'll be okay.
Brazilian
Why if Maggi sini jare?
Genetically modified meat.
No, they don't. They do Brazil. Don't they do GMO? No, they do GMO. It's original meat. Those people, they are specialists when it comes to meat.
Pato, do you even know? I think that is the third biggest meat
producer of
in the world. Yeah,
Brazilian steak.
So we don't need some.
Them and Argentina, those two. Argentina and Brazil.
Sorry, guys. Is GUMI still in Dubai?
No, I think it's
He's back in Nigeria.
Sorry.
He should be arrested immediately.
That's what we're saying.
Sorry, can we hear me?
Sorry,
why are you talking?
Before you go, Remy. Was GUMI really in Oshun, you're giving speech the other day? Was that true?
I don't know. I'm not aware.
That he was. They brought him to Oyo, I think Ibadan for
to do what?
That's true. Yeah.
That man, they're supposed to arrest him by now. He's supposed to be in the same cell as Nnamdi Kanu.
Why was he allowed in Oshun in Ibadan? I want to know.
Because Oshun Ibadan have always been sympathetic to the Northerners. You remember?
Oh, okay.
Majority of them are Muslims in Oshun and Oyo.
I want Thomas Nyabi. Okay. That Oyo, that upper area, they are more radical.
They've always been sympathetic. In fact, they've been practicing Sharia in the southwest for a very, very long time. And who brought the Sharia to the southwest? This is,
Okay, who yeah. Okay, who
yeah, they are the one, the likes of what is it called? Is it
Wonderful.
Thomas and Co. They are the one that brought all those Sharia nonsense to the southwest. So,
and
but it's just that they didn't establish it as the truly acceptable or generally applicable
no,
law.
that's why they are also asking for their own
I
state
think you are mixing it up.
or your
Babati, I think you guys are mixing it up. Your state, the real Muslim area is the Badon one. Okogun still have a very strong Baptist presence in Okogun. Ogbomoso, all those places. You
It's
understand?
a mix. I think it's 50-50 in those places you
It's
mentioned.
mostly Oyo. It's mostly
oh
Ibadan.
It's not
I
true. There are 50-50 of Muslims in both Oshuna. Those places you mentioned, the likes of Ogbomoso and Co. 50-50 of Muslim and Christian. I don't know why Baptist is the one
And
group. You know.
Ogbomoso, no, they have a strong Baptist presence there.
And that's Baptist now. They have huge number of Islamic followers. They do. And to a point that they are so indoctrinated to the point that they can't even differentiate their own cultural belief from the Islamic doctrine anymore. That's why some of them, the likes of the Aregbe and Co., was so
They have
blinded in
gone to
his way.
Osun now.
That,
We are talking of Osun now.
I mean, what is the difference between Oshun and Oyo?
Like the lot of difference now.
Were they not together before?
or
Don't
Oshun Radical to you. I think they are more Christian in Oshun now.
Yeah.
Eh.
no, but in Osun, the ones that are dominantly Muslims are Iwo. Ife is mostly Christians. Ilesha is mostly Christian. Ede, there are a lot of Muslims, but you also have Christian presence there. And so, in a way, you'll be surprised that in Osun State, you might even have more Christians than Muslims. You might have. But it's just that it's the one that is loudest that people can relate with. If you are loud in hand.
That part of Oshun too, your Iwo with your Emir King now.
Exactly.
They are finding that guy. That guy was in Pato. That guy was in Saudi Arabia meeting those Wahhabis. And so why is he still on the throne?
Wait, hold on. How can he be going Saudi Arabia? You know what? I don't
he was there
understand.
now. No, I know he was meeting with the Wahhabis now.
Wait, hold on. Because in Saudi Arabia, they've banned radical extremism. In places in Saudi Arabia, especially like UAE, they've banned radical extremism. So I'm kind of perplexed how he's still able to go to Saudi Arabia and meet with those fundamentalists there when they've banned it.
AI, fix your mic. I think Pato gave you his mic or something.
Are you serious?
We can hear you now. Okay.
Yeah, I said I don't understand how he's able to go to Saudi Arabia to meet fundamentalists when Saudi Arabia has banned radical extremism in their society. They've taken like a hard stance on that. MBS has said they've banned it. They threw them away basically, even from Saudi Arabia. They expelled them from Saudi Arabia. So I don't know how he's able to find those Wahhabis in Saudi Arabia.
Nah, I was shocked to see him because somebody's clearly funding this guy from outside of the country. And to your point about Mobi, how big is it?
Those people was meeting that are not necessarily Wahhabis though.
Yeah, exactly.
It was just meeting some, not even scholars. It was just meeting some Arabs and making videos of it.
Why is it Yoruba KBC meeting?
That he's trying to spy some people now.
Kini.
It's a Yoruba.
Oh yes, I remember the KBC was.
Yeah, what is the Yoruba?
He will.
Don't call him Emia. Why are you doing? Yoruba. Say Yoruba. Yoruba Emia. No, what is Yoruba king doing in Saudi Arabia?
It's not a Muslim.
I don't know.
What's his name? Yeah, he's a Muslim. I forgot what his name is.
Yes, a Muslim.
Yeah, he's a Muslim. Yeah, that's why he's probably there.
The guy is smoking go.
That guy is terrible.
I saw one video where the guy they rolled
Denounced. Yeah, I saw a video where he was denouncing like Yoruba tradition.
He learned that from Canada now, from Pato when he was there.
They roll Igbo. I hear say they smoke Igbo well for you.
That guy is terrible.
He grew up over there now, so you guys.
Are you serious?
He grew up in Canada now. Yeah, he grew up in Canada. You didn't know that?
Wait, really?
Yeah, he grew up in Canada. Yeah.
Wait, are you talking about laughing or yo? Or
No,
talking about the other one? Yeah, he grew up in Canada. Are you serious?
Yeah, he's a Canadian citizen now.
I didn't know that.
No, Babati. He didn't necessarily grow up here.
He has your city.
He has doesn't mean that he
learned that in GUMI from you guys. No, there's no way he learned that in
maybe was okay, Pino.
So he went to go and collect citizenship from Canada.
Maybe he can't do asylum for you.
No. He said he came in his youth now to study now.
He came what?
He studied there now. He came in like
which study? Which school did he go?
No, seriously.
He married someone.
No,
I heard the story. He eventually married someone whose parents were working in Nigeria High Commission in Canada. He got paper and everything. He was a hustler in the US too now. Now, sweet boy.
I'm a borrow left the cabins.
How would you? But God don't jealous. Can't we boycott the meat, the nama?
Your own one bed. You can't do that. You can't do fish now. You have to.
If they buy my people, is that enough? Can you fast for 1 month or 2 months?
No. Can you go to another one bed? Choose one bed. To see.
Okay. By the time they buy my people finish, they go they do one bed. Shawara erukusha show one bed lost easy. We fear allow them to do one bed. We fear allow them to do one bed.
Sorry, Pato, honestly, on a more serious note, I'm not joking.
Oh, yeah, he schooled in Toronto.
And he went to Pato,
Nova Scotia.
He actually went to school to Pato.
Babati, can you hear me now?
Chief Remy, can you tell us about our new law in Ogun now? We are banning all these Fulani settlements now.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys. Yeah, you're right. And apart from that, I saw a video where they send a lot of security personnel to demolish a settlement. That is real and it's true. So
that was the Remorse area.
No, they call the settlement Saga or Zaga settlement, something like that. So they're going to demolish the settlement. I think it's high time we have to come together and face the reality. We have to demolish all these settlements. And when you talk about ranching, they don't need to settle ranching for northern people here. Some Yoruba people are also rearing cows. I know a man that have about 20 cows. And he does not, his cow does not go about the street. He just gets like 1 acre of land for each. And I also know another one that is rearing about 6 cows, and also had a small pot, half a plot of land doing his stuff there. And to the beauty, a lot of people always come from Bodida to buy from him. So it's not that they allow you to just be roaming about the street like what these guys are doing. I think it's high time to stop that open grazing, because you saw this guy carrying AK-47 for what? When we are growing up, we used to see these people, they always come with a stick. Why are you not carrying?
Why are you carrying AK-47 now? Yeah.
Yes. So that is the question. And where did they get the AK-47? How can a small boy of 14 or 15 years old carry AK-47? How do they get it?
Now the person where they own the cattle, where they give them.
So I think the issue now is that the people that owns that cow, they just buy cow, they don't want to feed it, just continue to feed them any grass anywhere in the country. That is making abnormal profit, a kill.
Yeah.
So it has to stop. If the way, and I think no matter what they do, It's going to get to that stage. And I also like what the government is doing. Instead of using the military in terms of intelligence gathering, they sidetrack them. The guy is using more of SSS now, DSS, because those ones are not as compromised as the military.
Yeah. Remy. So, what is your take that they are going towards regional security than individual states having their own security network in the Southwest?
For now, the regional security is okay for the Southwest is going for regional security, and I don't think nobody, I repeat, all those, yes, they cannot touch South or Southeast, because they also have their own warlord with a lot of AK-47, unless you want to go and die. Especially those angle of Rivers and Bayelsa.
You know what Delta South people.
So all those three states I mentioned, you can still mess with Edo a little bit, but Delta, Bayelsa, and Rivers is a no-go area for anybody.
Oh, I don't think you guys saw the news recently in Delta State. What they did, they killed about what? They said they killed, I think, 40 bandits in Upper Nam.
The reason that why the Southwest security is okay like that is that, Yoruba people are people that spread information quickly. There are some people and they will not allow their governors to rest. Unfortunately for us in the Southwest, I don't think we are as compromised as the people from the Northwest or Northeast, because recently I saw a video where young children, they were just hailing these bandits because they were uneducated. They were nothing. They don't have no hope. So they were just hailing them. They were happy. They don't know what is even going on. They are this set of people that are also terrorizing them. And they use religion to cloud their eyes one way or the other. So that is, and then their leaders there, they are also compromised because of gain and also politics. Now, if they start killing themselves, in fact, I want them to even kidnap a governor in that Northwest or Northeast.
If they do that, that would be huge.
Yes, that is when they will now sit there. They are going to do a Northern security meeting by November 29, next week. This week, Saturday.
No, Chief Remy. So why? Yes. So and the Middle Belt is still going to show up and hang out with them in that meeting.
No, I don't think Middle Belt will.
No. Middle Belt is included, though. It's included. They say all
really? Do you see AI? Do you see the wall? Sometimes I don't get this Middle Belt.
Why don't Middle Belt come out their own?
Exactly. One day.
I think the problem the Middle Belt are having is that the leaders in the state, they are not in harmony with one another. I mean, leaders of one state is not in harmony with another leader of another state. Because that North Central, two states, Benue and Plateau, they are predominantly Christians with a minority Muslim. Mm-hmm. And then the rest of the states, they are majority Muslims.
Like Niger, Taraba. Yeah.
Taraba is not in North Central. Taraba is
sorry.
Yeah. So with that kind of coloration with communal clash and also religion, so they were unable to sync. It's only in the southern part of Nigeria, especially in the Southwest, where they are quite liberal towards religion. So that is why you see that moderate achievement in terms of security in the Southwest. Nobody cares about whether you are Muslim or Christian. We are already interwoven. But when you go to the Southeast, they are predominantly Christian. About 90% or more than 90% are Christian. Actually, when you've been to the Southeast, they have a very good community also. But unfortunately, they don't have a clear-cut leadership. It's all about who brings more is the leader.
We don't have. It's very autonomous. We have a very autonomous culture. So that's why.
Do you know the challenge that I think the difference between Southwest and North Central is because the Muslims in the Southwest are moderate in their thinking.
Exactly.
If the Muslims in North Central are also moderate in their thinking, I don't see any Christian that will not go well with them. I'm not saying this because I'm a Christian.
No. Apart from that religion,
the Muslims in the North Central are not as moderate as the Muslim in Southwest.
Apart from the religion,
I was in
ethnicity
Apart
is
Ilorin.
from
also a
religion,
factor.
they have that communal clash. Like if
No, we still
for
people
a
have
long
communal
time,
clash in the southwest occasionally in the past now.
but they were unable to resolve their differences. Let me give you an example. In Benue, for example, the Domas
And the thief.
and the Tiv, they have been fighting one another. I don't know when they are going to stop.
No, it's the Jukwan thief that are fighting. Not the Doma and Tivo, it's Jukwan.
But they also accuse that it's only the is it the thief that always get the governorship, blah blah blah.
It's the Jukun and thief that have issue. And the Jukuns are from Taraba.
Taraba.
You see, the issue is that we can brush religion aside this country, but to some people it is not something. It's their life. I just thank God that the Muslims in the southwest are level-headed.
It's going to be very difficult in Nigeria because Nigeria is still. I would have said that they should just ban all this religion totally. Nobody go to church or mosque.
For what?
Yeah, Nigeria should become a secular state.
No, Nigeria is a secular state, but how can you say we should not?
We are not a secular state. How can you say a secular state? Nigeria is not a secular state.
No, hold on.
How can you be a secular state and you have government? Government is paying for people to go to Hajj.
No Christian wants that. We don't want government to be paying for anybody. But you can't say because they are extremist Muslims, then you should stop me from going to my church. Why would I be paid the price for what a bloody Islamic extremist is doing is not? When I'm the victim and I'm still the one paying the price. No, you should fix the problem where the problem is. They are extremists, Muslim extremists. People are afraid to talk about it. I'm not in Nigeria, I can talk. People are afraid to talk about it. That there are Muslim extremists in the north. And some occasionally in the south. I saw one Yoruba affair like that too. And then outside the country, we have a lot of them.
Pato call names, Morik.
You are right. Some set of Muslim, they are extremists.
They are extremists.
And to tell you the truth, I will lay a narrative here. Sometimes when you go to the southwest, also, you will see some Christian or Muslim. They will be judging you. They will tell you are not so deep in the religion as a Muslim.
No, when we say extremist, let me we are not talking of judgment. We are talking of people. We are talking of people telling their people to be violent. No,
Remy, but because that we go to a secondary school to bully young girls because they didn't wear a hijab.
And now
that madness, that one.
Do you know what I say?
Don't use the same brush. Remy, you did it last time, and that's why I fight you. Don't use the same brush to paint everybody.
Don't allow.
Don't use the. I will allow you. The last time you were speaking, you were trying to talk about Oyedepo that said Ose is provocative. Why? Oyedepo said Nigeria shall not be an Islamic nation. What is wrong with that?
Yeah, you are right.
What is wrong with that?
What I'm trying to. You are right.
That the Islamic jihadists will not prevail over Nigeria. What is wrong with that?
They will
and
never,
the man is not. He's not telling his people to rise up.
If I have my
he's not telling his people to rise up. He's simply saying. He's simply praying. He was simply praying.
If I have my way,
let the Muslim instead of fighting also pray.
Do you know what I want to say? When I was growing up, I went to a totally Catholic primary school. And I've been to several churches to worship and pray. In fact, there was a time I was even going to Ayoni in Lagos. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. If I have my way, I will say that Nigeria should just cancel these two religions. Totally. If there's a way. Because they are the major cause of that underdevelopment of that country.
They are not.
Let me finish.
It's controversial, but I agree with Remy.
They are not.
Religion is
Christianity have contributed to development of Nigeria substantially, and I can point to it. Do you know how many Christian universities you have in Nigeria today? Do you know how many Christian hospitals you have in Nigeria? Do you know how many Christian homes? Do you know how many Christian
they don't have Muslim university or Muslim?
It's not about universities. It's about mentality.
When you are
Let me
saying that
finish.
they are the one
Don't be
contributing,
too
I beg leave that
agitated
one.
about it.
You want to say
Don't be too
rubbish?
agitated. Let
How
me
can
finish.
no?
Let me
When you
finish.
say
Don't be
rubbish,
too.
I will not allow you. How can you
Okay,
say
okay. Let
that?
me finish now.
If
Pato,
Islam is not
Okay,
contributing,
let
then
Remy
how
let
can
Remy
you?
land his
No, no, no,
point.
no, no. How can you say brush to paint everybody?
Let Remy land his point.
Pato, you are the host now. I think you are forgetting
You
that
are
you are
the
the host of
host.
the
Take it easy. Don't be too agitated about it.
No, it's true.
What I want to say is this. When I was growing up, by the time I was in the, secondary school, I noticed a trend. I noticed a trend where you can see coming from majority private school. Excuse me. These private schools, some of them can be Muslim or Christian school. They started introducing hijab or whatever in their Muslim school, and in the Christian counterpart, they started also discriminating that if you are not a Christian, they cannot take you into that private school. I'm not talking about most established ones, so I'm talking about those mushroom ones in the local community. So that is why that trend started in the Southwest. And before you can open or close your eyes, it has manifested into another.
No, Remy. They are saying that Christian private schools are saying that non-Christian cannot come there.
Yes.
Christian private school, not somebody, not an
Yes,
individual.
yes, and yes, and yes, and yes, and yes. And I mentioned
mention
that.
one. Mention one.
That's what I'm trying to. So listen first.
Mention one.
No, listen. Most of these schools I'm talking about, they are not the big private school. They are those ones that, in Nigeria, especially
Is
in
it
the
private
Southwest.
school that is owned by a Christian or a private school that is owned by a Christian body?
No. I don't know whether it's owned by
A
Christian
private
body
school that is
or
owned by a Christian body is what we call Christian private school. If as a
What I'm
Christian I
trying to
set up
tell
a
you,
school,
you
no,
don't
Remy,
want
hold on,
to,
so
you
that you
don't
don't
want
mix
to
up the
listen
thing.
first.
Remy,
Listen now. Listen,
clarify.
and
No,
because
clarify.
confirm me 1 minute.
Ó tún rubbish jẹ́ ká clarify.
Pato,
When
you
you
know
say
you
Christian,
you
when you
know
say
you're
Christian,
Pato, listen now.
Patoski, make it land first. Let you say
Let
what
me
you want,
land.
then you
What I'm
rebut
trying
whatever
to
he has to
tell
say.
you, what I'm trying to tell you that all this mushroom, all this mushroom private school I'm talking about, they are closer to the community because majority of the people who does not have money to send their wards to expensive private school, they are sending them to all this mushroom private school, whether Christian or Muslim private school, where they put religion first before the education of what they want to inculcate into their world. And this manifested a lot. What I'm trying to say, if you live in the Southwest, when you move from one community to community, especially whereby it's not an eyebrow area, where there are a lot of people are low income earners, where they have a huge population, you will see most of this mushroom private school I'm talking about. They can have maybe 1 block or maybe 2 blocks. Some even have maybe 2 or 3 rooms, and they call it a school. So they started pushing that religion, and that brings division.
Can I come in now?
Okay, you can come in. That's what I'm trying to say.
You see, when I say Christian private school, it's different from a private school that is owned by somebody who is a Christian or somebody who is a Muslim. I will not say a school is a Muslim private school because it's owned by one Abdul Rashid. But I will say it's a Muslim private school if it's owned by Anwaru Islam, Ansaruddin, Ahmadiyya, Nawaruddin. That would be a Muslim private school. But if it's a private school owned by Patrick or Ola, because I'm a Christian, it does not make a Christian private school.
So do you agree that one also causes division?
No, those are schools owned by individuals now.
Yeah, but they are the ones bringing all these religions.
Those are schools owned by individuals. So you can't use that individual position to paint the religion. There's no Christian private school, whether St. Mary, St. Joseph, St. Kiniko, that will ever say that non-Christian cannot come. And I stand to, if I am wrong, please let somebody correct me today.
So like I told you before,
even in the north,
like I told you before, I also went to primary school owned by Catholic. We have a big church.
My brother went to a secondary school owned by Muslims.
So I
in Ibadan.
I understand what you are trying to say. But
so those are individuals, not the religion.
My
So
point is that
your
where
point is
we
that
have
they should scrap the religion because
no,
Muslims are killing
my
people.
point is this. My point is
I
this.
beg.
Where majority of people live, dwell, each population that they are low income earners.
Have you ever heard? Let me
Okay,
put
don't
it to you.
understand where I'm coming from.
In Nigeria today, have you ever heard when after a pastor finished preaching, the congregation out of anger, they went out in protest and started killing Muslims? Have you ever seen one? It happens in Kano on Friday. There was a time in this country that every Friday was like walking on eggshell.
Nobody is disputing
Every
what you're
Friday.
saying.
Baba
Nobody is
remember.
disputing what you
If
are
I'm lying,
saying.
if I'm lying,
Everybody are condemned.
If I'm lying, let somebody correct me. There was a time in Nigeria, especially when we're serving the north, and every Friday was a fearful day because they can just finish Jimo like this, and the next thing is destroying everywhere. It even happened in Ilorin. If you ask people in Ilorin, the Christian in Ilorin, what they went through, you'll be surprised. Now everybody is even afraid to even talk about it. On this platform, when I first joined, there was a guy that brought an issue about Muslim Christian. They were just abusing Christians. Everybody, one man was smiling. When I say I want to address, I say, and I started talking about it. He said, "Oh no, you don't know so much about that area." He just stylishly silenced me that day because he doesn't want to do something that will create problem for him. Whereas you can abuse Jesus the way you want, you can buy Christian, you cannot allow a Christian that you buy cannot boldly say they buy us. What kind of a country is that? What kind of a country is that? You better talk to your people. The Muslims that are hearing me, they go and talk to them.
Patosi, let me respond.
People, extremists.
Let me respond. This
They should point me to extremist Christians.
This is not about Muslim or Christianity.
Both
of them are corporate. Listen, you've laid
we
your
are not
angle.
corporate. If
Let's say
Muslims are corporate, that's their problem.
You cannot have monopoly of everything. Now, let me.
I don't have monopoly, but you cannot accuse me wrongly.
Let me respond to you now. Let me respond to you. What I'm saying, where I'm looking at it, is different from where you are looking at it. You are looking at it from the generalized of maybe schools that belong to a body. But I am trying to tell you that where a majority of the population live, that is where you see that the division between Christianity and Islam, sometimes in the Southwest. I'm talking about the low income area where they have a lot of people. Because before, when we were growing up, I don't used to see people go to school and put hijab or whatever. Personally, I don't even like that kind of stuff. And I don't even like people also covering their head. No earring, nothing, no powder. Just you look miserable because you are worshiping God, because you are as a Christian, like the deeper life and the stuff. I don't like it. I thought they were just deceiving themselves. God, in His merciful, does not tell us you should just be going to church or mosque every day. God Himself works for 6 days, non-stop, and only on Sunday He has a rest. So sometimes, if you are here, you are trying
anybody that wants to go to church, you go. Anybody that
let me finish. I know. I understand you being a Christian. That you are trying to go. No. Listen.
That's my problem.
I am not vast in religion like you. I'm not that kind of person. I take life simple. I'm a very liberal person.
I take life simple too.
I understand.
That's why I don't go blowing other
I understand. I understand.
That's why I don't go blowing people up.
I understand your where you are coming from. I would have loved a Muslim that is very vast like you in Christianity come and take it up with you. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not here to talk about. I will look at it objectively, and I will say that both religions have not helped that country at all.
Remy, you know what these Christians do? That sometimes they create problems.
Yes,
they'll go around. Let me tell you what they do now. They'll go around approaching people's children, pulling them to a corner, opening Bible to them, and trying to tell them that they are going to hellfire if they don't give their life to Jesus Christ. You have this Jehovah's Witness knocking on people's doors, trying to convert people to be Christian by force. And that's what they go to the north.
Did you put a knife on anybody's neck?
No. First of all, why you approaching people? Hold on now.
When we bring information to you,
first of all, that's child abuse. How can you be approaching somebody's children?
We are not busy going around.
Hold on. I'm not saying you're violent. That's not an accusation. I'm saying you're going to approach somebody's child to be telling them that they are going to hellfire. They should abandon what they are doing. They don't give their life to Christ. I mean, that's why you're approaching somebody's child. So when you go to the north, approaching a northerner's child, a Muslim, telling him, brainwashing him that he should give his life to Christ. If he doesn't, he's going to hellfire. You can't tell traditional worshipers children that they are.
So why are they patronizing Christian schools?
You say?
Why are they patronizing
those that choose to do that? That's not the argument I'm presenting. That one, at least, I can't blame you for that one. If somebody come to you as a Christian, say, I want to be a Christian. It's not Christian. It's not your fault. But what they do is they have to go and be preaching this thing to people. What do you have to preach? What do you have to go and push your own religion on other people? And then you're using propaganda.
No, not pushing your religion.
We are there forced. Is it a force? You have right to preach your religion to people. But
So,
what you don't have right is to force them.
For example, in the Western world, like where I live, religion preaching is not allowed in the public ear. And in China,
Where did you hear that one? Which Western world, please?
Where,
beg?
I've not seen them here
in Finland.
Where in the United States that religious preaching is not allowed in public place? Where did you get that one?
Can sue you if you start imposing religion on your children.
Mike, let me clarify. Since I've been living here, I've not seen whether Christian or Muslim preaching in public places, coming to you to come and tell you, Jesus are here.
That's not a Western word, no. So why did you say Western word?
Madam Sita, if you go to workplace,
it's not a Western word.
If you're a teacher, in school, in America,
it's not a Western word.
Hold on, where?
Finland is not a Western word.
No, it's not.
So where is a Western word?
You're supposed to know better now. Why are you asking me?
Tell us.
Finland is not among the Western world. I don't know where you got that one from.
Tell us the Western word. So
Finland is not the Western world.
Yeah.
These Jehovah's Witnesses, they'll go to Kanu, go and be knocking on the Imam SHEIKH GUMI's door, telling his wife and his children to come and give their life to Jesus. And then you wonder why GUMI.
Mike, I noticed.
You wonder why GUMI want to burn your church. So sometimes they cause trouble too.
Mike, I noticed.
Mike, that thing you are saying, Mike, that thing you are saying is absolute ignorance.
How can you go to?
You have every right to prove your religion. That's where.
You know what I'll never do? I will not go to other people's territory.
Even
I know how emotional they are about what they do there.
Whatever you believe in
their way of
today,
life.
you were converted to believe in it.
No one converted me to do anything. I'm sorry.
Whatsoever you believe in it.
No, here's the deal. I think you're missing my point, Madam Zita.
No, listen to me. Every religion have the right for conversion, but they don't have the right to force anybody.
You are not getting my point.
No, I'm getting your point.
No. Let me make it clear. Let me make it clear. My point is not even about the religion. My point is, if you know that you go into some people's territory and you know the way they are, right? Come on, man, use your sense. Like, for example, if you're in Southeast, like in Southeast, and you're preaching for someone to convert to Jesus Christ, that's fine. I know that there's no danger you're doing there. But if you go to a place, let's say you go to Saudi Arabia, or you go to Islamic, someplace in North, Sanfara, where they are doing Sharia, those kind of things, and you begin to preach Jesus to their children, and there's trouble starts. You can't be telling me you have a right. I have a right. I will tell you guys, you have a right to, but you still want to cause trouble. It's the same way you can say you have a right, freedom of speech to insult anybody. But if you can't insult somebody and slap you, you can't come back and be saying it's my fundamental right to insult. I will tell you, yes, it's your fundamental human right to insult. But at the same time, now you go find trouble.
Listen,
you can't be
you are mixing up a lot of things.
You go to the north,
to a hardcore religious fanatics is different from your right to convert. What are you even saying?
The point I'm making is you people are causing trouble. All you Abrahamic,
I got you.
Christian and Muslim, you guys are causing trouble. Yeah, you guys are the only one that want to tell everybody that your religion is better and everybody else is going to hellfire. And you guys are the ones fighting everybody. Muslims and Christians.
Mike, see this. South and Southeast are predominantly Christian, 90% or even 98% concept. So what you are trying to say is that if a Muslim cleric now go to Onitsha in front of a church or wherever and start preaching Islam, they should convert to Islam. They might not.
They won't take it now. They won't take it.
They won't take it.
They are
might
already
not really
accusing them of
violent.
Islamization.
Yeah.
What made
Exactly.
you
They are
think
already
they won't
accusing
take
them
it?
of Islamization, but they will want to justify
No,
their own.
what makes you think they won't take it?
Madam Zita, listen to this.
You will say they want to Islamize you. Fulani agenda.
Oh
There
my
are some
shit.
information in Southeast that Muslims in the Southeast are not allowed to practice their religion as well. It's true.
Where did you get that one from?
It's all over the news media. There was a time.
Come on now.
If you are a Muslim,
So where do they practice? Where? Okay, how come they have mosques there?
They don't have mosques. Which kind of mosque?
Can you imagine this guy? Where in the Southeast have you been to?
No, I mean you said they have. You said they have mosques or what?
Are you saying they don't have mosques in Onitsha?
No, what I read. Listen, this is what I read. I read that if you are a Muslim in the Southeast, it's very difficult for you to practice, and it's very difficult for the society to accept you.
And where did you get that one from? I am from the Southeast, and I know that some Southeasterners, Igbos, are Muslims, and there are mosques in our cities where they go to worship. So where did you get what you're saying?
But the mosque is for the Hausas that came there, living there now. But the Northerners are not walking around, knocking on your doors, telling your Igbo children to come and become Muslims. They're not doing that.
If they are not walking around, knocking on your doors, how did they get the ones they converted?
How many Igbos? Name 5 Igbos they got converted into Islam.
That is the point I am trying to make.
You know how Southeastern Muslims now?
Can you listen? That is the point I'm trying to make to you. That you have the right to talk to somebody who is an ardent Muslim or ardent Christian. But that doesn't mean you have the right to force him or disturb him to join you.
That's not the
There are
argument.
two different things.
Yeah.
Who told you they are not talking to people? So how did they convert them?
No. Convert who? No one is in any argument.
So you think the Igbos that are the people that are Muslims, they just wake up one day and walk into the mosque and become Muslims?
They are Igbo Muslims. In the Southeast,
Mike, I totally agree that some Muslims are extremists, that they don't want to hear any other religion, and they can go to any length in terms of violence. That is true. But it does not
Muslims have extremist tendency. That's a fact, man. They are very emotional about their religion.
They are very emotional, and they can go to any length to buy or do whatever to anybody that come against their religion. Then, if you know that this, to me, I think what we should do is this: if you are living in Zamfara and you know that they are practicing their stupid Sharia or whatever they are practicing, don't near them.
Don't near them. Exactly. Don't stop. When I used to be in the north, and the things I used to see some Satanás do, and I used to wonder, like, even when I was in the north, Northerners are people where are easily understood. They are like a kind of people where they just don't want you to, like, trust their, like, violate their religion or their. Once you are there and you just behave, you're nice, they will treat you well. They will be humble to you. They are very simple. They're honest. But the moment you start stepping on their religion, that's when they get angry. And me, if they come to my place and behave like that, I can stand up to them like, come, no, yeah, that kind of thing. But me, I know that I'm the one in their territory, so I have to respect your way, because me self know in the South, you understand? They're everywhere. Hold on, let me land this point. Everywhere, human beings have things that they want to die for. Even in the South, there are some village, some cultures.
Wait. Anytime Mike comes here, he will derail from the topic and pick his own topic.
But let me make my point now.
Can you guys move it back to the topic of the day?
Okay, we'll move back, but let me land my point. Sorry. Even in the South, there are cultures where it's like they worship their king. So when you go to that place, you can't insult the king or violate the king way. They will kill you. You understand? So when you get there, just know that, I'm in their territory. I'm in this place. I don't think insult about that kind of thing. So it's the same thing with all human beings. People have something that they're emotionally passionate about. So when you go to their house, just understand that. You can't go to the north and be trying to convert your children to Holy Mary now.
Sorry, Mike, in addition to what you just said, my first contract, as when I was looking for a job in China, the contract stipulated no religion. You cannot go to anywhere and preach religion. It was explicitly written there. And every foreigner that live in that country obey that rule. You cannot go to any place of work, whether schools or wherever, and be shouting Jesus Christ or Allah Akbar or trying to preach them. You are gone. They don't allow it.
When I was
And
in the
that
north,
means
you have it Daosa, all those pastors, they will come and do big crusade in the north in one big stadium,
they
one
don't
big
allow
field. They will invite so many people, provide
they don't
food
allow it.
for the
But
hungry northerners to come and become Christian. You guys are playing with fire.
I discovered that we, as Nigerians, we love religion. We like to praise the Almighty God. But we are the most people that lie a lot, backstabbers, commit a lot of unnecessary crime. And those people that they don't even believe in God, they just believe in your hard work, they are progressing. They just do, they are being fair in their life. Why are the so-called people that are so religious? Why are they the ones destroying this world? Why are they the one committing a lot of unnecessary crime? Where if truly they believe in God?
Nigerians are not religious, so I don't know where you people got that word
How
from.
many churches or mosques do you have in your street?
You are not.
How many
Nigeria
churches
Nigerians
have
or
don't
more
mosques
even
do you have
churches
have
in any corner
than
of
Christians,
the
Nigeria?
not
entire
alone
Western
true
world combined.
Christians.
I beg,
Nigerians don't have Christians, so
then why are we fighting over religion there? Let's move to another topic. It's immaterial at the end of the day.
no, you
Let's
people are
say
not
that no
fighting
religion.
over religion.
They are fighting, no, they are, unless you are
No,
lying to
you are
yourself.
not fighting over
Muslim and
religion.
Christian, they are fighting one
No,
another. That is the truth,
no,
okay?
nobody is fighting over religion in
They
Nigeria.
are fighting over religion, especially in the
No,
northern part of Nigeria. Maybe in the south, people still use because I'm more
they
modern
are
or
fighting over religion. Where, Remy?
in the north, so they are fighting in the northern part of Nigeria. Both Christian and Muslim,
Fighting
they are
which
fighting among
religion?
Christian and Muslim, they are fighting
You
among
see, Remy, this is actually the issue I have with people when they speak.
That is the truth now.
A president of another country complained about Christian genocide. You, Remy, came here. Said all you said.
Because there was no Christian genocide.
Let me finish. To nullify that. Even attacked me.
I have to
today.
Extremely
Same you is saying that in the northern part of Nigeria, they are fighting over religion.
But
I go lie tire. But the good thing is that I actually, you see, in all of this, do you know what makes me happy? Technology has gotten to the level that it's almost getting to the point of almost being impossible for you to lie. Cameras are on you people. Make una continue.
No matter what
Shebi today, you are saying there are fighting over religion in the north. Una go lie.
No. I think you are just here. Sometimes you threaten with your soft threatening or blackmailing people unnecessary. I see you as very biased when it comes to religion. What I'm trying to tell you is that they are fighting in the north over religion. Even I told you that there's some Muslim who does not believe that this kind of Muslim is a real Muslim. They will classify as unbeliever. And over there, Muslims are buying Muslims.
I beg, who watched Miss Universe?
So you cannot
you watch Miss Universe.
Sometimes what I don't fancy about you is that sometimes you come here with your soft jab, like you are well encompassed, all the knowledge of this world.
Adawale, did you watch the Miss Universe?
It's very.
Who watched Miss Universe for here?
Laugh unnecessarily because sometimes you always think you know everything.
Who watched Miss Universe? I beg.
I beg. God, man. You people. Oh God.
Who watched Miss Universe? I beg.
Every time. Okay,
I want to say something about the Cote d'Ivoire girl. Maybe we change the topic. We don't finish that one. We change the topic, I beg. Make una the Nyande go. We move back to Nnamdi Kanu and what is happening in the military. Let's leave religion.
What happened to the Cote d'Ivoire girl?
The girl verse, she says she know the verse, but she has denounced everything. Even denounced that she will never have anything to do with such thing again in her life.
To do what again?
I don't even know why they still do that shit called Miss Universe and Miss World and all those things. I don't know why they still do that. Maybe she thought she will win that. Well, body-wise, she's okay, but her face is not that good. But she performed very well. She did well. Then she came third runner up or fourth runner up. So according to her, she said most people were saying she should win it. And then I think it's Miss Mexico, whichever one that walked away that later won it.
Oh, okay, that
Oh,
lady.
are you talking about that Miss Universe? There was this the Asian guy that was talking down one of the contestants.
It was Miss Mexico now. She was running down Miss Mexico.
And she ended up winning it.
All of them
maybe because of that, he gave it to her.
The Miss Mexico is not fine now. Why they carry and give her?
They just can't give her for image sake. For damage control.
No, that's not even what the girl was complaining. She's not the one. I think she's the fourth person that have resigned. Among these things they just finished last week, 4 of them has denounced that show.
That they did in, is it Bangkok or where?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thailand.
Yes.
Thailand, yeah.
I think it's the Thailand guy. That is its Chinese Thai. That guy.
No, what she's saying is that she never knew it is this corrupt. Do you understand? All the things she doesn't want to speak in depth, but she saw her, that thing. I don't know why the world don't want to ban that thing. I don't see the value of that thing to the world. I don't see why they're still doing it. I would have rather preferred them to have something like beauty and math, beauty and chemistry, beauty and physics, beauty and tech.
You will never see beauty there.
Why are you people laughing? In a situation whereby
Rita, all those things, no, they go together.
No, they go together. Who told you?
No go fine.
Who told you they don't go together?
Only few.
You don't go get time to take your
You don't get time to paint your face, nails, and
physics.
No. That is why it should be a competition.
Babati.
If it is difficult to get a beautiful girl,
I wanted to ask him a question.
Hold on, let me finish. If it is difficult to get a very beautiful girl who can solve math at instant, why don't we do a competition on that? Why are you bringing girls to parade their bomb? They open their bomb, they parade their bomb. Men run them over, sleeping with them at cost, terrorizing them, promising them they will be queen, running them over. You don't know what happened there.
Madam Zita, some girls like soft life. Because of soft life, they can go to any length to achieve whatever they want.
Okay, so what you are saying is that some people like stealing.
Yes,
so because they're still, we should allow stealing to continue. Come on now.
I understand what you are trying to say, but unfortunately, in this world,
they have to ban that thing.
For example, look at Nigeria. I want to ask you a question. I don't know where you go to secondary school in Nigeria. If you are about to choose whether you are going to be a science student, art, or commercial, even mere seeing physics book, the textbook alone, and biology book, already make a lot of girls run away. I have to consume all this book, or you have to do geography.
I don't know where you got that one from.
I'm telling you why a lot of beautiful girls will run away from it. They won't do it. Because
I don't know where you got that one from.
Patosa, am I lying? At least
everybody true now.
In Nigeria. Nessie, Lambert, or all those people books.
They don't run away. It is, let me tell you, let me say this. I am a member of Grace Hopper. So it is how would I put it? Let me find a way to put it. When you think somebody is weak, you find it difficult to absorb the person in a strong area. It took people like Grace Hopper and few others to go in there with the laughing, with you cannot, with you are a woman, with you have a family. Have you finished combing your hair? Hey, have you thought of what you will wear today? With all those mockery, it takes women like Grace Hopper to go in there and do something different. It is not that women see it and run away. No, they don't. You can't even stay here today and tell me that men are more brilliant than women when it comes to academics. I will still tell you no. But the thing is that when you have categorized somebody as a weak person, you find it very difficult to absorb that person in a strong thing. Look at the military. Grace Hopper was in the military. She has to do something extraordinary there for her to be recognized. So it is the world women has found themselves. Not that when a woman see physicists, we run away. Physics now, no Jody. Come on now.
No. That's not what we are. I think you are mixing the point. What we are saying is that we have girls who are in. We have girls in science class now when we're in school. We have girls who are in engineering, and all the stuff. We are saying that
When you
those
are growing
engineers.
up as a girl, they will be telling you, don't do all those courses. You
No,
won't be able
it's
to
not.
take care of your family. Do
No,
teaching,
no,
do this, so
no.
that you can be able to do it and go home and take care of your.
That's one of those days now. Those one of those days. Now we have a lot of female doctors. We have, that are consultants. We don't do their first this thing. Don't go do residency, everything. So that one would be that one are those days. But what we are saying is that the girls in engineering or the girls in medical school, they don't have time to start. They wear their jeans, wear their normal dress. Girls in engineering wear their jeans, put out their polo, carry their bag, pack, and they are on the street, they are on the road. You understand? Unlike it's typical girls in business or communications that have time to go and do Miss What. Those days when they organize those competitions in the universities. Now those girls for social science and arts, now then they participate past. Because the girls in engineering and sciences and medicine, they don't have time to go and participate, but the girls in social science and arts, now then they do all those things. That's what we are trying to say. And which is still true up till now. How many medical students have time to put TikTok and be shaking their bum bum? Or how many engineering students, girls, have time to go and put video online and shake their bum bum? But most of those girls, the way you see, they'll say, I'm doing accounting. They don't even feel do I can know. Or they'll tell you, oh, they are doing English, they are doing philosophy, they are doing education, social study education. That's the point now.
Have anybody seen Nnamdi Kanu inside the Sokoto?
I don't see the AI version of Nnamdi. Then carry food go give the AI. He chop AI rice. Was I the only one that saw it? But
If they release that guy,
Zita,
if they release that guy,
did you listen to
Nigeria
what
is
Jikalu's
finished.
did you listen to what Jikalu's this thing
What did he
interview
say?
with Chiom? At the point the guy was angry. He said, "What are we saying? That Nnamdi Kanu killed people now?" You will see his content has just changed. I've never seen him like that.
See, you see, in all that madness of Nnamdi Kanu, Imo State own was the worst. Imo State casualty was the worst. And do you know why it's annoying? Nnamdi Kanu is from North Imo State. Njoku is not from Imo State. The casualties of iPod in Aba, I don't even in Ebonyi State. I don't think they operated in Ebony. Umahi did not allow them. And this second guy now, I don't think he allowed it. They didn't operate in Ebony. So why on Anambra and Imo?
The guy was very angry when Sheung brought his case. He said, look, the Southeastern needs to just keep quiet and maintain. Don't condemn any judge, don't condemn. Let us relax and now think of political solution. That when you are shouting that the judge did his job, and that, mind you, do you know that thing led to the killing of almost 30,000 Southeasterners?
It's more than that too. It's
He said, so
130.
what are you saying? That Nnamdi Kanu kill people now? I just say this man don't vex, so I hope they will not go and burn his house. The guy was almost getting angry with Shehu. The first time I saw him like that.
So Shehu was saying he didn't kill somebody.
No, Shehu was saying, look at the case where as if he expected Ojikalu to say justice was not done like all those other Southeastern leaders. The guy said, what are you saying? Now what's wrong with us? What's wrong with our people? He said, do you know people? You need to go and look at it. I just saw that clip. I just see this man's face can't look very ugly. He was angry. He couldn't hide it. I know they will start.
I think that those victims, which are runs into thousands, do you
they will start abusing Ojikalu now?
Of course. No, they abuse him already. They started abusing him that he is
okay.
anti-Igbo or something like that.
He's not that interview, right?
When they sentenced this guy,
I don't
care too much about Kanu and the rest. I just care about the victims. They buy a lot of people there, to be frank. Man. People really want to.
And their people are not anyway. When their people speak out, they also attack them. Just like all these things.
So that is why they created fear. And that is the hallmark of everything.
Look, Remy, I think I agree with you in a way with this religion thing as well. Do you know that I was listening to one Muslim man today? The man said that even the Muslim scholars that spoke against this killing, that they were buying them.
Mm-hmm.
He now started giving instances of one affair where they cut them into pieces.
Yes, so
like cult. One imam in the north that spoke against them. He mentioned like almost 10.
So that is why I said that if I don't have the power, but if I have the power, I'll just eradicate the two religions. No more.
No. Now the one way create problem, you go punish. No be the one way no create problem. What would be your reason for saying they should stop Christianity?
So you see what I'm trying to say here. Some Muslim will be telling some other Muslim that they are not Muslim enough, and before you know it, they want to buy them. For what reason? There's no religion tolerance at all. People should just practice whatever they like.
Exactly.
And don't disturb others. So I think that's what they should do. Maybe there should be a law that if you are a Christian or Muslim, don't disturb any other religion. Don't go and be going to the end. Because sometimes some people, they cannot accept other religion than their own. And they go too violent about it. Why some people, they will not go too violent, but they also use another way to punish you or attack you. So we cannot say both of them are... Sometimes I just think black men, these two religions are not from you, sir. Why are we so fixated on it unnecessarily?
No, but people should be allowed to practice their religion.
Yeah, they should be. They should be allowed.
I won't, because as a Christian, if as a Christian, where they buy people, Muslims should not be the one to take the blame for that. And you now say Muslims should not practice their religion because the Christian buy someone. So that's the point now.
It's really quite unfortunate that all these things that is happening are nothing we're supposed not to fight about.
Another thing is that I think the problem is not necessarily with religion. No. Do you know we have religion in other countries, and they are doing It's just our own politicians have chosen to use religion for politics, because elections are usually along the religious line. Look at for example in a place like even Middle East. It's an Islamic country. But look at
when
it.
you pass through this Dubai, Qatar, and the rest, it's like you cannot even know they are Muslim. They don't even go and pray. They don't even care.
No, they go to pray. They pray.
I'm telling you,
Friday is public holiday now.
I mean, in Nigeria, in Nigeria now, you hear people for afternoon prayer, evening prayer.
No, but in Nijimon, Dubai, the road they'll put mat
No,
everywhere.
I know, I understand what you're saying. I'm talking about daily.
Something like
daily, like maybe 1:30 prayer or 3:30 prayer or something. They don't care. They just go their normal business. They just drink their smoke their shishi and drink their whatever they want to drink or coffee or whatever. They don't care too much like that. And then when you now go to Nigeria, it's like the word has the word has stopped. Everybody must do the same. Why? For what reason? Where the religion come from? They did not take it so seriously like that. So that is why I don't like about black people, especially in Africa. So they have used, and so, apart from the politicians, some of these so-called men of God, whether in both religions, they have used it to enrich themselves. But only God will judge them because I cannot judge them.
But I just feel that politicians using religion for politics is one of the things that they feel, oh, we are the one ruling. But what they mean by we are the one ruling is, oh, Christians are the one in power now. That's what they mean. It's not like anything. And they want to do everything to stay in power. So you don't want that.
I think at the end of the day, I hope that this government will break Nigeria into resource control issue so that everybody will control their resources. All of this going to Abuja. Take care of your security by yourself. Each state, take care of your region, take care of your security by yourself. And let's see which region is really giving this country problem. When they don't collect that money from Abuja anymore, everybody will sit tight. At least you can control your resources in your region. So let's see what you can use your resources for. Because this wala is just too much unnecessary. Look at Nigeria is so big that if you travel all the way from Sokoto to Ibadan, it will take you hours now, even days. Why should you come on down for men trouble there when they are not interested in whatever is going on in your domain? It's unfair.
I get what you're saying.
Eh?
I get what you're saying.
Yes.
It's religion is something like, but religion can also be beneficial if we.
No, it was quite. To be frank with you, it was beneficiary in terms of education.
I've just brought in Midwest
and so many. But when we have some set of
Midwest,
everything just turn around and it becomes another thing entirely.
Midwest.
Okay.
You know the Midwest.
It's here. It's there now. How about Oroyo and Adewale? They were also there. They didn't talk.
Adewale has spoken. I think Oroyo has spoken. Pastor, I even expect, but Pastor refused to come in. No
maybe one man have banned him.
No, I've sent him. This is
not
public
interested. If he's interested, he will come in.
I miss Sam, Sha. I won't hear his voice.
Well, why would you invite somebody like that? Concept of all people.
Yes, now.
Don't invite. Don't invite.
Babati just coming.
Babati,
I wanted to ask
you. Yes, sir.
Babati, I wanted to ask, do you have fine girls? Do you have fine girls in medical school those days when you were there?
Do I have what?
Do they have fine girls in medical school in your class those days? They talk of replacing Miss World with Miss Beautiful and Miss Math and Miss Chemistry. I say, you see, get fine girl for our class those days.
I don't know how to respond to that statement, honestly. No, let's just move on. But what you right to run?
I no put you for don't worry. You are not in a place where you can respond.
Yeah, thank you. Right.
Okay.
But that's for our school, not medical school, engineering.
Patuski.
Hmm?
Patuski.
Yeah.
So, Abia State Governor presented a budget of 1 trillion.
Kilonta and there.
That's a good one.
So if Lagos is doing 40
To be honest,
or one.
I didn't pay attention when I was reading the news. I first saw Soludo presenting 700 billion. Then I saw Abia. I was like, wait a minute. Which one? Between Anambra and Abia, which one is more even richer? And I found out that almost 30% of the budget is going to education and health. So where would the rest go to when you're talking about building infrastructure?
Do you know how much of that one trillion will be borrowed, or it's just based on the revenue?
As a matter of fact, 60% is going to be borrowed because they are banking on a fact. The internet generated is what they said they are going to use to pay the salaries and co. But the money they are going to borrow too, that was meant for infrastructure, they also said they are going to use it to pay some areas for teachers and all that.
So they're going to borrow to pay salaries.
Indirectly, that's. But even though they said it's not going to go into salary, but that's what they're insinuating.
So
if 60% of the budget is coming from loan, I wonder how they'll be able to.
No, you can no. If you're borrowing 60% of the budget and you think health and education,
Health and education will take 30% of it.
what about infrastructure? Okay, because that would be talking on investment. Like what
On the capital project, so 30% on education and health, building schools, renovating schools, and
but that education budget, is there a place for research or some where it will make money back? You know what I mean?
some of the higher institutions will also benefit for. According to them, they will benefit from me too, because I intend to equip some, state tertiary institutions, and I don't know. I'm just wondering how would they be able to source for this? Because that state is not as financially buoyant like the way they. I mean, you cut your quote to your size. Is that one of what they say? If Anambra could present a budget of 700 billion, I don't know. There's no state in Nigeria doesn't have infrastructure deficit. Every state is underdeveloped. So, I mean, I rather they don't borrow that much. They do it gradually. You do the one that will touch the heart of people, and let the next administration, continue where you stop. Why borrowing this humongous amount of money to?
Do you know their previous budget for the previous year?
No.
I want to know what.
No.
You see what I'm saying? Let me look it up. I'm curious about tonight. Let me be nosy. Hold on, give me 1 second.
The one that was there before was not a good governor now.
No. I mean the last year. No, it's still the same administration. Just what they did.
Okay, last year.
2020.
But your state did not even present a budget of 1 trillion. I don't talk about. 800 billion. I don't talk about 1 trillion.
No, but Abia State is big. It's
so
between Abia and Anambra, which one is more richer among them?
Doesn't matter. But
I think Imo is the richest. Anambra should come second.
So Abia did 50 billion for. They're doing 50 billion for this year. So they're adding 250 billion more. So this year,
some of the money is for re-election now. What are you talking
about? Lagos presented 1.6 trillion. Is it 1.6? Yeah.
No, 4.
Sorry. I beg your pardon. 4.
So they were 752 trillion. It's not that alarming.
It is.
Really? Okay. But
it's 700 billion.
No, they are doing 750 in Abia. They are doing 750 this year. So next year they want to go to 1 trillion. So there's nothing. I won't. That it's not alarming to me that they're going. If it was to be like maybe half a trillion, and they're going to 1. I'll say okay.
It's a reasonable growth rate now.
It's a reasonable number.
But you compare the number of people migrating to that state. How would anyway?
No, if they
If
have,
that's the
if
financial
they have
person,
plans.
that's his data. It's a
Huh?
vision is that he has for his
It's a vision, but you also have to, see,
look at
some
Tinubu,
of
for
these,
example,
some of
saying
these
that he
executive,
wants $1 trillion economy.
they can't
Look,
wait to make their own footprint, but it doesn't have to be that big one time. Pick the one that you want to focus on it, and you don't have to put the rest of the state in debt perpetually in the next 2 generations. Some of this, in fact, 1/4 of that money is what they're going to spend on the project. The rest will go into the election next time. Anyway, they'll be all right
Anyway,
afterwards.
I want to ask you a quick question. How many percentage of, let's say, Anambra people do you think are outside the domain of Anambra State in Nigeria?
80%. 80%.
So,
Nnamdi
this
Kanu,
government is
Ayodele,
something they are swimming with money because majority of their people already left, and still they are the luckiest one to be found.
you know the funniest thing is that, in fact, you see a lot of people talking online now, even the likes of Obi Kubana and the rest, they'll sympathize that, just to save face. Some of them could barely even go to their state without having police escort with them because of one single individual, this idiot that was put behind
Do
bars.
you know that they have started shouting because Tinubu said that they should remove all VIP, all policemen from all VIP in Nigeria? All of it. Why can't you go and get your own security now?
These people are, federal government is really serious. So
Yeah, they're
they're
serious now.
reporting these people back to their base. They are
But
really.
have you made provisions or changed the law for private security?
they should apply to civil defense now.
No, it's subject to executive decision. It doesn't have such. It's not.
That
It's
doesn't
not.
if you're gonna if I
It's
have
not a law. It's not a matter of law. The executive can decide. After all, police is under
then
president.
decide. No. I'm saying that if you remove my police security service, then do we have laws?
Who cares? Who cares? Are you? Who cares?
I'm
Who
saying that
cares?
if I'm going to hire private security,
That's your business. Who cares? We don't need to give you notice before we withdraw police. After all,
this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that to hire private security service.
no. The federal government said they should write a request to the Nigeria security. Those people with the red uniform stuff, the armed division of that particular agency. They are the one that will now be performing this function
You don't
now.
have enough people in that department to do. If you're going to remove police officers from all these VIPs, you don't have enough.
Ideally, that's what they're supposed to be doing, but police.
Do you like they're supposed to be? You have private security services that.
No, Nigeria they're not ripe to that stage where you'll be having a private security. I mean, they are doing it. They give some people's licenses.
Yeah, you can have
I want to update you about the state police. The National Assembly, they will finalize all the modalities at the end of this month, and then they will send it to the State Assembly also by end of November. So that is what they are doing now.
Do you have details of the version that they are sending? There are so many versions of this thing. It's like so we don't even know which one that they are sending to the states. It's not like the one that allows for civil defense in it. The ones that the weaponry, we don't have details, Remy. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't have, but I would love a situation whereby they finalize everything by the end of this year, and then by January, any state that want to take state police on can just take it on. Because now I know that this work of terrorism is for the intelligence and the police. The military, they have been compromised, to be frank. They have been compromised a lot.
Why would they be compromised? You have retired officers that are jobless, that don't have anything doing, and they're profiting from this because they know those loopholes in our security apparatus in the country. Somebody said, look, that I'm glad Tinubu is doing this because, to be honest, there are some places, some local governments in Nigeria that you have less police officers in those places, especially those rural places. And you can't have army in those rural places except police. That's not their job. So if you have enough manpower, I mean, you can call in to help. But
But one thing I'm not clear about is that the federal government instructed the police to recruit additional 30,000 policemen. And you're also coming up with a state police. So what will happen?
no, we can have both. The state police is the responsibility of the state, while federal will have more officers that could help and assist. Look, I don't think federal government recruiting is going to stop anything. As a matter of fact, we're under police in Nigeria. Nigeria is completely under police. You can't have a population of over 200 million and you have less than how many? 200, 400, 300. The last time I saw a record, I think around 200 plus. We don't, as a matter of, no, so I beg your pardon, like
And
200.
Dewale, let's clarify you. Let's clarify you. When they say 20,000 people, half of that number are either sits in the office. The county people that are non-combatant. The office people are also in that number.
Yeah.
So it's not
So
even in the streets.
we are totally under police, and it was deliberate. They weakened that agency. Not one, it's not supposed to be a force. It's supposed to be a community related aspect of government where people can go in lodge in complaint. They are supposed to be the one closer to the people. Now you see them carrying AK-47, a weapon of war. Now you see police being underpaid, not well trained, unqualified personnel priding themselves as a police officer, and then if they have opportunity to enrich themselves, to turn against people that are supposed to be protected, what do you think will happen? It's a self-inflicted wound, and those people who are in charge knows. If you ever, I mean, there was a documentary on China's News one time where DG Badmos, I believe that's his name, that showed what was going on at the police training academy. They cook beans for them. Come and see the way they were scampering around there. Just a scoop of
The
DG Badmos. DG Badmos.
The guy lost his job because of that report.
Oh, really?
He used to be a full time. He used to be a before he went independent with the show. He used to be a full time staff of the channels. But
I think he went to Rice too.
No. It's independent. He has a streaming. He hosts a show, but it's independent now.
It's a 360 TV.
Yeah. That really caused a lot of trouble in the Nigerian
police force.
Yeah, so he got fired of that report. Investigative.
Yeah. I mean,
that was years ago now. That was like almost.
Yeah. So where you have a whole police division being subjected to their personnel being subjected to that inhuman, their training was not even at par at international standard. You have police officers that they don't even know what their job function is. One, and then you make them crawl, you make them run through the mud and the gutter, and then they say they're trained. Or then you give them AK-47, go around, and then they get drunk, and come on now. If you look at majority of the people in the police force, hardly you see we have less Yorubas in the force, in the police force. You see a lot of southeastern and southern in Lagos and the entire southwest. The other time they were recruiting, you had people coming from the north to pretend that they are from southwest. I mean, during the application, they started outing they showed on television there. Yeah. You said?
People not join now.
People didn't join. That's true. In fact, the last recruitment, people in the southeast too decided not to apply. So, I mean, you can't blame them because number one, their lives are not valued. They are not well trained. So if you are ill-equipped somebody, he'll trade them. Then you make them vulnerable. Ideally, the police force in this 2025 era supposed to be a community-based policing where people are on the ground, living among the people, know everybody. So it will be hard for any intruder to come in undetected. That is community policing in this 21st century is all about. using artificial intelligence, using technology. Not just about, hey, park your car, where's your particular? Which particular? We can't even verify anybody. Nobody knows, and that's why somebody can come in from Nigeria and claim to be Nigeria.
I think the Office of the National Security Advisor with the DSIs, I think they are doing a wonderful job in Nigeria. And it's because of the battle, because he has been they are using technology a lot. They know where all these people are, okay? So how come they now started releasing all those children without paying ransom or whatever?
No, they didn't want to disclose the ransom. They must have paid ransom.
But I don't know. But they're still having about almost 200 plus in Niger State. Where would they put them?
They use as a
I
negotiation.
think they have surrounded them. They have surrounded them.
To be honest, if I happen to be living in those border community where those bandits came to strike, you know what I would do? I will go and get Shakabula gun, a very sharp knife. I will avoid public gathering. No church for me or no mosque praying for me in the next 2 months. And I will try as much as possible to avoid crowd. I will try as much as possible not to, work in the night. Any isolated environment or desolate area, I make sure that I don't go there without, working with 1 or 2 people. Going to farm will be another issue. I will try as much as possible not to go alone.
Diwali, didn't we talk about having a great or good night economy?
Where?
No, in Nigeria. You say you don't at night time and everything. I mean,
nighttime.
You should be able to have a site where you can do that.
Wait, yeah. I mean, Elaine Jonah, you are asking about night. There's no nightlife.
But night economy lose a wood now.
I mean, not in those places. For now, security is the most important. No nightlife can wait. It will happen, but it will not happen it will happen in Lagos.
Of course, it will happen in Lagos.
It will happen in Lagos. I'm not sure about outside Lagos.
It never happened.
Diwali, right now, I can go outside now, go to the gym and walk down the street and get a Subway sandwich. And it's 12:36 right now. That's Nigeria.
Mr. Dewale, I want to ask you a question. If the person that wants to go to farm, you have to wait for your neighbor. How would that person be able to feed and take care for themselves?
Actually, brother, and I'm using my local experience as someone who.
They're discussing not Lagos. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Lagos. I'm talking about those places, that Eruku in Kwara State, and the likes of places like that where it's remote and ideally that's what community does.
The challenge is this: those people that live in those deep rural areas, they work their ass off to survive. They have a lot of things to take care of. Their farming, it's really time demanding.
It's unusual. It's unusual to have them strike twice, back to back, but it's possible.
No. The thing is that why they strike twice is that they have surrounded the entire country.
Listen, my brother. Those people were caught unaware. You remember in those days in Lagos, Babati, when the armed robber used to write to the people in the street, they would say they are coming on so day, and they will come. And look, we've had this kind of scenario in the southwest before. Even in Lagos, is as advanced as you expect. There was a time that police, the robbers were terrorizing people around, and they will come and they will make themselves visible. But the thing is that when the people know that they are coming on so day, guess what people will do? Everybody will disappear. But in a community where they can abandon their ancestral home, they always come together. And I've witnessed that in my hometown before when we had to employ.
Do you guys have them in your area?
Where? No, we had to go and use contractor this security from Kogi people. So they came. Now, if you arrive my hometown certain hours in the night, let's say for example 11 o'clock, you have to identify yourself first. And if you run, you're on your own. I was once witness it. I got home around 11 o'clock, and I went to knock the door. The door, they didn't open the door for me. I think, guess they were deep sleep. Asleep. Guess what? They make me to be selling stone. That's what you would do until somebody was able to identify you. Got to help your soul. But luckily, somebody peeped and saw me and said, "Oh, why are you coming late?" And that was when they went back. So we have to use people from outsiders, and then of course they will use whatever to use to fortify themselves. But in a community where you have people terrorizing, people community has to organize. They have to go in group. You can't isolate. The school, the people have to go together at once, and then being protected by the hunters and all that. If people know that those people will be coming to strike, of course, they wouldn't have allowed them to strike like that, but because it caught them unaware, especially those people in the religion houses on the day they struck. I mean, I'm not saying that there's no proof, what do you call it? A proof through logic,
Do
but
you
just
know?
that you have to.
Adewale, this thing you are saying, I was listening to Bayo that saying, people in the north, if more than 3 or 4 people are going to farm, they should go and apply to the police to follow them to farm. If you have 3 people or 4 children going to somewhere, they should. It doesn't just make sense now.
Mm,
Which police?
it does.
You think that if somebody wants to go to farm, go apply to police. Police will now
But
say,
another
okay,
thing
they
they
want to
can do
follow.
is at the school they can have
It's not
patrol,
now
just
police.
like the
They
Amotekun
are
is
putting
doing
out
in
the
the in,
less it's
Amotekun is doing in Ondo State
it's
now.
less about security.
They have them patrolling those schools in Ondo State, so they can do so also in the north. Even here in America, I mean, haven't we see all those mass shootings left and right? We now have police officers being employed through their school district to patrol those schools. So if anything happened, at least they will have somebody who can easily restore it first before we have a reinforcement. I'm just saying, there's a lot of Nigerians. We honestly, an average Nigerian does not pay attention to his own environment or to our surrounding. Uh, Patoski, you remember we didn't start building burglary or not until the middle 80s to 90s. Now people were building their house without fence. Then now it became so bad that we started putting burglaries on our houses, and everywhere looked like prison. We built a fence taller than the houses.
Back then the priority was to plant trees, not even fence.
Yeah, people were not putting burglaries. They weren't putting high fences. It is when the armed robbery now became the norm that we now started, okay, what can we do? We have to fortify, we have to prevent. So you have layers of security around you. Not that you are not vulnerable, but you have to have some things being put. There was a time, I know somebody back home that used to put, rodent trap. They will put it around the house. So if anybody trying to intrude, you first of all fall into the trap. Those huge rodent trap. They will set it out. This is even bigger than Pakote. This one can, if you catch human being, that bone is gone. He will set it around his house. And then anybody coming to intrude in the middle of the night, we just
Tinubu
fall
don't
into.
start business for him brother Gani Adams. When he withdraw all those security people, police from all the VIP, they should use Gani Adams security to
I mean,
secure
that's
themselves.
another job
Private
opportunity.
security.
That is true. That's a job opportunity. You're
That's
right.
true.
A
That's
job
true.
opportunity. But the Odua People's Congress has lost its beauty. Their relevance is zero in the southwest because they've compromised. Unfortunately,
They did not
and
compromise. Things change
how?
with time. You see,
But the Ghanaian Adams started it too. He was the one creating factions here and there. and the entire thing was lost. You now started having bad people getting into that group, and before you know it.
Is a time. There are things 30 years ago, if you do it, is sacrilege. Like, you be the only person and you be the only voice. But today, if the moment you even think of doing it, you will see people who will follow you. So it's time. When time comes, if you don't take your time, you lose your value. The world today is losing their value. They're not gaining. So that's the problem.
Hmm. Well, I mean, they can still revive it if they want to. There's no hope lost.
Is the
But it's just
is the what how it does it happens is the if you look at the this thing of life, you find out that it's a phase, it's a particular generation. Those things were wrong with them. The moment that generation is fizzling out, like another generation is taking in, that thing might change. But for the generation we have here now, so far, I think they're the worst in human history. Where Oba in a Yoruba land is dancing shoki with street boys. That is you actually gave an Oba to somebody who doesn't know what Oba is.
you know, Ewi of Ado had his birthday yesterday. He clocked 80. The entire church where they had the Thanksgiving was condoned of, like almost 1 mile away from the church. We must have invitation for you to even be close to that church. It's so terrible. A whole king of a town of Ado Ekiti doing Thanksgiving, and then people cannot even come close. They buy
You are
one king
talking
in Ekiti
about
State
king. What
now.
about governors? You're talking about ordinary king. Listen, I was watching one old black and white movie of Nigeria. The governors used to stand in an open roof car and be waving at school children. Open roof. They will stand in an open roof and be waving. And you see them live, see them what they look like on a very close range. Today, they can't try it.
Open roof.
They can't try it. And the annoying part of it is that the people before them secured them. That is the only thing, what I don't like about what is going on. People before them secured them. When it got to their turn to secure, they couldn't. They decided to be making money. The military is making money. America give them weapons. They give it out to the militia. The people sponsoring the militia will pay them, and they are just going about heading there. I know all them. Two of Tinubu's top military men is part of this shenanigan. 3 of his top military men in his ministry are part of this shenanigan. So how would anybody think that kind of problem will be solved? With those men in the helm of affairs? You send army for those who are used to what military is. Mission is only known by one person. 2 people know they decide mission in the military. Now some people they go will lay them for road, buy them.
When we are not at war.
When we are not at war. Thank God you added that one. When we are not at war. And some people came here, they are saying, hey, you have to fight those militants. You have to fight them, disband them. Look at the way Israel handles them. It will first of all block all their avenues of supply, both weaponry supply and intelligence supply. Then they will move in their own intelligence supply. That's why when they hit, they narrowly. If Israel hit you, you survive. Now it be say people way that around you don't die finish. Because knowledge is power. They will make sure that people that used to tell you that coming no, that used to tell you, hey, it is time, oh, they are planning this, so they will make sure those people are non-existing. They keep you in the dark.
My sister, should I even tell you something that just came to my mind now? I think we are not serious. When they are ready,
no, we are not serious.
When I was working in the bank in Nigeria, we have some security alarm system. If robbers come into our bank, I don't know of other bank there. We have my manager has a button under his desk. People know to know now because me I be manager at that point. But they don't change everything now, so I can talk about it now. If you press that button, it go alert bank security. It go alert police station. Then smoke go just blast. The kind of smoke we go blast, the kind of noise we go happen for that bank. Everywhere will be smoke, noise. So one of my manager now mistakenly his leg now push that thing. Come and see panic. So at that point, some of us now argued against because they didn't even train the staff on how to respond. That's the limitation of Nigeria. You know, they're supposed to train us that, when you see that smoke, maybe lie down or do something. Because assuming it's actual robbery, you know, those armed robbers can start shooting sporadically. Because the panic was very high. What I'm saying is that why can't we have it in schools? Something that would trigger and alert security. Because now we now know that schools are soft targets.
Patoski, is it the same school that doesn't have windows, that doesn't have fan, that doesn't have light,
Then they
that
should
doesn't
bring
have chair?
left to me self, they should
Whatever
even
is
mark
the
the schools in the
that is
north.
the issue. Listen, let me tell you guys. You see those people running around schools and kidnapping children and doing all those bullshit. The military knew.
They do.
When people come here to tell me that they don't have intelligence, I can't say even in war, they get intelligent. Not to talk of they disband the military if they don't have intelligence.
Madam Sita, I'm suspecting an international dimension to this, but because of the fallout will be so much, they decided, okay, we're going to deal with it domestically. However, we'll still keep having this kind of situation, but because there's no way we will not have international dimension where you see those number of weaponry in the hand of these people, where those weapons are not manufactured from Nigeria.
Adewale. I don't know why people don't want to believe me. That weaponry you are seeing is not from international. It's Nigerian-owned weaponry.
You
This
think
is a
so?
global platform. I'm saying it now. Call me 30 years if I'm still alive. I will still tell you. Maybe I come here the other day say, man, some people go walk. On their way to walk, they buy them. And I say, now that man tell people, say those people don't they come. There is nothing Remy did not tell me here that I should mention the man name. Do I know his phone number? And you think I can sit down to be making such an argument?
I did not ask you the phone number.
Go get the man name now. I say, go get the man name. When you get the man name, tell Tinibu to bring. You see, Adewale, I don't know whether Ola is here. There is something most people refuse to understand. Technology has gone so bad. I used to tell people, tech is intriguing, and that is what we finish human. Tech is very intriguing. It's something you can't but say yes to. Looking at the way it performs, and that is what exactly that we end humans. You see that guy? This guy I said that sent people on a mission. All you need to do is to that area when they all his Google Earth Cam, all his movement a week before that day, and after that day, all his phone transcript of all his phone calls, every movement he's made.
I mean, there was a particular bandit that was shown on an uh, uh, snapshot with his location
Showing
plainly on.
You see, why am I saying this? When people say they lobby Americans, they lobby them for good and bad.
Well, those
Somebody
people
come
have
they tell
agreed to
me,
provide
say,
surveillance for them.
you see this thing where they hammer Venezuela.
Hmm.
That thing don't just go see ship where they pass hammer and door.
I mean, what is Venezuela doing to America? Is Venezuela a threat to
Hold
America?
on, please. Don't. I don't want us to talk about the morale on it. I'm just trying
Oh,
to talk
okay.
about the technical aspect of it,
I
please.
understand
Uh-huh.
properly.
I'm talking about the technical aspect of it. I don't talk about the morale. When you want to discuss the morale, you go and discuss with America and Venezuela. I'm just trying to tell you that I want to use the word of the Israelites. They said it's precise. When they use that word precise, what does that mean? The drone they're using has every algorithm for detection. Yes, probably people around, people close by. Maybe the target might run away or might not be heavily impacted, but the word is precise. They will tell the drone where the person will be, the person's blood sample, the person's look, what you will see around him. I'm talking about that boat, those ships, the hammer. What the drone will see in that boat before it will strike it. And the moment you go there, like a house fly, you see hammer. You must see all those things at least 90% before it detonates. I used to tell people the example of someone's own is a typical example, although people did not take notice of it. Yaya Senwa, the drone was actually flying all over him. What is he trying to do? He tried to make sure that he is the person. He was even throwing sticks at the drone. The drone was busy surveillancing him, surveying him. The moment everything was accurate, hammer. So all these things people are saying, how can they? Nigeria, they don't have intelligence. The military, you people don't know what the military is. It will take me, I don't know what will take me for me to demystify any military in the world. Honestly speaking, I don't care the country it is. It will really take all heavens for me to look at a whole military and say they don't have intelligence. They are not police, so The military. That they got the intelligence, they don't want to use it. It's a different ball game. That they got the intelligence and use it for their own good. It's a different ball game. Because the shit that is happening in Nigeria, sometimes when they say it, it actually look like a fairy tale. But it's truth. The dossier America have on you guys is actually overwhelming. But let's leave it at that. You know Venezuela. Maybe today them and Venezuela start this drama. And it's getting close. Not be today. Oh. It's over 15 years ago, if not more than. It took them almost 20 years to get this close, to the extent of trying to drop leafless. Now they've shut down their airspace. I live on America, the wagon amount.
May the Lord. I didn't see the outcome of the Nigeria delegation's meeting to Washington. Their meeting. America agreed to provide uh, equipment, surveillance, and so on and so forth. And
they were like, some Nigerians were actually mad. They were like, we don't want you to work with Nigerians. We don't want joint effort. We want you to come and bomb the country. I'm like, are you? When Trump said he was going to come, God bless. That's what they wanted. So they don't want this collaborative joint effort. They want the. I'm like, I don't know.
There is nothing. They're not going to collaborate with you, Dawale. They're not going to do that.
Well,
Your military, your law enforcement agency, your forces is part of it. So if America tell you they're going to collaborate with you to do anything, it's not going to happen. I don't know where people got that one, but if you say that's what they told you people, I told one man, I wish you people love. But let's wait. In the next 2 weeks, Trump is going to say something about Nigeria.
Madam Sita, of course I agree with you on that one. See, look, I believe America is not a Santa Claus. There's nothing good for nothing. It's all about the interests of America. As far as America is concerned, they are not the police of any religion movement in the world. If that is the case, why didn't they go to Saudi Arabia and say, why are they prosecuting Christians? Why did they don't allow Christians to come to their country?
They don't prosecute Christians in Saudi Arabia. I don't know where you got that one from.
I'm just speaking in parable. They haven't done that. If that is the case, however, they knew the reason why they want to make their presence known in Nigeria, and they are coming under the guise of religion persecution. Anyway, I digress. But I think this current administration, I'm talking about Tinubu administration now, is open to discussion on how they can form an alliance, not just about the existing agreement or alliance that is American and Nigerian has been forging all this while. I'm talking about renewal of American interest in Nigeria. So let's start from where do you come in for me? What do you intend to do?
That's not gonna happen.
No, it will happen. And I tell you
it's not
this,
gonna happen.
it will happen. In Nigeria,
when my husband, I was discussing with my husband.
In Nigeria,
do you know what I told him?
You have
I
Chinese.
told him that I'm happy the way Tinubu is handling it.
He's doing a good job.
He's calm and quiet. He's not poking hands. Because if there's do you know why this thing is still calm like this? It's because he's taking it softly. He doesn't want to escalate.
He has no choice
too,
because
America
it is
don't
his
like
first
is
time.
for you to start telling them that you're a sovereign nation. They can't do anything.
No, his foreign minister is doing that. We are still look. No matter what any international body is doing, Tinubu is lucky because one, he has some supporters in the international community, and those people are ready to take up not the fight, but the argument for him. So he has no reason to be shouting. Now, as far as United States is concerned, there will be some sort of level of intelligence sharing But the main reason
China.
why they want to make their interest known is that if you've noticed for the past more than a decade in Nigeria, China has been making a great stride in
I
every
don't know
sector
why you people keep saying this thing and that
of
one.
our life.
This is actually an upside down idea. See, Adewale, go back to
Who is
history.
driving truck?
Adewale, listen to me carefully. Go back to history. America is the highest donor in Africa. Way back, they don't have a project. All this build bridge, I give you money, you build bridge, I pay me, I drive it. They are not interested. If they are interested, I will keep saying this. So for those of you who lay your hands on business, that is business, because of business.
Oh yeah.
If
That
America had wanted to have Africa, they will have it in a blink.
now see,
Let me finish, please.
Madam
Let me
Sita.
finish. Let me finish. The time they were giving Africa money like beggars, when a beggar sit in the street, you just come, dump money in his can and walk away. China was not there. China was not there. They never asked you for anything. They know you have natural resources. For some reason, I've been thinking this right from when I was in the university. Why is it that America doesn't want to have anything to do with Africa? But anytime they say anything about Africa, Africans will run out and start talking
No,
about their
no,
resources and
no.
what they have and what they want to
Hello,
take
what here?
and what want to give. I tire for now, but we could not
Go.
continue.
Madam Sita, America
Yeah, go.
involvement in
Papa calling me.
Africa affair. It's not just about economy. China is on its own.
Man, I
If
wouldn't
you
worry.
notice time memorial, China has never been a colonizer. As a matter of fact, they are so conservative
Yeah,
that
please say you what you are saying.
they were reclusive. Now, in the I beg mute your mic. I beg. Midwest. Midwest, mute your mic. Midwest, mute your mic. Oh, Midwest, mute your mic.
I've muted him.
Okay, great. Now, Chinese, they've never made any incursion to Africa land. But when you have a hand extended to them, they realize that look, over the years, they are also a big player globally. And for them to be able to forge or to continue um, with their plan with getting involved globally, Africa invited them and they honored the invitation. Now, decades of neglect from the Western world, especially from America, is now beginning to haunt them. Over the years, let's say at the beginning of the inception of our country, they were able to bring in some country. ExxonMobil was one of them, and some other American companies in Nigeria. And at a point, they were so much interested in our political life than economic aspect of it. And they prefer giving donors, they prefer giving aids, money, resources, than to allow the continent to grow. And China is like, look, we're not coming in to dictate how you run yourself, but we want to partner with you in the economy so that you can grow too. We're not interested in usurping your traditions and culture and changing you and giving you religion. No, we are coming in as
So
a
you are
partner.
growing with China. China is growing you.
Wait, they form partnership with us. They are putting their hard-earned money. They are not controlling how you run your government. They are not involved. They are not interested in your governance. Give us your word. I want to be a partner with you, and that is what China have done. Now, America now beginning to wake up from their slumber, knowing fully well that when you control somebody's economic aspect of it, you also control their life. You control them indirectly. Now they're beginning to say that look, we are turning away from them gradually. I mean, come to think of it, we're now beginning to have this not just a diplomatic channel, but we're having an open trade agreement. Now we're joining association with them. Now America believed that okay, when Trump came, he stopped all the money and arms coming to Africa countries, and Nigeria is one of them. So now they realize that wait a minute, one of the biggest port in Nigeria is controlled and run by Chinese to the point that they were building our airports. Now, what I'm trying to say is this: when Trump came to the government, Obama had nothing to do with us in Nigeria because at the time he came in, the economy of America was in turmoil. Gradually, they rebuilt, but yet no American president dare trying to extend because America will go against that individual that you have not even yet rebuilt the country. You are now going extending abroad. Now you also have Trump administration that came up with this slogan of American first. That means let's take care of ourselves first before we even take of a third world country. Whether true or false, the statement credited to Trump was that Africa is a shithole or Nigeria is a shithole. Now, for somebody with such kind of mindset, he wouldn't care about what life is in Africa. He doesn't care about life or partnership to the point that he believes that tariffs must be imposed on those countries that are trading with the country. But now have a rethink. Perhaps I don't know the Israeli
Okay,
sympathizer in Texas,
Adewale.
but I'm sitting wait, let me
Adewale,
finish.
Adewale, sorry.
Yeah,
You
you're
know the
cracking up.
challenge. Sorry, let me get at this. The challenge that Trump has is not just that Nigeria is falling away from him, but he's losing Nigeria to China. That's what is driving him
It's
crazy.
not just Nigeria, it's the
Okay,
Because
entire
Matthew,
there's
let me
this
Africa.
ask you a
China.
question.
It's the
Let me
entire
hold
Africa.
on,
China.
please. I want to ask a very
Yeah.
common sense
Sorry,
question.
though, let
Then
me
I
just
leave
land
this
this point.
platform.
Make I leave
You
you. Try and
said,
leave both of you.
hold on, common sense question. You said America is losing Nigeria to China. I don't want to ask in what way, but let me assume that Nigeria has gone into partnership with China. And then I ask you people a simple question. If America come today and want to, let's assume China is building your rail from Aba to Port Harcourt, and they're building Lagos Airport, Kaduna Airport. I want to ask you a common sense question. If America come today and say they want to build Owerri Airport and the Enugu Airport and probably Sokoto Airport, are you now telling me that because Nigeria has a deal with China, Nigeria will say no? Hello?
Madam Sita, this
No,
thing
no,
is
no.
not.
Answer my question, please.
No, see,
No,
look, if
no,
you,
wait.
this
Will
is that is not
Nigeria
how
say
things.
no?
That is not how things work.
No, I just asked a question now.
Nigeria will say
You
no.
said
It's about.
America
It's
is
about.
hold on. Your thing is that America is losing Nigeria to China. Whatever that means, I don't know. And then I said, are you now saying that if America come to do things in Nigeria, wants to do things in Nigeria that will profit Nigerians, according to you, that said China is doing things that is profiting Nigeria? Are you not saying that if America come to Nigeria to do things that will profit Nigeria, Nigeria will say no?
Have you heard?
So how are
Madam
they
Sita
losing them to
is not
China?
getting it. Have you heard that? Are you aware that Nigerians can now change
Oh
money from
shit.
naira to yen without using dollars? You see that
I
easier
asked you a
passage
question. You are still
I'm saying
saying the same thing. And I
it's
am
about
asking you a question.
it's
Okay,
about
Nigerians are doing something without using
Madam, I will answer
the
you now.
dollar.
Hold on now.
Let me hold that one. You
Nigeria
just said
can
that
look
one. Let me
away if
rephrase
the
it again.
condition attached to
So
that.
hold on. If America come now and say, Nigeria, I want to do something with you so that you'll be using the dollar, are you saying Nigeria will say no?
Nigeria
Hold
can
on,
say
Madam.
no. Nigeria can say
No,
no.
let me answer you, Madam Zita. If it's in a space that China is already occupying, Nigeria will say no.
They will say no
That's
because
just
that's what they with the condition of operation.
yes. And
The
we
condition
cannot if
attached.
we can operate side by side with China, fine. But Nigeria will not drive China out of America. No.
No,
That's not I think we are past that now. America has
it's
missed
not
that
even
opportunity.
possible.
But
America missed the boat.
if I may
Let me
come in
land my
here.
You
point.
know how
Sorry,
much
we'll come.
China have injected to our economy for the past 10 years?
Let me land this point. You can call me. Let me just land this point. America has lost a very big opportunity in Nigeria. If there is a country that is so pro-America in Africa, such that
It's
people even
Nigeria.
call us United States of Africa.
You're right.
We have the same system of government. They call us United States of Africa. It's
Why do
such.
you think they want to build the biggest embassy in Nigeria?
No,
If not because of such alliance.
we should be to America what UK is to America in Europe. We should be to America in Africa what is to America in Europe. And Nigeria is one country that America could have been able to deal with and just close their eyes and go and sleep. But they lost that opportunity because we are
And this
black.
thing started from Obama.
Call us people, they call us all those rubbish. You say, I
It
beg,
started from Obama.
you just pandering to them all this while and nothing. Now they pay them.
We didn't gain anything. You
Nothing
know,
now.
they partner with us in terms of exchange of, we trade, but they are not really investing money in the economy. They are not. They were ready to give us. They were ready to supply us loads of condom, healthcare products, and all that, but they are not actually putting the money down. And you have a country, as a matter of fact,
Adewale, if America is dealing with Nigeria, I can guarantee you that the state of insecurity in the north today may not be like that. Because like China can deal irresponsibly, but Americans they hardly deal irresponsibly. So there are two different.
you
Now
know,
the thing is,
the thing is, like I said earlier, China is not interested in your governance. They're about putting money
See,
down.
let me also say this to
I
my own
said deal
Mr. Dewale.
irresponsibly. Those are
Yeah,
two different things. When you deal
me,
irresponsibly, hold on, no. When you are dealing irresponsibly and you are dealing responsibly. For example, at least for the pretense of it, uh, I strongly doubt it that with the level of insecurity in the northern region, I strongly doubt that America will want to deal with you. Yeah, they may want you to be selling go to them, but they won't be there and be supporting insecurity, which I believe that tactically they support.
Ola, you know the funniest thing? There's no way America can tell you categorically that they are unaware of what is happening in the northern part of the country. As a matter, I won't be shocked. I won't be surprised if they are the masterminder or the supplier or the sponsor. But that as may be, it's not because of what is happening over there. I'm saying that over more than 2 decades, we've had this America neglecting or decided to suspend or not outrightly, not even care about what happens in terms of economy, in terms of they don't want to know. And you have China. Do you know the kind of rivalry that exists between China and America? And the way they make their way into the heart of Africa, it's like saying they are waking up. This thing should have
So
been done more than 20 years ago.
we are saying two different things. Insecurity in the north, I want to strongly believe that China is contributing to it, and I think America don't operate that way.
You think America, China is contributing to it?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I wanted to contribute, Mister. Let me add to what Olai say. You see, the thing is this: why Europeans and Americans are trying to redraw some interest about Africa continent is that most of the deals that our leaders sign with Chinese, they are very dangerous about the future of that continent. The European cannot even believe that we would be so stupid to sign some of them, and it baffles them sometimes. The thing is this: Chinese don't want to control our government. Indeed, they don't want. Not that they don't know that those governments are stupid, the leaders are stupid, but it's your business to fix your country. They just want a deal that will guarantee the future of their country. And the way they are signing some of those things, they're deceiving us with development. What is development without the know-how? Is it not shameful that Chinese are the one building our railway? It's shameful. We have enough
if I may come in, good morning, everybody.
Well, they're investing
Good
their
morning,
money
everybody.
too here too.
Look what's going on.
They're
Look at the
investing
way
their money here.
We have to be careful in substituting one evil with another.
Recently,
Neither
you have all your governor
Russia
visiting
has our
China.
interests. So
Are you guys hearing
they are
me?
all
Or
after their own interests.
this point. Please
Okay,
let me
go
run
ahead.
my point. Then you can come in. See, you know what the way Chinese are invest in Africa? They will build one factory and they will go after the rare earth minerals, create gangs. Before you know it, they destabilize that country. All those that Chinese business making profit. Now they are fully in charge of our rare earth mineral resources. And look at the way Nigeria is today. Do you know how many secret airports they have? That's why these guys are coming back. Chinese is not really developing us. They are just playing on our future. I'm telling you the
So
truth.
the
They
Lagos,
will show
the Lekki deep sea port that we have that is built almost built by China or owned by China. What do you call that one? Throw money into
see,
the.
please, sir. The question you have to ask is, what is Nigeria interest? What do we sign? What do we agree on before they start putting their money there? These are top. See, these are the American when they see some kind of interest we present before China. It's as if our leaders are stupid. I'm telling you the truth. That's
I
why they want to
disagree because
I
China.
disagree.
See,
What stupidity is more than
I
following
disagree with him
IMF
as
and
well
World Bank
because
policies
China has
that
not
kills your
shown.
economy, devalues your currency, and all that? Excuse me, please. Let me just make this point, and I'll come back after a few minutes and then do my piece. What I wanted to point out is, you see, this over glamorization of the West, as if they have some kind of moral and economic know-it-all superiority in whatever it is in life. It's just not true. It's not true. If you go by the digits, actually do a forensic analysis and see how the West has invested in Africa over the past 70 years since the establishment of the UN and the IMF and World Bank. Africa has lost consistently. In fact, the IMF and the World Bank are existing primarily because of the fleecing of African resources. Now, just because everything is wrapped around this idea of democracy, freedom, good governance, human rights, does not necessarily mean that we are not being exploited. The money you work for, the Nigerian naira, is devalued because they keep printing dollars with their foreign reserves, and then they transfer inflation to you. They kill your resources. They make sure that you are an extractive industry. So what I'm saying essentially is that Africa has to have a mind of its own. We cannot say that the West is superior or better or have our interest more than the East, China or Russia. We have to be intelligent to know and occupy, that sweet spot in a Venn diagram where we maintain our independence and at the same time, get the best deals out of all these competing powers. Because this is a moment in time where if we do not, exploit and capitalize, it's not going to stay like this forever. At some point, someone is going to get the upper hand, be superior, and then by that time, maybe too late. So I'll come back after 10 minutes so you can continue, guys.
You see, what we are saying is this. You see, China, they can sign any corrupt deal. They can sign anything with you. What I mean by anything is this: if a project is worth, let's say, $1 billion, if you ask them to write 100 billion, the Chinese can do that. America will not do that. Maybe, probably, what America will do is this: maybe, okay, you are supposed to be processing your cocoa and turn into like chocolate. Maybe America don't want to do that. They want to buy your raw materials and go and refine. Right? That's the way they operate. But at least, since I've been working with Americans, at least back, at least let me say, I work with American company back in Nigeria. It is difficult for you to even say you want to do anything or you want to do any kickback or whatever. You understand? They will never accept that, even as tough as the general environment is. But the Chinese people, they can even tell you what you want. You understand? That's why I said the probability of insecurity happening in the northeast, if Americans were there, is very low. Yeah, they will
Oga
make
Ola,
they will take the
It
moral.
will
Ola,
be.
sorry. Oga
Ola,
Ola,
me, I
sorry.
agree with you
It
100%,
seems
my
to me
brother. I
like
agree with you. Let people be argue
this
themselves.
is I don't completely refute what you just said, but I would just want to point out that do you realize that you are a human being and then you can see things through your biases. Okay, you have worked with these people and lived a substantial part of your life in the Western Hemisphere. Now, it's only natural that you gravitate towards their ideology, but that does not necessarily mean that is completely the case. Don't get me wrong. The Chinese are, and you are looking at it more from a micro, your personal, experience, rather than looking at the macro and how each, country or power has different, methods of, engaging with the third world, and in that sense, you begin to understand that well, the Russians have their own, and the Americans, what they do, because they are strong, they control the media, they control the international monetary and banking and reserve currency and all that. They can afford to operate clandestinely. Now, China, on the other hand, there is no moral involved in this activity in the international world. I mean, it's just like a jungle. Only the strong survive. There is this facade, this outward portrayal as if in the international, diplomatic scene is just like a gathering of gentlemen. It is a brutal, my country's interest first, damn who dies, damn who does not. And truthfully, if we are looking at this, yeah, okay, just check the records, just follow the records and see what has happened since the United States and the West, have gained, superpower status for the past 70, 80 years. Um, just look at the trail of blood that has happened. They kill you economically and then they kill you militarily. The amount of people that have just died by directly and indirectly by their actions is just so stupendous that you cannot rationally ignore if you operate on a
Okay,
moral and ethical principle.
let me interject you there. See, I can guarantee you, if America was not superpower to stop the Second World War, the war we have today will be brutal than how it is today. See, let me tell you one thing. We may just downplay the role of America and what they be doing, being the war police. You understand? Just assuming that you left Adolf with the entire Europe, that guy would have messed up the entire Europe. You understand? And when people like that mess up with that entire Europe, it will not stop there, and they will always advance. So if see, when you look at the entire issue of slave trade and even gaining independence, you understand, American has always played critical role. You understand? If not because of America, I guarantee you that the British people
Ola,
probably they will
please,
not stop
Ola,
Good
please
night. Good
don't
night,
say
guys.
to
Good
have
night.
black race to it. Have
Oga
black race to it. If not for United States, who are black men to even talk when these people gather. My dear brother, you don't even know the value of America in your life. Wait for Chinese to go to their stage and see what black man skin, black
comparative fact.
skin will not end up in shoe and bags. You understand me? The black
Yes,
skin will end
comparable
up in
facts. I
bags
do not.
and shoe if China gets to American level.
No, it's
Get that
Midwest
one
that
clear.
is speaking. Midwest.
Oh, Midwest. Sorry, I don't necessarily disagree with all what you said. But what I want to also point out is that look, um, I do not like the idea of a Chinese superpower, lording it all over us, because there's this underlying narrative and perspective. It's not even a narrative. It's the reality at the end of the day. When you look at critically what the United States is and critically what China is, at their core, China operates. Okay, let's say China are a country of engineers. Okay, it is a country that is built, maintained, sustained by the majority of the elites and the people in the CCP are actually engineers. Xi Jinping is a chief, is an engineer. Chairman Mitsubishi, Hu Jintao, all their people in politics and power are actually engineers. When you go to America, for example, those who are historically dominated are lawyers. And there is this thing with lawyers, which they get caught up in the technicalities of this and that, and this and this and that, and then they don't necessarily get things done in a more efficient manner. Unlike the engineers who can, who are trained, to be kind of dissociated with the human condition, rather to invent and implement at a rapid state. Now the problem with these two professions, loosely, when you look at it, is that while engineers are, say, people who are more material and who are looking for efficiency, there is no like deep-rooted human ethics in that profession of engineering. However, in law, whatever you may want to say against them, at least there is some ethics and there is some, humanity. Although we know it's a mask, but sometimes it plays out to the benefit of the less weak. But don't get it twisted. America do not give a rat ass about your freedom, or if they have an interest in you, yeah, they may. But if they don't, you can go to hell for all they care. America, it's called also, is like a corporation. It's not a
No,
nation.
see, let me come in, my brother. If I also want to do something there, am I permitted? Are you hearing me? See, the thing is this: I'm not saying Americans are good. I'm not saying Europeans are good. First, the question you have to ask yourself: what is your own national interest? What are your leaders presenting? How are they dealing with the global system? So it depends how they're going to approach you as well. However, whatever we have today as a black race and the world, living among the white, we can sit in their working place, eat with them. If America is not there, forget it. It will not happen. Since the Second World War, if America is not in a position to be where they are today, there will be different kind of war. Look at when the weak people handle American politics. That's why we have the Ukrainian war. If Trump was to be there, I tell you, Russia will not dare do that rubbish. It will not. And we need those kind of power-based people and rule-based people to lead that kind of country. And if you see the way they design their political system, Europe don't copy anything from them. It's because of Nigerians are stupid. That's how they tell you America do it this way. Because they design those things eternally as a foundation so they can also control the globe. Sometimes we go there, we want to copy, we want to put in a country that doesn't have foundation like ours, we mess up your system. So, my dear, let us be honest. We should give them credit. Then let me go to China. The Chinese you want to portray, let me just tell you what Chinese want. They understand that African leaders, as I use that word, they are stupid. They don't have vision for their country. All they want is power, money. Okay, the China understand them, and when they are coming, they come with those two things. They encourage you to have they don't interfere. They don't criticize you. Just do what you want to your people. All we want is the business aspect. That is very dangerous. American will see some business when they look at your future, what you want to say, they tell you, no. Like Ola said, there are some deal you want to do with America. They know this thing is not that it's not good. If we favor them, but they understand that this one will be more problem for them. They tell you no. That's why they will go away from it. I'm telling you the truth. But Chinese don't care. Most of the deal that we have signed with China, let me tell you, when they were doing public hearing, somebody said Nigeria load money. They wrote the whole contract in Chinese. And these guys, they sign it because Chinese told them they want to build railway. And some of those things...
No, midwives, it's not like that.
Wait.
Please.
No,
It's
let me
not
land my
like
point,
that.
please. Let
So
me land
don't.
this one. You
Before
can
you
go
go
back
on,
and
let
There's
me
a lot of
quickly.
propaganda that
Hold on. Let
you
him focus on the topic. Remy,
finish.
don't see the topic. Don't see the topic. Let him focus
I'm
on the
not
wait.
topic.
changing any topic. I'm not.
Midwest, finish your point. Finish your point.
Go
I'm
to
listening.
public hearing. Wait. Go to public hearing where they were saying off your mic, off your mic. The man was questioning there. He said, "Do we really sign a loan that we said Chinese, if we cannot pay, they can come to our country and take whatever they like?" The answer is yes. Who does that? Can you use your own house to shorty a loan? That when you come to my house, you take whatever you like?
Midwest, hold on. Let me just round off with this one. You see, the way I look at America is beyond all this building, deep sea, and all those. You understand? There are some things that you are not looking at that America has contributed in terms of value to Nigeria. Let me tell you one thing: if America bring any business to Nigeria today, they are going to pay the standard labor rate, and in fact, you are going to become wealthy by working for an American company. They always follow standard. You understand? But for example, you will see the own Chevron, the old Caterpillar,
No, they are
Coca-Cola.
it's not necessarily like that too. If they are not looking for
Oh,
cheap,
Who
why were
are the guys? Who are the guys
why
that
were they going
that
to China?
destroyed the
hold
ecosystem in
on,
the
no.
Nigerian delta?
Hold on, no.
Hold on, let me give you a word.
Let me hold my
Now. If they don't want cheap labor, why did they move their manufacturing to China? Are you telling me they were still Chinese workers the same way they were still
what I'm even saying within Nigeria, I mean, you see, cheap labor within Nigeria is not the same thing as the cheap labor within Nigeria that Chinese will give you. Where the America will be giving you 200,000 in Nigeria, Chinese will be giving you 30,000. And where America will ask you to work for 8 hours, Chinese will ask you to work for 12, 15 hours. So I'm just telling you the value that these people bring. You understand? We're only talking of physical infrastructure, but you have to look at another value they are bringing into our community. Now, if Americans are working in Nigeria today, they will use Nigerian labor. Even by the time Chinese will just give you small change. You understand? If you are supposed to say, okay, 80% local content, I mean, Chinese will change everything. Before you know, they will bring their men. So the thing is, everybody, either of the two, they have their own value or whatever. You understand? But
Yes, yes, I agree.
So in the recent time, it appears that just because China they have oversupply in the heavy industry, so they just have to find some kind of some real way to target Africa. You understand? Because when you are oversupply, China can no longer contain them. That is why they gave all those guys. They start moving everywhere to start building. And the thing I can tell you about America is this: wherever America go to, except your people force them not to do that, they are always aware of ecological factor. But Chinese within the period they enter Nigeria, they force deforestation.
Come on. We are seeing
No,
what
no,
is
no.
happening in the United States with their president and the
No.
deniers of climate change.
What I'm saying, apart from oil in that oil area when the thing is spoiled, and it's not their fault. It's actually the fault of Nigeria, the corrupt officials, and who are the people even exposing them? The same Americans that are working there. But the question is this: during the period that the
Have
Chinese
they
help us
repatriated
protect our
that
way,
money back? All those money our leaders are putting into their bank, have they given us everything back?
Never, Remy, never.
So sometimes when you are talking, balance it. I know every
no,
one of them, they are here because of their interest.
I pick topic.
Why you ask that question? The question should be, why should your leader go and keep the national
Is
money
it
in their
not the
bank?
same
Are they
thing?
stupid?
It's like I stole money and give it to you, Midwest, and then you keep it. What are you
bringing his
talking
money
about?
to Nigeria?
Why don't you?
Remy, I agree with you. I agree with what you just said.
Nigeria,
but the problem is this:
to our bank.
China will even hand over that money to you as well. You understand? Okay.
No, you can't say
America
that. You can't say that. Let me tell you something. China is not a country where you can take your money to. They won't accept. They won't allow you to take your money there.
Who told you that story?
They don't have that kind of. It's true. They don't have that kind of bank to put their money there.
Remy, forget about it.
You will know.
They have everything in that country. Look, our crisis today, the reason why the West don't want to complete, there are secret airports already in existence in Nigeria, where all these kite plane can land, supply, take away. And most of these people that are involved, or those who show them this way, are Chinese. They doing metal company. And here come a country where there is no balance sheet about companies, how they make their profit, you don't know. And at the end of it, or they can declare we make to so profit.
Let me inform you of something. Let me inform you of something you find surprising.
It's happening. Wait, they build us underground refinery inside your country, you don't even know. Before you know it, they start taking your gold. They start bringing and now they've destabilized our country and they've destabilized the entire continent. Nothing good is happening, and yet we are blaming people that you cannot negotiate deal with. What is your interest about your country?
No. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Just one second. Midwest, let me update your information. You may have gaps in your understanding of what is happening on ground. Now, what is essentially happening with illegal mining in Nigeria, whether some of us want to agree or not, there is complicity of the federal government in this mining, and this for the simple fact that if they standardize mining, that will mean that a lot of transparency will come into the space. And because now whatever is mined, the gold and all that, is not being accounted for, and there is no way you can go through documents and follow the money and know what has happened. Everything happens like in barter. They exchange gold. Okay, let me just say this. Okay, the Chinese are the ones on ground, and they essentially supervise the minings. And what they are doing is that they arm terrorists, bandits, whatever, so to push people out of places that have a lot of gold reserves, and then they begin to operate there. Now, what will interest you is that who are the majority of buyers, because Chinese actually extract their own portion at source from the fields. They take their own, and then what they essentially give to representatives, like think of them as undercover 3-letter people in Nigeria, to send to the presidency their court, or the establishment their court, the politicians their court exist. And then another angle to it is that then there are people, middle players in this evil extractive gold sector in Nigeria. Those middle players, they buy the gold from all those fields, and you know who they sell it to? Primarily, the United Arab Emirates, UAE. UAE is the largest buyer of Nigerian gold. And do you know what UAE is? A client state of the United States of America. So essentially, the US is using UAE as proxy to have access to Nigeria's gold. China are taking at source, and our politicians are giving their cut. You know, all those big tubby people, they don't have any morals.
No,
so they don't take their
see.
And
Let me come in there. Wait, can you let me come in? You see, you can't just bring America operates capitalism. It's just like me and you that is here. We may have an idea of business, and the laws of America or the laws of Nigeria may be, engage that kind of something. So we have to look for alternative and looking a way to bypass. So the question is, what is your national interest? You said the federal government are being compromised. Yes, why would they be compromised? In America, can only Trump, as powerful it is, we just say go and start exploiting oil somewhere? The answer is no. The state governor there must agree, and if not only the state, the local, when they at least they say have local, there's no way that there's no local. The local government must agree, and if anyone say no, let me land this point now.
Traditional readers.
No, I mean in America, I don't know what they call their local something. They must surely have. So I'm just giving America as an example. Only Trump cannot say.
Azan, can I contribute? Azan, can I contribute?
Go ahead.
You listen to me a little bit.
Midwest, sorry. The mistake you always do is that you cannot compare standard and well-rooted country over the years with Nigeria.
Why can't you let me
finish. First, you have to acknowledge our own limitation first. we have a lot of limitations. And America also have little limitation because they are practicing their own democracy over hundreds of years. Then when you are talking about both America and China, about how they handle Africa, I acknowledge and respected America for what they have done over the years to Africa. Or maybe they are a good partner to Nigeria before. But unfortunately, things turn around. For the reason why China was able to penetrate Africa is because they are giving them what they really lack, what they need. Every country needs development. We need to open up our country for businesses, for infrastructure development, for so many things. And if they come to you that, okay, we are going to help you build seaport or airport, we are going to use our money and then we spread the payment for a lot of years. We are not interested who is your president or who is your governor. And they are getting things done. And then you will go back to your old friend who tell you that I will help you, but you must follow this condition A, B, C, D, E, F. If you cannot follow this condition, I will not give you. And you must follow my order. So that is tendency to happen. That is normal to happen for you to shift towards your new friend. So what I'm trying to tell you is that let me finish. You have been talking. I will stop soon. I won't take too much. No matter how you blame China, but the result is what matters most. And every teacher will tell you the result is what matters most. And if
wait, hold on a little bit. Let me reply you.
Just one minute, and then you will finish. I won't take too much time. The result matters most. No matter, every two of them have their own interest, and the way they go about it might be different. But what matters most to your own country and your own people is that they were able to create employment and they were able to bring infrastructure to your people. That's what matters most, and that is why you are seeing this development you are seeing in Africa.
Remy, wait. That is why I said.
You can go ahead.
For me, I think the word infrastructure and development has different meaning to everybody, because any development that would be costly for the next generation don't supposed to even exist at all.
So which one
if somebody is going you hold that moment. When Buhari was there,
this people that is employing thousands of your people, and you don't have
you listen. Let me run my point, brother. I don't know what you call employment. I don't know what you're benefiting. Wait, when Buhari was there, they started loaning money, and some of the conditions that follow the money is that those projects, Chinese will send the workers, and you will pay their salary. You will pay their pension to Chinese government.
I think I've never been to any Chinese project in Nigeria. When they are
please,
doing
I don't
I've never been there.
Give a Chinese project. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Majority of the people working there are Nigerians. Okay, only the supervisors. Only the supervisors. Sometimes you see Chinese. Okay, no, the way you put it, it's like they bring.
You are getting.
They bring a lot of Chinese.
I listen to your own part. I listen to your part. You don't listen to me. The thing is this.
Because what you just said now baffled me. Now it's like Chinese are bringing 10,000 workers from China to work here.
That's why I said you listen to you listen. I also say my own point. The thing is this: if my aim and objective is to come and deceive people with development and put the next 10th generation into serious problem, and unknowingly to them they just stop me, it's their own fault. For example, I come in with a company, I pretend to be employing your people, while on the other hand, we are researching everywhere to see where we can have gold, where we can have other minerals to pay for everything.
So
before I know it, I create some malicious.
Okay.
Wait,
That's what you just said now.
Wait,
about
Remy.
Be quick, so that
Remy,
we have 1 minute and then we can go.
Wait, now I am employing your people in one hand, few of your people, and at the same time I use the contract to employ my own people from your country and paying their pension elsewhere. I don't even transfer one pin of know-how. Say there is a deed that Chinese. You must teach this.
You know what? I think you do. You are not conversant with what is really going on. If you follow Dangote alone sent about 1,000 Nigerian engineers to China to go and understudy them. Before
look at what this one.
Look refinery.
So you are making
listen.
See,
listen.
Is that
Midwest, hold on. Remy, you said Dangote sent staff to China to go out understudy the refinery in China.
Yes.
Why will he send to China where the Indians?
Dangote
Why?
said it himself.
Hold on. Why will he send?
Not to
Why will
find
he
out
send them to China?
engineering related
Because
courses. So
to learn some technology or whatever about the Dangote, did I know the whatever they said?
Wait,
He said it himself. He's the one that
Hold
said it
on,
now, not
Midwest. Hold on now. Remy, the question I'm asking you is this: the Indians build the refinery, so why would Dangote send people to go and
No,
learn
that is why
in
you are wrong.
China?
The refinery was not built by Indians alone. The core technology, there are some Dutch workers also there. It brought in a lot of
Ola,
people all over the world.
Remy,
But
let me answer Ola's
majority,
question.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Ola. Look, if you go online to buy something, and then you go through, multiple sellers, and probably they are selling, say you want to buy, say a computer or something like that, and then you go through what is available. Then you have, one vendor who is selling the same commodity, but is selling it at say $1,500. And then another vendor is selling the same commodity for $1,200 with technical support and warranty and efficiency. It's just economics. It's just when you get value at a lower rate, but that utility is efficient and it takes care. So the Chinese universities that you see are now leading. They are leading in research. They are patenting every day. So it will be foolhardy for somebody who is not actually doing his work on ground to think that if he goes to the West, he gets the best, in science and innovation and technology and STEM. Where the real thing is happening, man, is in China, and they are not exploitative. The price is reasonable. So why not? He's a businessman. Why would he send people to the United States?
No, you know why I say that. You understand? Let me tell you why I say that. Okay, look at why dealing with ATM, for example. If you buy wincoding stuff, you go to Germany for training. If you buy NCR, you go either to Dundee in Scotland or you go to United States because those are American machines. Because and what you find in England is the same as what you find in the United States. Even you can even go to United Arab Emirates for that training because they have large amount of those ATMs there, right? So what I'm telling you is this: if the propriety of Dangote refinery is the backbone is from India, and India they have over a century experience of building such projects, and I'm not aware of any Chinese that built refinery in Nigeria before now. So
No,
why
it's
would
some part of the refinery. Not, oh my God, now why are you talking this way? You are
I
an
only
engineer, for God's sake now.
that's why I'm asking you. You should. I
And
want
I'm
you to
trying
tell me
to
why.
explain to you why are you talking this way.
Information,
Ola,
but he's calling it
please.
judgment.
Don't let these guys take this discussion to private investment. You deal with direct government. Dangote is not Nigeria
No,
government.
it's a
He's
Midwest.
just a
Let me
businessman.
tell you
He can
something.
choose. Wait, he can choose to train his staff to suit his own business model. That does
Is
not
that
mean
not
there's a,
part? Is that when you talk about bilateral agreement? Is it and you also talk about
you talk
no?
about
Listen.
the interest of
When
your own
you
government
are
and the interest of
dealing
Chinese government in doing business.
when you
This is what I
are
want to
dealing
discuss.
when you are dealing with government, you also deal with the people of that people exchange, cultural exchange, so many things that governments are among themselves. Why do president when they travel? Why do they take some industrialists in their country along? Is it for child play? Why is Tinubu going with Dangote, Otedola, and Lumelu, all of these people, everywhere he goes, state government, why is he taking them there? For Jamboree, or what are you
Midwest,
talking
hold
about?
on, Midwest, just a minute.
You, me, you don't understand.
You know why I was praising, giving, while I was crediting America the other time is this: Americans, at least based on experience, where in Nigeria, then when you buy the solution, they don't have problem transferring the knowledge. Chinese, they have serious problem transferring the knowledge. They have serious problem. They have.
You have a very
Hold on.
good point. But at the same
So
time, some of the things they are building for your country, you don't have expertise there. So they need to help, and they also let me tell you how they work. I will tell you how they work, and if you can give me 1 minute, then you understand how these Chinese people work. If you can just 1 minute, and I will tell you how they work, then you can start forming your opinion and give me a response on that. When the Chinese government sign a contract with you, they have specifically, they call it China Import Exim Bank. They have those bank in China. There's a government-owned bank. They will not give you the money. They will give the money to the Chinese company you gave the contract to, especially because they deal with maybe road construction or railway or seaport or airport or whatever you can name it. Then they bring some supervisors that will coordinate each unit or each aspect of the project in Nigeria. Majority of the people that will work in the field will be 70 to 80% Nigerians. So those supervisors are the ones that will now take. So
Remy,
that's how the project
Remy,
works.
hold on.
Yeah, I'm just going to buttress his point. That was not like what they started with originally. It's because of a lot of defaulting and corrupt government not going through with and misappropriating money for development that the Chinese now had to resort to this to ensure that the work actually gets done. Because what has happened before is that corrupt government will take this loan and then they won't execute the project, and then at the end of the day, China will be blamed for seizing something or the other.
They will never give Nigerian that money.
They learned the hard way to ensure that whatever happens, come rain, sunshine or rain, that at least the project will be there for the benefit and people would see. So I don't see that as too problematic. Who doesn't take interest in loans? Everybody does it. IMF own is even worse because they devalue your currency. They ensure that you only all sort of nonsense, my guy. It's not as easy as it seems. So
now, my considered opinion is that the Chinese, they violated the local content, quota that even started the relationship with them, because Obasanjo started this thing, and I think if I remember, I think that the local content that time, I think it's about 70 or 75%. I can't remember.
Bola, you must also ask yourself, do you have the expertise to do the job? If you
Don't
have, why
stop
do
this
you
thing
invest?
now. Stop and listen to me. Stop saying you have expertise. The question is this: I say you sign agreement with the government that you are going to use about 70 to 75% the local content, and you are going to transfer technology. If you are not transferring skills and you are complaining, see, you have this, you understand. Nobody came with this thing from heaven. You learn it on this earth. You understand? But if you are a carpenter, no, if you are working with a carpenter, and that carpenter is hiding everything from you so that it will be the choice to go to, you understand, whenever there's a problem, and you are blaming that they don't have that skill. The question, so they gave you railway because railway project rail because you are expert. You understand? You even control for America, you control for other countries too. We know. But the question is this: you are supposed to transfer skills, you are supposed to transfer knowledge, but you decided just to, you know what those people were doing that time. Some people, when some Nigerian, maybe they work for them for like 7 months or thereabout, they will lay them off, they will take another set of people. You understand? How do you interpret that? You understand? Someone work for you for 8-9 months, you say okay, finish, you bring another person. What are you doing? So you are cleverly avoiding that transfer so that you just see there perpetually, and they keep bringing their people in, and some of the people in they brought in now are creating insecurity, because it is easier for them, because when Aliyu, what's the name of this thing, this labor leader, Oshomole, he accused, he said the retired generals, they are behind the insecurity in that area, because they are the one just mining all those goods for nothing. You understand? And who can those people? Because let me tell you one thing: you can steal money and go and hide in America for sure. America, all those things will take it. But you want to deal with America to steal billions? America will not deal with you, because they always have this thing at the back of their mind that the money you are stealing, you may use that money to attack them in the future. So they don't want to support you. But if you are taking that money to their country, they don't have problem. But
so Ola, you talk about you talk about local content. I really appreciate it. Now I want to ask you some questions. We've all know that since almost 1970s, we have discovered oil in Nigeria. And if my memory serves me right, it is the British and the Americans and the Dutch that they are helping us to exploit the oil from the ground. Have they transferred the technology to Nigeria to today? Now.
See, let me just let me tell you something. There is different. You have a specific. Hold on, hold on. When you brought those people, did you say they were? Did you agree with them to transfer knowledge? But I'm telling you
Thank
of the
you,
ones that I know categorically.
What do you mean? Did you agree to transfer knowledge? Almost how many years is that? Almost more than 40
I
or 50 years.
follow
They are still giving us direction.
I follow the vision of our railway
Oga
project from Obasanjo to date. Though I
Oga, transferring knowledge aside now.
Thank you for that question.
But what the fundamental of the agreements? Go and look at the OPLs and the sharing formula. Okay, those that are extracting the resources. I mean, Shell and all that. What is the ratio that they give us? Do you think it's fair?
to be honest, I don't know the deal. I think Baba is the one that can talk about that whenever I say I don't know jack about
I hope it's
what is happening over there.
Who is asking why did we agree? Most of these deals, happened before independence. So Nigeria was not actually in control. It was the British BP and the Yankees and some, they just came in and they made all those and then they handed the problem over to our country. And it has remained like that up till now. Yes.
And they are still marketing our oil on our behalf. They are the ones selling the oil.
Look at it. How much are we getting for every barrel? You'll be surprised.
Okay. Now, let me hold on. Let us flip it over. How much are we getting from our solid minerals now? And we are talking of America. I think we can still say, okay.
Yes, that is why. I said that we are not supposed to change one evil to another. What we have to do is recalibrate to ensure and stamp out our just like the proverbial maiden who is courted by a lot of bachelors, princes and all that. You maintain some elegance and independence such that at the end of the day, what matters is you get. Do you know of this queen in England that never married, but she was a diplomatic strategist, a masterpiece, who ruled for a period where the British have experienced a lot of peace. I have forgotten her name. Is it Elizabeth the one, the first, or something like that?
Thatcher? Margaret Thatcher?
No. That's Margaret Thatcher is a charlatan. I'm talking about she's a monarch. I think she lived in the
Yeah, I know the person you are talking about.
16th century.
That she was more like she was like befriending everybody. She was like befriending people across Europe, and I've forgotten her name now. I know the person you're talking about.
She never committed to one, but at the end of the day, they all end up serving the interest of her realm. Yes, that's what we should do.
I forgot this our brother name. Let me comment a little bit. You see, if you as a person you want to negotiate a deal for your country, and in that deal,
it is Queen Elizabeth anyway, but not this Elizabeth of this thing. That
are you guys hearing me at all?
The first.
Olana, they hear me?
We they hear you, Midwest. We they hear you.
Okay, my brother, just imagine somebody want to negotiate a deal for our country. And getting there, you are negotiating a deal only for yourself. You don't even care about your country. You will blame the rest people for negotiating.
Can you put a name? Put a name who is negotiating for the.
He won't know now. You understand how we behave in Nigeria. Let me tell you something. What is happening now? And I see Nigeria now. They start kicking up, kicking down. This treasury single account policy, it didn't work very well under Buhari.
Yeah, TSA.
All those ministry, they still find a way to create some kind of pocket of accounts. They used to steal money. That's why you will see an NPC. You understand? You see an NPC. We tell you that okay, they didn't have 10 billion, but they were paying subsidy of 18, 20 billion. You understand? So now, they are using express payment, right? Express payment is what they are using now.
Yeah,
You know, you
XPS.
know,
You are right. Continue.
you know the problem I have is this. If to say the screen, if to say it's very easy to just slap person from the screen. A person like Atiku Abubakar, I will have just given a serious knuckle.
When he
In all
take
of the
sides,
security, in all of the security in Nigeria, this man did not speak, and he still found a way to talk of when it came to that issue of that money. Now, you know the way they mistake. They will tell you, they are repeating alpha beta in the federal. The question today is this: people don't even know what alpha beta does. Alpha beta is not a collection agent. They don't collect money. It's still the Lagos Revenue Service that collect money. The one of the federal two is still going to be the Nigeria Revenue Service. But the difference is this: you are just bringing a platform that all those your story that I want to create this account, even if you like go and create 1 million account, that solution will grab it anywhere you are creating it, so that all those money you are hiding, you won't be able to hide those money again. That is why you see people when people start kicking, you know. The problem about we Nigeria is this: when we earn
Hey,
money,
Odaro,
I mean,
good
self
night. Too. It's
we can
already
put
12.
it in the
Maybe
back.
Ola, you should
Yeah, I
take
will
it
go in
to.
maybe the next time in itself because
Okay.
I have
Can go to the background.
early